I see I have 8 people watching. We're killing it. Actually, I'm just working in my shop today, painting some of these bottom boards and lids. I made these last night. I'm not going to be talking a lot. This is not really a show. I'm just kind of testing the live stream thing. But I did make 20 bottom boards and 20 lids for my splits that are going to take place after harvest, which I think I'm going to do on or about June 1st. Anyways, I'm not going to be talking a lot, just working. You can hang out with me. I had Vice Grip Garage running on the TV, but I don't want to get copyrighted, so I shut that off. So hang out. There's not a lot going on here. I don't even have music because when you're live streaming, I guess you have to have music. It is what it is, fellas and fellettes. So let's get on it. You guys can talk amongst yourselves. Talk about how dirty my shop is. My shop's a mess. That's what happens when I just work and work and work and work and work. I rarely pick up. But I did just film a hive build and review that you may find interesting. I think it may be next week's video or the week after. But basically, Vevor has fixed the problem they had with their windowed beehive. They actually provide acrylic this time, so they sent me a new one, and I've put it together, and it works, and I'll use it next season. So there you go, and there you have it. Something that you may notice, well, you may not, because you can't really see the lids yet. They're right here, stack of lids. I made migratory tops this time. I'm not going to be using telescoping lids because I plan on having, I think after these are installed, I'll have 60 hives, and that's quite a lot. And telescoping lids are expensive, to be honest with you. I should have done this not a lime stream. I should have done this live stream yesterday when I was building these things. I basically bought 4 sheets of plywood. I tell you, plywood's expensive these days too. But I bought four sheets of plywood, and that was enough to make 20 lids and 20 bottoms, which is a lot cheaper than buying them. So there you go. All right. Well, I hope this is exciting for you. Me, I feel like I should be doing a show or saying something, but all I've got to do is paint. I got no show planned. I guess this is the show. We can play the Tom Sawyer Huckleberry Finn game. I can invite you over here to paint the bottom boards and lids and tell you how much fun it is. It's not. But what are you going to do? What are you going to do? I've really been thinking a lot lately about doing a live stream. I've been invited on the stream team by Brian over there. Been invited on a few others in the past. I've just never done it. I've got a microphone. Actually, I've built an entire voiceover room in a closet upstairs. And for some reason, my mic echoes in the doggone thing, and I don't know why. Doesn't make any sense to me. I've got it soundproofed, but all it's doing is it's proving to me that I'm not a voiceover guy. There you go. It's always echoey. I don't know why it's echoey. It's just echoey. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. So it took me the better part of yesterday to build all of these. I'm very pleased. I mean, plywood's expensive, folks, and it's not as expensive as if I would have just bought all this stuff outright and had it shipped to me, because plywood's also heavy. I mean, I saved a lot of money doing this, but this wasn't cheap. I mean, the Lowe's was getting, was it Lowe's or Home Depot? The Lowe's was getting $60 a sheet for this plywood. Now, that said, in the past, I have built furniture with wood that I get at Mid-Georgia Lumber, and they've actually brought out deliveries of mahogany, babinga, and really nice wood for building things, cherry, just good stuff. But I was watching Bob Binney, and Bob Binney builds all of his inner covers and bottom boards and migratory tops. He builds all that himself. And I noticed on the inside of his hives, on the other side of the lids, it said Mid-Georgia Lumber, and it actually had a phone number. And I wasn't aware that I could also get plywood from them. I should have, but maybe that's where I'll get my plywood in the future. And I won't go to the big box stores where I'm sure there's a huge markup. I mean, it was expensive for 4 sheets of plywood. Now, granted, I bought good plywood. It's primed and everything else, and it's not because that's what I wanted to get. It was either really expensive primed plywood that was flat, or and 3/4 inch thick, because I wanted 3/4 inch plywood, or get 3/4 inch plywood that looked like it had been, sitting on the ocean when it was drying, and it was all wavy. It had waves in it. Christopher Columbus would have saw that and said, I'm not going to the New World. We're not doing it. We're not doing it. Too many waves. Those fellas on 300, the movie 300, the sequel, now they would have jumped over. We don't care about waves. We don't care. We're going. We're going. Let the battle begin. All right, there's another one for the stack. All right. Get on there. I don't think you can see it, but behind these two stacks, I've got another stack of painted bottom boards. Now, let me show you this. I'll bring a close-up to you. This is the nice wood that I spent a lot of money on, but that's nice plywood. It's nice and flat. It's already primed. It's beautiful stuff. And I had a few pieces of this laying around, which was very nice. But the warped stuff looked like this. It was twisted. It was terrible. So we're not going to be using that. Not going to be buying it. It's like the price of wood has gone up and the quality has come down. Last year, was it last year or was it during the lockdowns? Was it last year? I think it was last year. Might have been the year before. I wanted to put new decking on my deck out back. So I bought pressure treated wood. It was kiln dried. It was supposed to be really, really good. Well, unfortunately, what it was it was pressure treated, but the wood was so wet when I ran a screw into it, water would come out of it. Well, I'm sure chemicals would come out of it. It was terrible. It was the worst thing ever. Now that it's been up there, it's all dried. It's all pulled nice and tight, which gives me a nice tight deck, but the thing creaks and squeaks when I walk on it, which is not good. I wish if they were selling kiln dried wood, that it would be kiln dried wood and it would be of decent quality, but it wasn't. A lot of things today just aren't. I don't know why. Advertise what you got, not what you wish you had. That way when I buy it, I know what I'm buying. Oh, I want to thank Blanchard, and maybe he'll watch this, maybe he won't. He said I've really upped my my thumbnail game. I'm glad he noticed. I've been working hard on those thumbnails. I hope you like them. They're a lot different than what I used to do. I've gone through like different iterations, different styles, and at some points throughout this channel in the last 5 years, I've actually gone through and redone the thumbnails on every single video. Put a lot of work into it. But I've upped my thumbnail game again. I'm hoping that you have noticed and or like it. If you don't, lie to me. Just tell me you like it. That'll make me happy. Just kidding, don't lie. I can't learn anything if you don't tell me the truth. Give me true feedback, and then I will adjust accordingly. I tell you what, I hope the bees enjoy this. Now, some people are saying, well, why do you paint the inside? You're not supposed to paint the inside. Listen, I've given it a lot of thought. Bees, when they swarm and they move into houses, they don't care what they're moving into. I'm giving them a nice bright room. And actually what I'm doing is I'm actually sealing the plywood, because plywood has a tendency to break apart. So, if bees don't care if it's painted, I don't care if it's painted. I don't think it's going to harm them. It's just exterior latex paint. It'll be fine when it dries. It's not going to be used for another month yet anyways. But listen, bees don't care. I watched Dirt Rooster and Mr. Ed and those folks and Mike Berry cut bees out of shops, of walls, of businesses. They get all tangled up in fiberglass insulation. Bees don't care. They just want some place to hang out, some place where they can build their comb and rear their brood and make the good stuff. So I've given it a lot of thought, and I've decided I'm going to paint the inside of this bottom board. I'm not going to paint the inside of the lid, although I probably should, just a moisture barrier. But like I said, most of it's primed anyway, so it should be fine. So there you go, and there you have it. I was thinking, and you can leave down in the comments, I'll go back later. I can't. You're on my phone way over there, and I'm over here, and my eyes aren't that good as it is. I can't see what you're typing when you're putting comments in there, but I'll go back and read the comments in a little bit. Or when I'm done, maybe tonight when I'm sitting around. I was thinking about starting a second channel. Let me know if you'd be interested. You know, and I don't know whether it should be Patreon. I just try to find a way to earn some money with this, because it's so much work, and I like doing it. Don't get me wrong. It's a lot of work. So I was thinking about starting another channel, and I don't know whether it would be Patreon or just another channel that would be monetized and tied to my current channel. Just Bug Farmer Raw. Tell me what you think about that. It would basically just be my unedited videos. So what you may not understand, you may or may not understand. I know that the YouTube beekeepers do understand this. When I show you a video and it's 12 minutes long or 30 minutes long, well, there's a lot on the cutting room floor. Hours worth of stuff on the cutting room floor. But if I did a Bug Farmer Raw video, you would get the feed probably from my wide camera, and it would be the entire memory stick. It could be 2 hours, 2.5, 3 hours of me just working the bees, and you would get to see all the footage that took place, including what made it to the video, but you would see all the stuff that hit the cutting room floor. That would be on there as well. And if you're interested in doing that, I would be keen on posting it, but just let me know. I haven't really talked about it in a video. I've talked about it with my wife. That's who I've talked about it with, but you know, it might make making these videos a little bit more worthwhile. Yeah, I don't hate it. It's just a lot of work. Put several hours a week into my videos. I get off of work and I come home every night and I edit, which doesn't leave me time for much else during the week. But I have so much else that I need to get done, like mowing the grass, planting the garden, feeding the chickens, watching all the YouTube channels that I subscribe to, etc., etc., etc. All right. All right, we're making progress, fellas. Fellettes. If there's any fellettes watching. Let's see here. You know what I need? I need something to drink. It's hot down here. I'm going to move my fan. Well, that's not going to work. That'll work. Woo! Now you're going to see my hair blowing in the wind. Just kidding. All right. Let's see here. This is boring and tedious work. wonder if I should use a brush instead of these foam brushes. I'm sure I have a brush around here somewhere. There's one right there. That's my staining brush. I don't want to use that. Do I have another one? I've got the bee agitator out there. I can go get it. Then I wouldn't have a way to brush bees off. Nah. We'll just stick with the foam. The foam wins. So what else do you want to talk about, folks? Has anybody seen the aurora borealis? The northern lights in the sky? I saw Bruce's Bees posted something on Instagram about it. Castle Hives did. Several other folks. I came out last night probably around 10. Now, I don't know what time it is you're supposed to go out and look at this thing, but I went outside around 10 with my daughter and her boyfriend and my son. We didn't see anything. It looked like the normal night sky. I guess I wasn't fortunate enough in my part of Georgia, or maybe, I mean, do you have to look a certain direction? Am I supposed to be looking north, south, east, west? Does it matter? If you have that information, and if the northern lights, well, I guess they're northern lights, so I guess you'd be looking north. Anyways, if the lights are going to be in the sky again tonight, be it north, south, east, or west from Metro Atlanta, Georgia, let me know which way I should be looking down there in the comments, or the, like I said, the chat, I guess is what's happening for this this video, and I will go out again tonight, provided it's not. I'm not getting up at 2 in the morning to look for pretty lights in the sky. That's not happening. I'll be sleeping. I'll be sawing logs, snoozing, doing the old snooze. Oh, man, I messed that up. A little sawdust on it. You know what I need to do? I need to blow the sawdust off this bench. And I have just the thing to do it after I'm done with this one. Just the thing to do it. This is like a live action bug farmer video. See, it's not as exciting when I'm not editing. If I was editing, though, we'd have about 3.5 seconds of footage by now. It'd be cut, 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 jump cuts everywhere, a couple of nice fades, you know, a couple of dip to blacks. I can't do that because I don't have the light switch with me. I can, next time I come over there, we'll do a dip to black. But yeah, when I'm editing, a lot lands on the cutting room floor, so to speak. Didn't used to be that way. When I first started making YouTube videos, and I've not removed all of them. They're all, everything since my first videos here, let me tell you, oh, they're cringeworthy. Some of the early ones. The very first one is it's the worst. I'm not telling you to go back and watch it. But it's still there. Had nothing to do with bees, had everything to do with a cat. I was really self-conscious on camera, which it's hard to not be self-conscious on camera. The camera doesn't forget. It records everything. And it's, if you've ever given a presentation to a large room of people, you know how you get nervous and your stomach's tied in knots and you got butterflies, and, well, that's how going live feels. Well, I guess not going live, but going live meaning getting on camera for the first time. That's how it feels. You're very nervous. Everything is, it's very scary because the camera doesn't blink, folks. It doesn't. It looks at you. And let me tell you, you'd think it'd be neutral looking at you. It's not. It's judgmental. It's judgmental, only in so much as you will critique yourself crazily when you see the footage, especially when you're editing for the first time. The footage that you shot for the first time, it's a bit sketchy. You're like, man, I don't know if I should put this out there. But then I remember something from, was it Risky Business? Sometimes you've just got to say what the, well, yeah, there might be children listening. It's not set up for kids, but the F word. You know, sometimes you just got to say that and roll with it. That was the approach I took when I first started this channel. I just said, you know what, who cares? Who cares? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I was learning something new, and I knew that by sharing what I was learning, it would do a couple of things. It would help somebody else out later down the road who they were trying to start beekeeping for the first time and they didn't know what they were doing, and it would force me to kind of continue to learn and evolve as I did it, if that makes any sense. It kind of keeps you engaged in the task, in the hobby, which is what it did for me. I've got a dot of glue that I don't want on there, right where a entrance reducer would go, which would prevent me from putting it in there. There you go. Get off there. What were we talking about? Oh, cringeworthy videos. Anyways, so that was my thinking. So if you're going to be a YouTube beekeeper or do anything else on YouTube, it'll get better. It'll get better. It always gets better. Ah! Get on there. Get on there. So I keep walking over here. I've got these tiny little dowel rods that I break in half, and that's what I'm using to stack these while they dry in front of the fan. I walked out there, and there's a fella out there fishing. He cast his line out. He's trying to cast up close to my shore because there's in the lake, the bass in the summertime, they're around the shore. They come up to get some sun, eat bugs, eat the small fish, whatever. So when you fish out on the lake, we always cast to the shore and reel back. And if you're using a rubber worm, you're going to catch a bass. The thing is I put goose fencing up all the way around my property, which means they're probably going to get snagged on it. I'll go down there later and gather up a bunch of lures where they had to cut bait. Put them in my tackle box. All right, all right, all right. I'm going to be here all day. Is it time for a beer yet? Is it noon? I guess it's 12 o'clock somewhere, right? I better not. I'll have a beer later. I'll have a beer later. Get this one started on the bottom first as opposed to the edge because this is the old plywood. This is the janky stuff. I had a sheet of this laying around, well, half a sheet. And just by having it, by the virtue of having it, it saved me like $60 on a sheet of plywood. So there you go. So here's another question for you. I don't know where you are. I don't know what area you're in. But let me tell you, in my area, in Metro Atlanta, Georgia, they're building houses everywhere. I mean, they're building houses everywhere. They just built one right next door to my house. They're building houses everywhere. Now, I understand why they bought that lot next door and they built right there. It's the last available lot in this neighborhood. This is a pretty established neighborhood. However, I'm seeing these houses, a whole neighborhood's going up out there, and I just don't understand it because the interest rates are so high. I don't see how people are able to afford a house these days. And I don't know how the builders are able to afford to build the house because wood is so expensive. I mean, none of it makes sense to me. None of it makes sense to me. If you know, I guess you can put that in the chat too. I don't know. Uh-oh, I've got geese. I can hear them. I've got an air rifle, a BB gun that I keep hearing. I used to like the geese when I moved into this house. Used to love it when they would come in the yard. Then I realized that geese eat your grass, and they don't just eat it. They're like sheep. They pull it out all the way from the roots. So I put a couple of pumps on the old BB gun, and I go out there and I'll pelt them. Don't worry, it doesn't hurt them. But it does let them know, hey, move on. Not a good place to eat because they've just been tearing up the yard. This is the first year in about 3 years that I've had grass. Well, I've got grass and a lot of clover. Because I plant clover, not as a cover crop or anything like that. I'm just trying to make food for the bees. So I planted clover. I'm going to be planting dandelion here pretty soon. If I can find some bulk dandelion seeds, if you know where I can get those, let me know. What are those geese doing? I'll be right back. Okay, there's a fella out there, like I said, fishing, and the geese want to come up on my property, but he's blocking their path, so they're a little upset. That's okay. You can stay out there and fish all afternoon. Keep the geese away. No geese. Geese bad. And it wouldn't be bad if they came down here in the wintertime, you know, because Canadian geese migrate. They come down south in the winter and hang out. The only problem is the geese that live here, they've taken up residence. They don't fly back. They're here all year round. So my grass doesn't get any time to heal. We need old McNally up there in Alberta. Hey buddy, call your geese back. They're tearing up my yard. And I think McNally said he was coming back here down to the States again in June, I think. So he may be here for the harvest. We had talked a little bit about it. I don't know whether he's going to make it or not. We'll see. I don't know whether he's coming down here or not. But that was fun the last time he was here. My son Rick rolled him. And I guess being from Alberta, he wasn't familiar with the whole concept of a Rick roll. So he got Rick rolled. But he made it up to my son on the next video he posted when he got back. He Rick rolled my son. I think that that video's out there. Check his library. I think it was last year. But it was fun. It was fun. I know a lot of you out there watch other beekeepers. You're cheating on me, man. No, I don't care. Watch as many as you can. It's where we get information. But if you watch Frederick Dunn and you're over on his live stream and he talks back and forth, you tell him to post some more videos of nature around his backyard. I love his videos. He's such a great filmographer. He's really, really good at it. And I like seeing his cardinals, and I really like his snow videos, his winter videos, but unfortunately, well, fortunately, I guess for him, and most of you up north, that winter's finally over for you. Me, I've been down here in the south for a long time, and I miss the snow. I really do. If you're unfamiliar, I'm from Ohio, and we had a lot of snow. A lot. I actually found some video of the blizzard of 1976, and it's on YouTube. You can look it up. Well, that hit right where I live. That was northeast Ohio. We got hammered, not just by the snow and the blizzard that came through, but that was compounded with lake effect snow. I mean, we just got hammered. And I remember when I was a kid, and my brother's, he's probably out there watching this, or he'll watch it later. I'm sure he remembers as well. We opened the front door, and the snow it covered the front door. You had to dig out. It was crazy amount of snow. But that, I mean, my fondest memories, you know, when I was a kid, building snow forts in the snow drifts that the plow trucks would leave behind. We had a neighborhood that we lived in, and there was a street down the middle, and the plow trucks would leave big snowbanks on both sides, and you know, neighboring kids, we'd get together and you dig tunnels through the snowbank, which thinking now is probably pretty dangerous, but I'm a Gen X kid. We lived on the edge, extreme. So we would build the tunnels. We would throw snowballs back and forth, ice balls, snowballs with rocks in them. I mean, you know, again, Gen X. All right, man, there's a bunch of people fishing out there today. I see two separate and distinct fisher people. Is that a thing anymore? Are you allowed to say fishermen, not fisher people? All these nonsensical, made-up rules by idiots that are out there. Something else about us Gen Xers. We're not woke. I don't have a woke bone in my body. I believe in the old adage, sticks and stones will break my bones, but names will never hurt me. Say what you want, think what you want. God-given right. Who was it that says the truth doesn't care about your feelings? Well, I agree with that. I agree. I'm in agreement. All right. Man, my stack is getting low here. This is the last one with a nice board on it. But before I start painting it, I'm going to get rid of a lot of the sawdust because it's getting into my stuff. It's cramping my style. Remember that leaf blower that I showed you on the channel? It still works. This thing's got great battery life, by the way. Now, I don't know whether or not I put a code for this thing, but go back and look for this. If I left a code and you need a leaf blower, I mean, I'm probably going to use it during the harvest. I think I can take this off. Yeah, there we go. And blow, blow the bees out of a super. This is not bad for the money, folks. I tell you, it comes with 2 batteries that last quite a long time. Still has a full charge. I use this thing all the time, especially in the shop. Gets rid of sawdust. I think it was made by LaFree. Well, maybe they do the hose. I'm not sure who does that. I'm not even sure the make and model of it. All I know is it's good. AO Tree. It's the AO Tree blower, and it is worth the money. And I'm not being paid to say that. I wasn't actually paid the first time. I was provided the sample to share with you. But no money changed hands. I did not get money from it. There we go. Oh, I have something else I want to talk about. So, I'll probably do a video later on, probably after harvest when, bee content gets low because, the bees are pretty much just hanging out, eating what you fed them because, dearth has arrived. Anyways, I usually save this question for then, and I will ask again. But if you know of any YouTube channels that you think I would enjoy, and I'm specifically not talking about beekeeping channels. I want non-beekeeping channels because we don't pay for TV in this house. We cut the cord a long time ago, and all of our entertainment in the evening comes from either Amazon Prime, some Netflix. My brother lets me use his account sometimes, but they've cracked down on that. Amazon Prime because I'm, like most people, addicted to Amazon. I like having something delivered to my house, in one day. But that's what we use for TV, mostly YouTube. So if you have any YouTube channels that you think I may like, or that you like a lot, you wouldn't mind sharing. There are non-beekeeping channels. I know all the beekeeping channels. I follow most of them. Do me a favor, leave that in the chat or in the comments to this video. It would be appreciated. I'm always on the lookout for new channels to enjoy. I'll tell you one that we've been enjoying a lot lately, and you are probably subscribed to this because most people are. It's really a funny channel. It's called the Y-Files. I don't know whether you've heard of the Y-Files. If you haven't, look it up. It's hilarious. It's basically a funny take on a conspiracy theory channel. He's got a little sidekick named the Hecklefish that heckles him, as the name would imply, throughout the show. But it's interesting. The guy obviously was a voiceover guy. He's got a decent voice to listen to, and he does a good job. I mean, it's a very well put together channel. And not only is it a YouTube channel, I mean, it's so well done that it's actually on Amazon Prime, it's on Hulu, it's on the Roku channel. I mean, everybody has the Wi-Fi. He must be making some bank. He must be making some money doing this. More than we YouTubers are. 'Cause let me tell you, they have cut their payments at YouTube. The amount that they pay is getting lean. Getting lean. And that's saying a lot because they don't pay a lot to begin with. So there you go. There you go, and there you have it. I wonder where my family is. They went to church. I think they said they were going to go out to Kroger or something afterwards. So I don't know what time that means they're going to be home. And I'm not wearing a watch in my... Well, that one's still working. Well, it's not. Well, maybe it is. 20 till noon. It may be 20 till 12 where I am. Eastern Daylight Time, I don't know. I don't know whether that clock is correct. The second hand on my saw blade clock appears to be spinning at the correct rate, which means that it may be 20 till 12. And that is provided I said it correctly, and provided I sprung forward last year, did not fall back, and am still in spring forward mode. I don't know. I don't know. Oh, let me tell you about, let me tell you the status of the Demeray splits. I've got some hives over there that are killing it. I've got a couple that, you know, like the Krynock bees, they are building their colony. They've been building it, and they're a pretty robust colony. I may get a box of honey from those, but I never set them up like the Demeray to begin with. Most of the ones that I set up as the Demeray are killing it. I've got one, hive number 13. I think right now it's got 6 boxes on it, and I removed the box and had to put it on another hive because the hive was too tall for me to work. So it's going to be interesting to see what that produces. Now, that said, I haven't looked in on it in a week or two. They've probably swarmed 15 times and eaten all the honey and taken it with them. I don't know. Last time I was over there, I did not film it. Actually, the last 2 times I was over there, I did not film it because I just had to get work done. And I went over there last weekend, and I put 16 more supers out. Now, do I think those supers are going to be filled? I don't. My flow is drawing to an end. I know that over there, I've still got a lot of clover on that property that the bees can forage on. And it's always nice to have clover honey. Some of the folks that I sell honey to, they like clover honey, the light stuff. A lot of people like the dark wildflower honey that I get, though, as well. But I'm at least hoping that that will stimulate these girls to draw comb, because I can tell you this. Had I gone into this season, because this has been a gangbuster flow season here in Georgia compared to last year, which was, I have bad dreams about last year. But it's been a gangbuster season, and had I gone into this season with drawn comb, holy moly, this would be one for the record books. But, you know, I started the season, I had, what was it? What was that, 20? I had 60 new medium supers, each with 10 frames per super. So I had 600 frames. I put a lot of undrawn frames out there in the apiary. So the bees had to use a lot of their honey just drawing out the comb. Now next year, provided I can keep the wax moths away from the comb, and we have a good flow next year. Next year might be one for the record books. I might have a massive harvest next year. I hope so. Then again, it could all be wishful thinking. It could all turn into a bust overnight. That's been known to happen. It has happened before. It will happen again. You can't see me, but you can hear me. All right. Boy, this is getting to be a big stack of bottom boards over here. Holy moly. Can barely reach it. All right, let's move these here. Let me break down those stacks a little bit. So these are my migratory tops. Whether you can see those or not. I am going to be drilling a hole right in the middle so I can throw my 2-gallon bucket right on top of it. But I've got to get the right size hole, the right size drill bit, and the right size plug before I can do that. It's all on the list. It's all part of the plan. Part of the plan, man. There we go. Oh, now I'm kind of building a wall around myself, aren't I? Well, that's not good. Son of a gun. Well, there's really no easy way to film this. I guess I could move the camera. Should I move the camera? Do you want me to move the camera? Yeah, no, not really. We don't want to move the camera. I could move the camera up there on top of the, you think I can get the camera to balance on top of my pencil sharpener? Let's give it a shot. Moving, 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 moving. Oh no, I just lost the power cord. The camera, moving, 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 wrapping, tying, wrapping, moving. Now you can really see my dirty shop. Look at that. Holy moly. Get some power. Put some power on it. I don't know. Do you like that better? Or do you like it better the other way? Oh man, this is not, the problem with this is the power adapter's heavy. And it's knocking the whole thing down. Hey, there's a comment. Cluttered, not dirty. That's right. Absolutely correct. Explain that to my wife. It's not dirty, honey. It's just cluttered. It's just cluttered. No dirt. All right. Let me see here. Now the question is this. Sorry I had to blow into the mic. I've got an iPhone. Let me tell you, the charging situation with an old iPhone is a pain in the butt. And I don't know whether or not this thing is still charging. I guess we'll know when this live stream ends because the camera will have drained the battery. Let's see here. I'm kind of crooked. Like The Boy Who Could Fly. You ever seen that? After school special from like 1987, 1986, 1985? I don't know. See if we can straighten that up just a fuzz. All right. Hey, there we are. It's really still nothing to look at. You can't see what my hands are doing. I could be dealing 3-card Monty down here. You would never know. All right, all right. Hey, I know what I can do. Yeah, well, then it's... Oh, what I do for YouTube, I can move these back. Move some of them back. You can kind of see a little bit. Nothing to see. I'm painting the fence. Wax on, wax off. I'm doing karate. All right, here we go. Here we go. Now, back to what I was talking about. Channels. If you have any channels that you like, that I may like, do me a favor. And I like a little bit of everything. I mean, I watch car stuff. And, someone in the last time I put this request out there, someone told me about A Few Acres Farm. I follow him religiously now. I watch A Few Acres Farm. I don't know whether or not Vice Grip Garage was one that someone told me about, but I follow him a lot. I like that channel. What else? My wife still watches Rachel Maxey. She's always fun. You know who? There's one that I like. It's some girl out of I think she's in Australia. She might be in New Zealand. I think it's Australia. Sage Lillyman. Her and her husband and her 2 chickens. They live like a 1950s retro lifestyle, and it's kind of neat to watch. She hasn't put a video out in a while, and I don't know why. We really enjoyed that channel. She's busy. She just got her nursing degree, so she's got a lot of sick people to attend to, I'm sure. I think, do I have any other good ones? The Y-Files I told you about. That's one of my faves. The old favorite. Oh, so there's a new one. There's one that I actually received a comment from this person. I'm not sure what her name is. I know her husband's name is Shane. They're potato farmers, Bell's Farm, and I think they're in, where would they be? Somewhere in New England states, maybe Maine, Vermont, Massachusetts. They could be as far down south as Pennsylvania. But I've been following that for a couple of weeks. They actually left a comment on my channel, and I went and checked it out because I like Laura Farms. That's another one that I watch, where her and her husband grow corn. So I went out to Bell's Farm, and they grow potatoes. It's the neatest thing I've ever seen. And I could swear, and now if Bell's Farm is listening to this, and you may or may not be, I don't know. And if you go over there, and you subscribe, just let them know, hey, Bug Farmer sent you. He mentioned you in his live stream. That way they'll come and see this, because I've got a question. I could swear that I have seen the Bell's Farm people, growing their potatoes on either Somebody's Got to Do It or Dirty Jobs, or on Mike Rowe's, one of his channels. I could swear that Mike Rowe was there. Now maybe this is just a, what is that thing? The Mandela effect? I don't, it's possible that I could just be dreaming this up. But I could swear that when I went over and checked out the channel, I'm like, this looks familiar. And it's possible that I stumbled across it in the past and watched it for a second and shut it off, because, when you surf the channel, sometimes you do that. So there you go. I don't know. But I thought for sure maybe Mike Rowe had been there. Either way, it is a neat channel. They just got their potatoes in the ground. It's a lot of, maybe if I get to know them good enough, they'll send me some seed potatoes and I can grow the real deal out there. I don't know. But Bell's Farm, that's another one. That's one we just started watching. Let's see, what else do I subscribe to that might be of interest to you, and then you can tell me what might be of interest to me down at the bottom. My wife watches a lot of Korean stuff. She's teaching herself Korean. Let's see here. There is a British guy, and my son, if he were down here with me, he would tell you the name. I don't know his name. I enjoy his videos. He buys wrecked supercars and puts them back together. I enjoy that channel. Matt Armstrong. There you go, Matt Armstrong. So you can look him up. It's neat. I like watching people who find the cheap way out, right? He wanted supercars, so he bought a wrecked one and built it. And now he buys a lot of wrecked ones, builds them, and now doesn't have to go the cheap way out anymore. His channel's such success. He's like Mr. Beast. I bet he gets a payday from every video. Me, I don't get a payday from every video. YouTube throws pennies at me. They say, here, make more videos. They break open a roll of 50. Ting! Some of them drop on the ground. They throw about 48 cents at me. Here you go, make another video. Bug Farmer, you'll be famous one day. No, I won't. I know how the game works. Why am I doing it, you ask? Well, I've got my mind set on one of those silver buttons. That's what I want. I want a silver button. Not that it's worth anything. You probably couldn't buy one for the amount of money that they pay you on your way to getting a silver button, because you don't get that much money. I'll tell you that. YouTube is not lucrative. And anybody who tells you it is, they're fibbing to you. Well, I take that back. If you've got 1 million subscribers and you're making videos that 300,000 people watch every week, month, day, however often you put them out, you're making some money, right? But if you're doing YouTube videos like the Bug Farmer, for instance, and you've got 10 or 11,000 subscribers, and you get 3,000 views per video, you're not making any money. I was going to, and I may still do a video where I go over my YouTube analytics with you so that you can see, because I'm always griping about, oh, I put so much work into these videos and I spend so much time, and I'm always, patting myself on the back and looking for appreciation, when I really shouldn't do that. But it's because the analytics, I mean, you can look at them and see that they're not paying us YouTubers a lot of money. We're not in it for the bread. We're not in it for the cabbage. There's no cabbage. Without cabbage, it's almost like it's carnivore. There's so no cabbage. It's cabbageless. Here we go. All right. Let's see what we can see here. All right. Uh-oh. I'm going to have to make another stack because I am almost up to the pull string from my garage door opener down here. All right. Oh, man. Oh, man. All right. All right. There you are. I'll be right back. I'm going to get something to drink. Stick around, talks amongst yourselves, invite some friends. There's only like 12 people watching. How many people? We've got 12 people watching. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. It says that, so, okay. It's 10 till 12. It's 10 till 12, I think. So it's officially still morning. I shouldn't be having this, but the way I see it, if I don't swallow for 10 minutes, then it's a win. It's okay. Well, that went out the window. All right, here we go. Let's get back on it. 3 more bottom boards. Then I get to paint migratory tops. All right, yay. Oh, I'm killing it on this live stream. You 12 are the elite. You are the elite. You're like, I don't care if nobody else is watching Bug Farmer. We're gonna tune in. We're gonna tune in. There you go. There you go. Leave your names in. Uh-oh. Am I getting low battery? Might be getting low battery. Oh no, low battery. Close out. I got 20% left. Why won't this thing charge? It should charge. Why is it not charging? I don't know. Let me flip that over. All right. And see, when I'm doing this live stream, I can't tell. I'll be right back. Maybe. Are you back? There we go. Okay, you're back. I got it to see the power. If not, we may end up disappearing here very, very soon because my phone ran itself down to 20%. And I thought I was plugged in the entire time. But again, I've got the iPhone issue. The lightning port is the worst. I'm gonna have to get a new iPhone one of these days that have the USB-C connection on it because the lightning port is terrible. Every iPhone that I've ever had, that goes out. Now I saw some fellow on YouTube who actually converted his iPhone from a lightning port to a USB-C, and I think he is making a small engineering kit that he is going to sell that will allow other people to do the same, and I may end up doing that, provided I can get the kit. It's really tough because Apple, they don't share their stuff with you. They don't want you repairing your stuff or going into your stuff. They've only, in my opinion, they've set booby traps inside the phone, in my opinion, that are designed to make your battery blow up if you unconnect or disconnect the wrong thing or connect something or try to change your own battery. In my opinion, there are booby traps in there. So I have to say that. I don't want Apple to sue me. I could never defend that lawsuit. But there you go, and there you have it. iPhones, great phones, but they are not in the repair your stuff business, unfortunately. It's just like, have you ever seen The Light Bulb Conspiracy? That's a great, if you've never seen that documentary, it's probably available for free on Amazon or Netflix or maybe even YouTube. Look up The Light Bulb Conspiracy. A bunch of engineers in the 50s, I believe, is when this new mindset took place in engineering schools. They started teaching engineers to engineer products that were designed to fail. They were designed to last. Now, if you've got a dishwasher or a dryer or a washing machine that you've replaced like 3 or 4 times in the last 10 years, this is why. The engineering schools are teaching these people how to build things that fail. And I'll tell you, short story here. My washing machine completely died. Just completely, it would spin, but the basket would sit there. I get the laundry machine guy out here, and the washing machine repair man. It wasn't the Maytag man. I think it was the GE man. I don't know. And he took it apart, and down in the basket, between the transmission, you have a metal gear and a metal gear. Instead of just connecting the metal gears together, they put a nylon gear in between them so that they're both working on that nylon gear all the time. Of course, what's nylon going to do? Well, it's going to last a few years and then it's going to fail. So I would be willing to bet that probably 40% of the people, maybe even higher. Now I'm throwing numbers at the wall here. This is just a wag. I'll bet a lot of these folks, the basket stops moving. They don't call the repairman. They don't get in there to try to fix it themselves because in a lot of ways you can't. They just throw it away and buy a new one, and that's what they're trying to do. That's the game, and I wish Apple wasn't playing that game because I would like to be able to repair my own stuff, and I wish we would go back to the days before the light bulb conspiracy. And I'll give you a quick rundown on what that is, where things were built to last. You've probably been to your grandmother's house or antique stores and you've seen these heavy cast iron things. Whatever it is, a washing machine, they probably had a cast iron crock pot. I think it's called a Dutch oven, so they had that too. These things would last forever, and they still last. You could use them today if you wanted to fix them up. And speaking of that, I'm going to give you another YouTube channel. If you've not seen it, I'm going to give you 2 more really quick, then we'll get back on this topic. One is called Hand Tool Rescue. Great channel. If you haven't seen it, give it a look. You're going to enjoy it. And the other is now this, you may or may not like this. I'm gonna give you 2 more, but these are things that I enjoy. You may or may not like them. I like them because I guess they're a little ASMR-y. Not really. I mean, I like watching a process from beginning until end. So one is called Wristwatch Revival. That is a fantastic show. This guy repairs old watches. He'll get on eBay and he'll buy a junky Rolex that doesn't work, that was found at the bottom of the ocean, and it's eaten up with salt water and got barnacles on it, and he'll turn out a very nice watch when it's done. That is a great show that I like. And another one is oh gosh, I just had now this is the painting ones. You may or may not know I paint, like not with a real brush. And I was going to do a video one time. I'm actually painting. I've got a couple of paintings on the bench. I've got one painting that I'm doing of a picture that Vino Farm took of his bee yard. To be honest with you, it's a beautiful sunset. I've got that on the bench now. I was recording it, but I haven't painted on it in about a year and a half because this last winter I was so busy. But anyways, I think it's called Baumgartner Restoration. They are people who restore paintings they could be missing a whole big spot where the canvas tore, and they'll put it back together, and it looks beautiful when it's done. That's a great channel. But anyways, back to the light bulb conspiracy. If you've not seen it, I'm going to tell you a little bit. I'm not going to try to give you many spoilers, but the main takeaway from the light bulb conspiracy, well, I'll save the second one for you to find out on your own, because that would kind of be a spoiler. Is that when Edison made the light bulb, now I don't know whether you're aware, but there is a light bulb burning in a fire station, and I think it might be in Pennsylvania somewhere. Everything's in Pennsylvania because that's where Frederick Dunn is, right? So everything that could happen does happen in Pennsylvania. But light bulbs can burn forever. It's a thing. They can burn forever. And when the light bulbs started going public, and everybody wanted light bulbs in the house, they were tired of candles, tired of burning their house down. I don't know how those people ever had candles on their Christmas tree. I'll never get it, because I had a Christmas tree that I lit on fire out here after the season, and it damn near burnt my house down from the outside. I mean, it was a bad thing. And people used to put candles on a Christmas tree. I don't know who those people were. Chances are Darwin took them out. They're not around anymore. Their relatives aren't around anymore. They're gone. Their candles were lit on the Christmas tree just long enough for somebody to take a picture or paint a picture or draw a picture, and then everything went up in flames. But light bulbs can last forever, indefinitely, as long as you don't turn them on, turn them off, turn them on, turn them off, because the filament will expand and contract until the light bulb would burn out. And that's before LEDs, and I can give you a whole spiel about LED lights. Talk about a waste of money and the worst light in the world. I'm a huge incandescent fan. Love tungsten yellow tinted light. That's a tungsten colored LED above me. Anyways, so they built these light bulbs, and everybody was building light bulbs. GE was building light bulbs. Everybody was building light bulbs. There were probably one main light bulb manufacturer per country or per continent, right? That's what they did. They built the light bulbs, and everybody consumed them. But then they came to the realization that, hey, one day we're going to build all the light bulbs, and no one's going to need them anymore because they won't burn out. And we're not going to be able to stay in business. We're going to make ourselves, or manufacture ourselves out of business. So the main light bulb manufacturers got together. They created a light bulb consortium, and they basically they made every light bulb manufacturer join. And if you didn't join, they would run you out of business. And then they would get together and they put lifetime hours on their light bulbs. And if any manufacturer violated the rules as far as making a light bulb that would last more than 11,000 hours or 10,000 hours or 7,000, whatever they set this arbitrary limit at, whatever manufacturer would create a light bulb that would last longer than that, they would be fined and penalized by the consortium that they were forced to be a member of. Well, that is the idea. That's the idea that took over engineering schools in the 1950s. So that's when they started designing things to fail. So if you want to learn more about that, I'm telling you, the light bulb conspiracy is a fantastic documentary. I mean, just fantastic. It's easy to watch. It's interesting. You know they're doing it. You know that they've been doing it because you're buying this stuff, and we're in a disposable society. And they say that, well, incandescent light bulbs are bad. LED light bulbs are better. They're greener. No, they're not. LED lights, a light emitting diode does have the ability to burn forever. Now, and you can watch YouTube videos on this where they will get out there and they'll show you how to fix a LED light bulb that burns out. What they'll do is they'll have a tainted LED in the ring of LEDs that make up the LED light bulb, where one of them would burn out. Well, you can take that LED light bulb apart, use maybe some foil or just some wire and actually jump from a working LED in the ring to skip the bad one to the other working LED in the ring, and now you've got your light bulb back. So that's a doable thing. That's something else they just don't want to tell you. They want you to buy these LED light bulbs, which they can strictly control the longevity of the light bulb. So you buy it, it burns out, you feel good, you've done something for the environment, and then you throw away all that plastic and all the garbage, and you go out and you buy yourself another LED light bulb. You know, it's great. Not for the environment, it's great for, you know, GE's wallet or whoever it is that's making the light emitting diodes. They're making some bank. And you feel good about yourself while you're giving them your money over and over and over again. I want to give them my money once, and then if they are a good company, then I will tell somebody else, then they can give them their money once. And that's how things should work. I'll be right back. I'm on a rant. I'm ranting. All right. Oh, man. Yeah, right, all right. How many more gonna fit on here? Doo-dah, doo-dah. How many more will fit on here? Oh, the doo-dah day. I got no more room. My stack has grown too tall. La 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 la. La 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 la. Holy moly. All right. All right, 2 left. I don't have room on my stack for 2 more. But what am I going to do? Oh, there's a painted lid, by the way. Painted that one this morning. We'll just add it to the stack that's probably going to fall down on top of me. All right. All right. Now, light bulb conspiracy covered. We've finished that topic. YouTube channels. Send them if you got them. If I think of any other ones that I enjoy, I'll let you know. Let's see here. What else can we talk about? Oh, here's another documentary that I thought was a good one. It's kind of, I mean, if you're an environmentalist, you'll love it. I'm not an environmentalist. What am I? I believe in living in harmony with nature, not sacrificing the human race for nature. That's just me. Everybody's allowed their own opinion. That's mine. But that said, The Biggest Little Farm. That is a fantastic documentary, and it shows how to make a self-sufficient farm, which I am in 100% agreement with. Make a self-sufficient farm. Instead of using fertilizers, you bring in the things that take care of the like cover crops, like you plant clover and whatnot. And instead of using insecticides, if you have a certain kind of bug, you bring in the kind of bug that eats that kind of bug, etc., etc. And you basically keep including everything that would be in a natural habitat to control the other things right into the habitat. And it's really neat how it worked out. It's a great little documentary. I enjoyed it. My wife enjoyed it. I tell everybody about it I can. The last time I did a video where I talked about YouTube channels and things that I like, I probably told you then. But The Biggest Little Farm, it is a fantastic little movie. So there you go. Oh, and then another one. Here's I don't know what this is. I don't know what this is, a channel or I think it's a documentary. It was just funny. It's if you got time. And I'm not making fun of chicken people, right? I'm just not. Chicken people, I love you. I'm a chicken people myself. I got 6 chickens. Actually, I got 6 baby chickens. My other chickens quit laying, and I released them on a farm. Well, 4 of them. 2 of them died. I was going to release the other 4 into a pot of boiling water and make soup out of them, but my neighbor down the road said that I could put them in there with his chickens and they could live out their life. They would actually have access to a rooster. Not that it would matter because they didn't have any eggs left. They were down to about 2 eggs a week, as opposed to an egg a day. But anyways, Chicken People. Great documentary. That's about, you've seen dog shows like on Thanksgiving. We sit around, we watch the Kennel Club dog show, and where they judge the dogs and they measure their ears and they look at the way they walk and behave. Well, Chicken People's the same way, but these aren't dog people, they're chicken people. So they have prize chickens and they raise prize chickens, and there's some cool looking chickens out there. And you know, I've seen some cool looking chickens on Frederick Dunn's channel. He's got some chickens that look like they're wearing pants. It's really, really neat. But there you go. That's a neat one. Good old chicken people. I'm a chicken people. I don't go to you know, chicken people shows. I don't do that. I mean, I don't have an entry at the fair. But I like chickens. They're tasty. All right. There you go. You got anything? You got anything you can share with me while I paint? You're gonna have to speak a little louder. I can't hear you all the way over here. Maybe if you type in all caps, I might be able to see it. I'm kidding. You're on a small iPhone. I'm one of those people who carry the 4-inch iPhones. I don't like my phone to take up more than one pocket. Smaller the better. I wish I didn't have to carry a cell phone. I wish the cell phone, I wish that all it did was make phone calls. Like it did in the 80s. I don't like these new phones. They listen to everything you say. I'm talking about paint. So now I'm gonna get YouTube videos recommended to me that are about paint. And I'll get things advertised to me. Cans of paint. I'll have so many paint advertisements hurled at me from just painting while my phone can listen. It's terrible. And let me tell you, folks, fellas and fellettes, not to get too Y-files on you, but if you think that all your phone is doing is listening to you so it can advertise to you, you're wrong. It's listening to you for more than that. And it's more than just advertisers or people listening to you. I'm not going to go any further into that realm, but you can take it to the bank. So there you go. There you go, and there you have it. Fa la 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 la. All right, another bottom board done. After this, I've got one more, and it's time for lids. But my cell phone's probably going to die way before then because it only had 20 minutes of power left, and I don't know if it can take video and stream while using power. I don't know if that's possible. La 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 la. All right. One more. Let's see here. Oh, we have 19 people watching us now. Hello to the new joiners. See, I've got myself on the TV over there so I can see. I wish I could, you know what? I bet I could put comments up on the TV. I gotta move my stack out of the way. This shop was clean like 2 days ago. I mean, it was. I filmed a video down here. It was cleanish. Let's see here. Let's see if we can get comments so I can see what you're saying. Live chat. Okay, it says live chat, but I don't see it. Oh, there it is. Live chat. Successfully connected. Hi, Buggy. So nice to see you live. Hi. A. Come across as A. Oh. A-Y-L-A. Infinite. Okay, there's Kelly. Grotto. All right. Grotto to you too. What else do we have there? Do all messages. Well, I don't know if I can do that. Is that a thing? Is that possible? I'm not a streamer. I don't know how this works. Let's see here. Do all messages. Hey, there's Cobra Strike. Hey, man. So this is going out to Central Kentucky Bees. Got a question for you. You mentioned, because I'm making lids. Just hang tight a second. Hang tight a second. I'm making migratory tops. This goes out to Cobra Strike. You had a video a while back where you actually drilled a hole in the top, and you said that it was a specific sized drill bit that you needed, and whatever insert that you're using to put in those. Put that in the comments right here so that I can see. What are we talking about here? What's the bug farmer up to? Okay. Beekeeping painted. It is the most hated thing. Come on now. Put it in there. Come on, Cobra Strike. You're not doing it. That is. Maybe I've got the Central Kentucky Beekeeper and Cobra Strike confused. Maybe they're two different channels. I don't think so. Okay, here we go. It's a 2 3/4. Okay. Okay, you are. Okay. No, I'm the same. You are the same. Okay. So there's that. Now, so it's a 2 3/4 inch hole. What are you using for the plug? What are you putting down in there? Are you using like a lid to a mason jar? I think it was Bob Binney. He uses those plugs that are in the top of paint cans. It's about, I don't know, maybe it's 2 3/4. I don't know. What is it? Coming back over here to read. It's for the mason jar lids. Okay, so mason jar lids. So I'll get a bunch of mason jar lids. Maybe I'll do that because I want to be able to throw a bucket, a feeding bucket, directly on this lid when I'm done. I don't want to have to put a feeding bucket on an inner cover and then put another box because I don't have the woodware to do that. After I'm done with these splits, after harvest, I'll have 60 beehives. Because I'm going to take the 20 that I have at the farm, I'm going to double them, make 40, and I've got 20 here on the property outside the shop. So there you go. Let's see here. All right. I'm using the solid mason jar lids when I feed with a bucket. I pop the, okay, so there you go. All right. Perfect. That's what I needed. Okay. I'm not going to be able to see comments anymore because I've got to get to work. And it's now, according to my time, it's 20 after 12. It's time, right? That one swallow, I was just priming the pump. Let's see. I don't want to go with my lid first. I've got one more bottom board. I don't want to get ahead of myself. You know, I have a paint sprayer that I could probably paint these things very quickly. I don't want to do that. I can do it in one coat with my little sponge, my sponge guy here. Uh-oh. Got sawdust. You know what? We're gonna give these bees some texture. We're gonna put the sawdust right down in the paint. Give them something to hook their little claws onto. Now, for those of you who are just now joining this live stream, I don't know how much longer this is going to go. My phone gave me the low power warning. I did manage to get it plugged in, but I am using the lightning port on a iPhone. So the lightning port, it sucks. Not very good. It's not a good thing. I was commenting on how I liked USB-C, and that got us down on a tangent about the light bulb conspiracy and engineering to fail. I've got all kinds of interesting things I can talk about. Sometimes I can get kind of far out. I But I decided, I thought about doing this live stream last night when I was building these things. The problem is saws. All you'd hear with the table saw. I was on that table saw for hours yesterday, just cutting all these pieces. And then after that, it would have been the compressor and the nail gun going off. So I thought, you know what? Nobody's going to want to hear that or see that. Not that you want to watch me paint, Not that I'll just call you Huck Finn and tell you how fun it is. But, and for you millennials, you probably don't know who Tom Sawyer and Huck Finn are. I'm sorry. You're missing out on the literature. So there you go. There you go, and there you have it. Okay, we're almost done with the last bottom board. Here we go. Just have to paint 4 edges. And I'll be right onto the lids. So, for anybody who's been watching this whole time, and there's probably been one or two of you, but like I said before, those of you watching, you're the elites. You're kind of checking out what Bug Farmer's doing on a Sunday afternoon. But You are the elites. You absolutely are. I was going to tell you something, and then I sidetracked myself, and now I'm off track. So there you go. It happens. And the older I get, the more it happens. Ain't that the truth? Let's see here. Any more channels? What do you want to talk about? I'll tell you something now. I'm not talking politics here. I'm not. Just not. Not going to do it. Not going to do it. That's an old George Bush making fun of him. Then again, George Bush Sr. Well, I'm not going to talk about the Bushes because I kind of hate them all. There was a good and interesting, neat thing to watch. I don't know if you're familiar, and I'm not going to say. I'm going to skirt around the edges on this one because listen, I don't care what you believe politically. I like you just the same. It's like the whole Mr. Rogers thing. I like you just the way you are. If you want to be a hardcore conservative, that's fine. If you want to be a hardcore liberal, hey man, that's your world. You do you. I don't care. But I do me. And I'm still going to just walk around the edges because right now in today's society, there's some people, you know who you are. I don't think that any of them are on my channel. There's some people who, they've never heard sticks and stones break your bones and names will never hurt you and all that fun stuff. And they get upset about stupid things. So we're going to talk about that. But anyways, I don't know whether you heard about this or saw this, but you could look on YouTube and maybe look around in the news for what happened in New Jersey last night. Holy moly. Let's just say there was a political rally, and let's just say that there was about 100,000 people there at Coney Island. Holy moly. Wow. That guy must be doing something right. Again, I'm not talking politics. Not going to do it. I don't want to lose any subscribers because we can all like bees together, whether we're on the left or the right or the middle. But holy moly, it looks like we still may be able to save our freedom and our liberty yet. What else can we talk about? I don't know. Paint? How do you get paint off yourself? I don't know. Those of you just joining, leave some interesting channels that I can watch in the comments. Non-beekeeping channels that I can watch because we watch TV on the YouTube on the TV set. We don't have network TV or cable. Don't pay for any of that stuff. Put all my money into bees. Let me jump over here and see if I stirred up a political debate. Did I? Let's see here. Wow, Coney Island is still a go-to place. It is. From what I understand, it looked pretty booming on the video that I was watching yesterday. Roller coasters and whatnot in the background. Yeah. I like the Y-Files too. There you go, McKay's Bees. It's great. I like hecklefish. Yeah. I think I want to get some hecklefish merch. Let's see here. And farming and chickens. Hi, Michael. Michael Stein. Hello. How many people are on there now? It's probably like you 4. That's it. I talked about 17. We got 18. Look at this. Holy moly. We're on fire. There's 18 people watching. Holy moly. I'm like a celebrity. Ha! I'm not. Furthest thing from it, fellas and fellettes. Furthest thing from it. There you go. Anyways, you can talk about it down there, but I was talking earlier about my harvest that's coming up. I think it's going to be June 1st. I've got a lot going on. I really need to be out there now. Next year, I think what I will do is I will harvest probably about this time in May. That way, after I harvest and give the boxes back to the girls for them to clean up, they still have a few weeks to recover and put more honey in their boxes so that I don't have to give them much feed. I'm about to go to the manager of Kroger and ask him if he'll order me in a pallet of 25-pound bags of sugar so that I can start making feed. But I think my harvest is going to be June 1st or thereabouts. I've got a lot going on. I've got my daughter's graduation. She's graduating high school and starting college this year. It's the last couple of weeks of school. I've got a lot going on with my job. A lot of projects happening. So there's a lot going on that's going to prevent me from doing my harvest early this year, because I should probably be out there harvesting. And I did give my girls like 16 more supers last weekend just so they can start drawing honey with the nectar, drawing honeycomb with the nectar that they find, because next year I do need more comb. And I will give them super light syrup after the harvest, not 1-to-1, but I'm talking super light syrup after the harvest, maybe 1/3 to 1, just so it will mimic nectar and allow the girls to continue to draw out those frames. I think I'm going to go on a frame drawing initiative for the remainder of the summer while I'm trying to build up my new 20 hives that I'm going to be creating. Once these dry and after the harvest, I want to get a lot of drawn comb for next year. Drawn comb is like gold. You know, it just is. And, you know, I've had a lot of bees drawing some cattywampus comb, and I think that's because the way I was putting it in there, I wasn't, you know, smashing all of the comb tightly together in the box. But I really hate re-waxing comb that you buy and it's double waxed, and it's supposed to be double waxed, and if you don't re-wax it, then it doesn't have enough wax. So I think I'm going to come up with a way to quickly wax foundation, but I'm hoping that the girls will draw out enough of it to where next year I can go into the flow and really have an advantage, really be able to crank out some honey. And I may do some demarays again next year. I probably won't do all demarays, because the demaray split, it does work. I'll tell you this, I have a lot of honey on some of those hives over there. Some of them not so much, but some of them I have a lot of honey. But there's so much work trying to chase down queen cells and chase down all the stuff that's going on inside the hive, because now I don't know whether you've had this problem, and I've mentioned this in the videos lately, but I'm having a huge problem, and not just over at the farm with the demarays, but here with the bee barns as well, and even the non-bee barns here and over at the farm. The bees are storing a lot of honey down in the brood nest. I mean, they're filling the brood nest with honey, getting honey bound, and then swarming. And I don't know how to prevent that other than to continue to go over to the farm and checkerboard frames out that they filled with honey and put, you know, put frames in there that are not filled, but they're basically empty foundations. Well, they'll draw the foundation out, and instead of letting the queen who's down there fill the foundation, what they'll do is they'll fill it with honey again. So I have to remove it and put another one in there. Well, I got to the point last week where I ran out of deep frames. I've got a couple, not here, over in the other room. I've got a couple from some new hives I built, and I've got a whole bunch of medium frames, but as far as deep frames, I'm running lean on them, and the girls just keep filling them up. And my problem with the bee barns is out there this year is that my bee barns are filled with honey. I don't need to fill them at all or feed them at all after harvest. They've got everything they need down in the bee barn, but I can't get them to move upstairs and start packing honey into these supers. I've got 2 supers on each one of them, and I'll be lucky if I get a super's worth of honey out of each bee barn this year. And let me tell you, I've only had 2 of them swarm. One of them I caught, the other one was just the other day, and it flew up into the ether. It was 30, 40, 50 feet in the tree. I wasn't about to sweat it, let them go, it's the end of the season. But the problem is every time they swarm, they fill themselves with honey, so they take half your honey and half your bees and fly away, and that's no fun after you've been working hard all season long to try to get them to leave it with you. But there you go, and there you have it. So if you have experienced honey down in your brood chamber this year, or you know why that's happening, put it down in the comments below. I would really love to know that. Now, what am I going to do with this? I've got a dilemma. Where am I going to stack these? You know what? I can probably stack them right here. Move the brewski. Have to keep looking up the camera to make sure the phone to make sure that it's on. Now, if this thing goes out and it just goes to video ended, the battery died, and I'm sorry. So that may happen, and if that's the case, I'll say bye like every 10 minutes. Thanks for watching. See you next time. That's taken care of now, because I don't know when that's going to die. It could go any second. Then again, that maybe when I plug the power cord in, it's going to continue to go for hours. I don't know what the time limit is on a live stream. I'm just going to let you hang out with me as long as I'm down here. Maybe there'll be some people watching the whole time. Maybe there won't. I don't know. I've got to find a way to stack these. And I don't think that, well, you know what, I can use my dowels. Give me a second. All right. Here we go. I have some small dowels. And I'll just set them here and here. Now, once I do this, I can't go that way. You know what I can do? I hate to break them. I'll break them. Why not? There we go. Those two are broken. Now, we'll move this right there. The next one will go on top of there. So on and so forth. Bang. And bang. All right. We're back in action. Back in action. Let's take this one. Uh-oh, there's a long comment. Let me see here. Okay. Can't pass up fast enough to get there. Michael Stein is in Mississippi. Oh, do you see this? Vivor. They are really good sponsors of this channel. Some people like Vivor, some people hate Vivor. I like Vivor. They've provided me with some neat stuff. I think this is, no, that's Top Don. That's my thermal camera. They gave me that, which works well. But Vivor, let me show you what Vivor gave me. And I used it in a previous, you know what, I'm doing a live stream now, so I should probably use it right now. Wait a second. You ready for this? All right, here we go. Whoa, hey, look at that. Look at that. Colorful lights. Look at that. Stage lighting. Can't beat it. I want to thank Vivor for putting that out. Now, I can't put a link in the description, but I have an upcoming video where I am reviewing one of their beehives, and I actually show that, and I will have a link to these stage lights if you'd like them. If you YouTube and if you live stream, so this is a trick that I learned in Las Vegas. All right. So I went to Vegas and I took my wife in. So I'm going to tell you a story here. And she might be home from church and she may be upstairs, in which case she's probably hearing this story and she's going to be mad that I told you. But I'm going to tell you anyways because, I mean, I share, right? So we went to Vegas, and I'm a Frank Sinatra fan. Like Sinatra, but I know it's music my grandfather would have listened to if he was still around. But it's the Rat Pack. These guys are cool. I'm a Rat Pack kind of guy. I like that kind of music. That's one of the genres I like. I like a lot of genres of music. But that's one of my favorites. So they had a Frank Sinatra impersonator that had a whole show. We were staying at the what was it? Palazzo, the nice hotel. It had all those boats that the Italians. You know what I'm talking about. Anyway, so we were there. And we had flown in, so my wife had jet lag, and the Sinatra show was that night. And this guy was, I mean, he was a dead ringer for Sinatra. And what made the whole show, what made the whole thing work was stage lighting. And it was red, green, and blue light hitting from all the directions. So it's magic lighting. It's what Hollywood uses, right? This guy looked like Sinatra. He sounded like Sinatra. He would had the same mannerisms as Sinatra. He would walk around and talk to the band, and it was Sinatra. Even though Sinatra had passed, this guy was a great Sinatra impersonator. Anyways, so now the part my wife wouldn't like. So I'm sitting there, and now, I know that there's some people out there that watch my channel that are much older than I am, and I'm how old am I now? I'm in my mid-50s, right? So I'm getting older myself. I'm getting up there, and people in the crowd. Let's just say that everybody in the crowd that was watching the Sinatra show in Vegas was probably at minimum 20 years younger than or older than me, minimum. I'm the youngest. To all the chicks in that place, man, I was the guy. I could have been Sinatra. I was getting a lot of attention, right? And my wife is there next to me, but I'm a young stud walking around this place because all the other guys in there were 70, 80, 90, and their women were on their arms. It was a great show. I mean, again, I like that generation. I'm a huge fan. And my wife, the jet lag had set in, right? So we're sitting down there, we're watching Sinatra, and we're watching him do his thing. My wife's not a Sinatra fan to begin with, but we're sitting there, and she's just passed out drooling. Okay, she wasn't drooling. Not that I would tell anybody, but she's passed out on me. And everybody around there thought that she was hammered. They thought she was drunk from being at the bars or the casinos. She had jet lag really, really bad. My wife, she didn't get hammered. It's not something she does. But it was hilarious. So stage lighting led to a Sinatra story, a fake Sinatra story about an imposter and their magic lighting, and my wife being passed out inside of a room full of geriatric Sinatra fans, where I was the stud. I was the guy. I was Chad, because I was a young buck, younger buck, because there wasn't anybody any younger than me there. I was the youngest. My wife was the youngest woman in the place, but again, she looked like she was passed out. It's just that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. But stage lighting. So there you go. It will work if you're doing a YouTube channel, a nicely lit room. I mean, look at Frederick Dunn's studio. Look at his set. It's beautiful. I mean, that guy. But then again, he's a videographer and a photographer. He understands lighting and LUTs and editing. And Frederick Dunn is the guy. If you want to know anything about creating YouTube content and quality work, visit his channel. I'm telling you, visit his channel. I don't think he's ever done any videos that I can find where he's teaching you how he does his videos or how he does his camera work. For all I know, there's a Frederick Dunn photography channel that I don't know about where he does all of that stuff. If not, he should make one, because he understands the lighting and how it's important. And now I can do it. I mean, you see this? Here's another interesting thing, really quick, before I've got to get to painting these things. And the camera might die any minute now, so if it does, it's been nice talking to you. Thanks for coming along. Has it been 10 minutes yet? Anyways, here's an interesting factoid about that light right there. Who is that? Is that Castle Hives? It is Castle Hives. Brian, how are you doing, buddy? I just saw I'm looking at my phone, and I'm blind here, but I saw the yellow dot show up there by a comment. Couldn't see that it was your comment because I can't see the comments. They're over here on the TV set. But here's a little snippet, little factoid here. If you mix red, green, and yellow, or red, green, and blue lights together, it makes white light. So you can shine red, green, and blue light right on you. And as long as it's concentrated together, it's going to look like white light. But what it does is it will give like an HDR effect. And that's what they were using on the stage in Vegas. It was kind of an HDR effect. It was, if you know what high dynamic range video is, or photographs, that basically all the lights, darks, and midtones are all elevated so that you really don't have shadows in it, and it worked really, really well. So that's why you would want to use those. And they gave me 4 of them. I've got that one here and 3 more right there. So if I decide to do a live, and if I can get my camera working, maybe I'll do it. I know Brian invited me to the stream team. I might jump on there one of these days, but I've got to get my microphone. I told you earlier, my microphone is like, It's a nice mic. I don't understand it. It's the exact same mic that Glenn Beck uses on the Blaze channel and the Glenn Beck channel. It's the exact same microphone, except, and I've got a sound treated room. There's no sound can bounce anywhere off any walls in the place that I've set up with my microphone, but it sounds like I'm in a jug. It's got to be something to do with my soundboard or something. It sounds like I'm in a jug, and I don't understand it, and I can't seem to make it stop. I was thinking about getting one of those Shure SM7B mics with something called a cloud lifter, and maybe that will make it work better so that I can actually talk and it be not echoey or not sound like I'm in a jug or at a tin can, because sometimes I have to do voiceover for my videos, and it's so clearly a voiceover because it sounds echoey and tinny and all that other fun stuff. So there you go. So anyways, I can see that Brian's saying something again. Let me see if I can see it. We'll line up a date. You can join the stream one of these days. I'm not ready yet. Again, I've got to get my mic going. And right now, as you know, well, it's not harvest for you yet up there in Ohio, but I'm right up against harvest here. I've got no time. I barely have time to do this. And what I'm doing in this live stream, this video, by the way, Brian, you see how it looks like you just joined. I'm making 20 bottom boards, and I've made 20 migratory covers, and I've got to paint them all, because after I do my splits, or after I do my harvest in the farm bee yard, I'm going to split those colonies, because I didn't do splits in the spring, and I want to get 20 more colonies built up so that I can go into next year with 40 colonies over at the farm. And then I've got to find another bee yard. I've got to find another place where I can do bees. So there you go, and there you have it. But one day we'll get together on the stream, and my problem is this. So Brian, I'm gonna lay it out for you here. The stream team, that channel talks a lot about bees, and that's good. It's a beekeeping channel thing, but I want to talk about things other than bees, man. I could talk about painting. We've been on some tangents. If you haven't watched this live stream, Brian, go back and listen. We were talking about the light bulb conspiracy, engineer to fail. All kinds of crazy stuff. Bees. I talk about bees in all my other videos. And I was also, now that I have, I think, more people on here. Let me see. I'm gonna take a count. Raise your hand if you're watching the channel. I'm gonna look at you really quick. Hold on a second. Okay, we have 17. I think 17's been the max so far. We've not got more than 17. Anyways, I'm killing it. I'm just killing it. 17 people out there. Woo! Anyways, I lost my train of thought again. I'm derailed by checking out how many people. Wait a second, because it was important. When it comes back to me, we're going to talk about it, because I totally lost it. All right, I've got to start painting. Now it's going to bug me. Now it is going to bug me. Oh, I got it. It's back. Kind of went on hiatus and came back. It's back. Now I know what I wanted to talk about. I've already said it once to some of the folks who were on the stream in the beginning. Do I want to go over it again? It's kind of boring. No, you know what? Oh, now I kind of have to. I'm thinking about releasing some raw video of my beekeeping adventures. If that's something you want to see, let me know. Let me know down in the comments. Because everything you see is edited. I could beekeep and just release the entire thing, but that's a long videos. We're talking 2-3 hours. It's, like I said, a lot lands on the cutting room floor. So if that's something you guys want to see, I can put it out there. But I don't know. I don't know if it's something that there would be an interest for. Maybe I'll do a Patreon, earn a little bit of money that way. Put my raw stuff out there. So there you go. There you go, and there you have it. So speaking of up there, Brian, in Ohio, have to say I miss Ohio. Born and raised. I don't know. Are you in? You've told me this before. Are you in northeastern Ohio? Because that's where I was from, northeastern Ohio. Are you from northeastern Ohio? I know a guy named Schick. He's from northwestern Ohio. CJ. Numismatic, how are you? Oh, yeah, the stingometer. Yeah, I'll tell you. Okay, so while becoming on the road to becoming a beekeeper, a crazy thing happened. And let me tell you what that crazy thing is. I promise I will put the stingometer out there as soon as I get stung this year. I've not been stung yet. So the stingometer was great when my first maybe 3 years of beekeeping, because I got stung all the time. Now, I got stung a couple of times last year, and I think I did it. I got stung on the number 5 hive at the farm. I don't know whether, I think I did the stingometer on that one. But I tell you what, I haven't been stung a lot these days. And you know, the stingometer is a lot of work, and I like doing it. You know, I had Mike Rowe do all the voiceovers for me. I don't know whether you ever listened to The Voice. Mike Rowe, have you ever listened to it and said, hey, wait a second, that's Mike Rowe from Dirty Jobs? Well, I have Mike Foe that does mine. If you watch one of my Christmas specials, I think a couple of years back, where I think it was the same year I got stung 23 times by the green hive, the 23 sting salute. And actually, if you watch my Halloween special that I put out every year, it's basically the same short film that I made with the murderer chasing me around, the guy with the mask, the hockey mask, chasing me around trying to kill me, and the bees saved me, and the stingometer goes off. Well, that is the voice of Chuck Fresh, and he is my Mike Foe. He does celebrity impersonations, and he's also a voiceover guy. He does Sirius XM. He's got a channel out there, Chuck Fresh. He's got like 10 channels out there actually. But he does if you have Sirius XM and you've ever heard Hair Nation, well, that's Chuck Fresh. Anyways, he is my voiceover guy, and he did the Mike Rowe for the stingometer, and it was always a lot of fun. And you know, I like it. I don't mind doing the edit on it. It's a fun edit. The problem is, you know, that, like I said, the crazy thing happened on my road to becoming a beekeeper. I must be learning something, because I don't really get stung that much anymore. That said, I also wear a full bee jacket now, because I found one that is breezy, and that's the Ultra Breeze. It lets me breathe, and I can just wear a t-shirt underneath, because I tell you what, I used to wear the long sleeve bug farmer shirts beekeeping, and here in the South it gets hot. I mean, it gets, you know, our summer, and we haven't had it yet, but it's coming. July and August here in September are a nightmare, because our temps are 95 plus, but the humidity's like 99 plus. So it's like you're in a sauna. It's that bad, right? You know, and the reason the 23 sting thing happened, and the reason they got me, and I got stung 23 times by that green hive, is, I don't know whether you can tell. You can, if you slow it down, you can see the bees actually starting to stick to my shirt. But my shirt is soaking wet from sweat. My pants were soaking wet, because usually a sting wouldn't get through your jeans, but I was soaking wet from sweat. And man, when you're wet, fabric doesn't protect you. Those stingers go right in, and they got me. And that's why that one was so funny. And tell your wife that that when I get stung, it'll be just, I'll do that stingometer just for Mrs. Numismatic up there in Canada. I will, I promise. We will give her the stingometer. I might go in and just take my face and bury it in a hive and get stung. No, I'm not going to do that. Just so I can make the stingometer come back. I won't do that. I don't want to do that. But there you go, and there you have it. That's what happened to the stingometer. I guess, seems this thing is still going. So in case the camera shuts off, I'll say goodbye now. Goodbye now. It's been, what, 10 minutes? Okay. I'm going to say goodbye every 10 minutes just in case, because we're going to be talking, and it's just the stream is going to end, because my camera gave me I've only got 20% power left a while ago. I've plugged it in since, but again, we've gone over the whole lightning cable thing from Apple, which got us down the rabbit hole of, you know, designed to fail. But anyways, there you go. So let me do this. Let me finish painting this, and I'm going to look. I want you guys to think of some comments, some questions for me. And I'm going to paint this one, and after I set it down on the stack there, I'm going to walk over to the TV set here, and I am going to read a question or 2 or 5, and I'll answer some questions in real time. Saves my fingers. I still have comments that I've got to reply to from Friday's video. I try to reply to all comments. I tell you what, since I've been doing this, I have responded to every single comment that has come into this channel. And let me tell you, we're talking thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands, lots of comments. I've responded to every single one of them. And I'm hoping that I will get to the point one day on one video where I get so many comments that I can't do it. That would be nice. You know, I'm trying to build the channel, and I tell you what, it's a grind. And Brian at Castle, you know this, because you're a YouTube beekeeper. It's a grind. Trying to grow the channel is a grind. Grind. I don't know what it is. You know, I try to keep improving on my content, my quality, my thumbnails, because my thumbnail game, I've upped my thumbnail game, as has been told to me by Blanchard. Thank you, Blanchard, for noticing. But it's a grind. It's a grind. And I'm really trying to do everything I can to try to grow the channel. Outside of, I mean, there's some other beekeepers. I'm not mentioning any names, but you know, I could get some chicks and have them beekeep in their underwear. You know, that would bring in the views. I'm not going to do that. You know, I'm not going to do that. I'd have to hire them, and you know, my wife's not going to do it. You know, so there you go. So we're not doing that. So I'm going to have to do it the old-fashioned way. You got to watch an old fat bug farmer do bees. So there you go. I'll grow it one way or another. We're going to grow the channel. We're going to keep it going. We're going to keep it going. So, have you got your questions ready? I'm coming over. I'm going to put on my eyeballs. All right, here we go. Grab my beer. It's break time. I've been doing this all morning. It's break time. All right, what do we got here? Let's see here. How much does your family participate? Okay, so my wife had actually made a channel, and she had 2 hives. She was doing her own thing out there. And she got too busy with life. Again, I've got a daughter that's about to graduate. I've got my son he's in his teens, and between their school schedule, her work schedule, my work schedule, me doing the bees, not a lot. I mean, she doesn't have time to do YouTube anymore. On the harvest, she will help me. She helps me every harvest. You see her in the video every harvest. I have my friend Brady, the albino beekeeper. He'll come over and help me. I've got a couple of folks that I work with who may come over and help me this year. So we'll see how that works out. But she helps a little bit. Mostly it's me. My son, sometimes he'll come out, and if I can twist his arm and get him away from the video games, I can get him out to the bee yard. And I pretty much do it for his own mental health and to get my son in the sun. I want to get my son in the sun, because kids these days, it's hard to get them outside. You gotta tie a rope on them and pull them out. That's what I try to do. I try to get him out any chance that I get. So you'll probably see my son in a lot of videos coming down the pipe, just because I'm trying to get him into beekeeping, not to get him into beekeeping, but to get him into doing something that's outside. So there you go. They participate about 5%. All right, what do we have here? Okay, acreage. Well, so here's the thing. Acreage. My friend, the albino beekeeper, myself, how I got over at the farm. You go up and talk to people who have acreage. My buddy, he's got his hives on a property right down the road from his house. He lives in a very close-knit neighborhood as well. But he's got 2 or 3 hives in his backyard. He likes to keep a few. And I think I did a video where I showed him to you. And then we went over to his other bee yard, which was on someone else's property. And a lot of people who have big plots of land who aren't using it will happily let you put bees there. And what I offer is a full hive worth of honey. So if I'm going to put 20 hives on the property, I'll put 21, and then everything that I harvest from one of the hives will go to the landowner. So they get free honey. Basically, as long as my bees are on the property, they never have to pay for honey again. And you know, from one hive, you can get a 5-gallon bucket, you know, easy. So that's enough honey to keep their family happy for an entire year. They can make mead, they can bake with it, they can have it on their toast and their tea. And right now, honey's expensive. We're talking, in my area, it's going between $10.99 a pound and I think $15 a pound. People will pay for real honey. Grocery store honey, you can pick it up for $3 a jar, a honey bear, but we all know that's high fructose corn syrup. That's not real. real honey, local honey from your area. People pay the money for it, and you know every 60-gallon bucket is a $600 bucket worth of honey. So there you go. Let's see. Do we have any more comments or questions? Let's see here. I don't see any. Is it on? Oh. Oh, there's one. Castle Hives, LOL. No more comments. Okay, no questions. If there's nothing that you want to know about the bug farmer, well, then I'm going to get back to work. I thought I'd have a few ways. I've got to see if geese are in my yard. If so, I've got to plink them out with the air rifle. I'll be right back. No, they were just flying by. That's okay. That is all right. Oh, there's a comment. Wait a second. I missed 2 of your questions. I'm sorry that they're behind me. I can only answer one at a time. And I can't go back. I don't have a computer down here. If I see something pop up on the camera screen, I'll zip over and look at it. Yeah, something just popped up. There it is. Let's see here. How do I market my honey? Okay, here's the thing. Honey markets itself. I tell you, it sells itself. It's unbelievable. I've got actually there's a farmer's market that we're about to go start doing probably after harvest. We signed up for it. Only costs $25 to do a table and sell as much honey as you want. But I sell to local Ace Hardwares. I will provide it to them, and they sell it to their customers, so it sells itself. Am I getting full price for it? No, because they've got to make some margin too. But you know, if you leave 10 or 20% for them for a product that sells itself, they're going to jump on it all day long, and you're still making enough money to cover your costs and put some more into some equipment. Now, some of you haven't or don't follow me on Instagram, and maybe you don't know. I've got new equipment that I'm going to be using this year. Speaking of equipment, I've got a nice uncapper. I've got a nice Hilco extractor that I'm going to be using, and I've got a honey bottler that I'm going to be showing off on the channel this year. Actually, I'm going to be doing it to try to save myself time. Last year's harvest was, oh gosh, it took from 11 in the morning to 11 o'clock at night just to do the extraction, and I don't have that kind of time. The folks who are helping me, they don't have that kind of time, so I have to speed up the process. Nothing on the TV screen, no questions. So if you've got one more there, numismatic, put it up there, and I'll be happy to answer it. Anybody else, if you have questions, just dump them out. See, I veered into some politics, and now everybody's like, "Oh my God, I hate that guy." I tried to veer into it as lightly as possible while still sharing something that I thought was amazing. Don't hate me for it. Don't tase me, bro. Do you know where that's from? Oh, I see a question pop up. I better get over there. Let me finish painting this side. All right, take a look. Maintain honor system where the roadside dealer. Okay, so the honor system. I think that is fantastic. And I think that may still work in rural parts of this country. Like I think somebody like Castle Hives, like Brian, I think he could probably get away with that where he lives. Where I live, no. Unfortunately, see, you're sucking me into to politics, kind of, but it's not really politics. But this generation of youth have been raised by parents who weren't raised very well, and there is a huge gap, in my opinion, of honor and morality that's plaguing this country right now. And because of that, if I were to put cabinet out with honey and a slot where you would slide the money in and open the cabinet and take your one bottle of honey, if I would put that out, I would go back the next day and all the honey would be gone and the money box would be ripped out of it. It'd just be gone. I wouldn't even know whether somebody ever paid at all. Because people today are, well, they're people today. Have you ever tried the Eco Wood treatment instead of painting? There are two different kinds. First Eco Wood, then Killer Bees. Eco Wood, I have not. I think Vino Farms tried that a while or used that. I think he still uses that. I don't know. I think it's a water soluble thing. Listen, I like bees. I like nature, and I'm all about the environment. I mean, you see my world in my videos where I curate my own world. It's a little gardeny, flowery, beautiful green area. I'm all about nature and everything else. I don't fall for gimmicks. I don't fall for gimmicks. If it says Eco Wood, in my opinion, probably 3 times the number of chemicals that are bad for you have been put into that product. And then the thing that I don't think most people understand is that when they're being marketed to on things that they are emotionally attracted to, and people who are emotional about being environmental and getting eco and getting green stuff, because you have to understand that, and we're going into my realm of, I'm old, but when I was young, I'm about to rant. Where's my soapbox? I gotta get my soapbox. Here's the thing. Since I was in probably 1st or 2nd grade, that's when they started all this Earth Day nonsense and the planet's gonna die. They told me when I was a kid that we were gonna have a new ice age was gonna come. It was gonna wipe us out in the 70s. And then it was gonna heat up in the 80s. And then it went to just the climate change and all this environmental nonsense. But the problem is this, that an entire probably 2 or 3 generations of children have been steeped in this stuff. Do I believe in a great clean planet? Yes, I do. I grew up watching the Indian crying because there was litter in his, they used to put him on TV. There was litter in his river and he cried, and that made me sad. But I'm not a litter bug. I pick up after myself, except some honeycomb that I leave outside the hives that people get on me to in the comments. You're throwing the comb on the ground. I pick it up and I put it in a bucket and I bring it here and I melt it right here. Actually, from my last beekeeping adventure, this is the comb that I threw on the ground and picked it up just to show you I did do that. So there you go. So there's all 3 generations of people who were brought up on Earth Day and green, and you're going to die from global warming, or you're going to die from global freezing, or climate change is real, or you've only got a few years left. They've been indoctrinated into this way of thinking, and I can put it to you like this: if I told you that an apple was blue from the minute you're a child, I tell you that an apple is blue. So every time you see red, that's blue. No matter what anybody tells you, you're gonna believe that apple is blue, and that anything that is the same color as the apple is also blue. I will have convinced you beyond a shadow of a doubt that red is blue. Well, you've had generations of people that have been brought into this, right? So that the marketers now know this, right? Because all these people are the same people. They decide what fashion is. So, parachute pants were cool in the 80s. Why? Not because we thought they were cool, because the marketers told us that it was cool. We had to have it if we wanted to be cool. Well, they're telling us that everybody's worried that everything's going to die from environmental this, that, and the other. So we have to get eco this, eco that. They're playing on, they teach you, they make you emotional about it, and then they sell you. And when they can't sell you that anymore, they'll put it in their hip pocket, and then they'll start teaching you, making you emotional about something else, and then they'll sell it to you. And then these things cycle around, and it's a never-ending cycle. Blue jeans, tennis shoes, makeup, hairstyles, music. And I guess it's because I'm getting older and I see it differently than when I was in it. When I was a kid growing up, I wanted to be cool. I wanted to be as cool as the next guy. I try to explain this to my kids all the time as well, that you are on you're on a cistern, a turntable, and people are trying to market, and so anything eco, I avoid, because chances are it's like they're saying we need solar panels. Well, you know how many people die mining by hand the chemicals and stuff necessary to make solar panels, and how much pollution and garbage is created as a byproduct of trying to make solar panels. It's a lot, right? Would I like to have a solar panel? Yeah, I'd like to have a way to keep my battery charged. I may get a few of them. Am I going to get it because it's going to help the sun or help the earth? I don't think the earth needs help. I'm part of the George Carlin school of thought. If Earth doesn't like us, it can shake us off like a tick. It's been alive and around forever. You know, we may be seen as a plague to the earth, and if so, it will shake us off when it's time. But there you go. So enough about that. Now I've just lost probably about 30% of my subscribers. I'm sorry. I'm old, I'm oldish, and I'm set in my ways, and I take a realistic view of everything. I'm pragmatic, right? Now, killer bees. I have thought that Red Dawn, if you've ever seen the video Red Dawn, I think that those were Africanized bees. Look back at my video. Watch the Red Dawn Redux. I went back and I re-edited it, and because I had learned to edit better than when I edited the first one. So Red Dawn Redux is better. If I edited it right now, that's a weird thing to say. If I re-edited the video right now, it would probably be about 30% shorter than it was the second time I edited it, because I can more easily leave things on the cutting room floor that allow me to tell the story without destroying the video. So I think that those were Africanized bees. Now, I see another comment, and then I'm gonna come back. I've got something to tell you about Africanized bees. Remind me if I forget. Okay. Oh, I'm sure it's good stuff. Don't get me wrong. I'm sure it's good stuff. I'll tell you what I like, to be honest. If we're sharing finishes here, let me see here. Where is it? Do I even have any? Wait a second. I'm looking at my stash of stuff here. I don't think I have any right now. I like. Come on. I know I have some. There it is. There we go. I like this. McCloskey's Spar Varnish. McCloskey. Okay, this is good stuff. This is what they paint on sailboats. And if a sailboat can fly around out there in salt water in the sun and waves and weather and it works for them, if it worked for the SS Minnow, is what I'm trying to say, then it's going to work for me. I like McCloskey's Spar Varnish when I'm doing my hives for the backyard, because I like the wood grain look. Now I'm going for the quickest and cheapest way that I can protect these hives from the elements, and I happen to have a can of exterior latex paint down in my stash, and that's what I chose. Now, killer bees. I have a solution for killer bees. I have a solution. I can get rid of the killer bees, not just in our southern states and Mexico and South America. I can get rid of them everywhere. I can get rid of Africanized bees in Africa. I have a solution. You're right. But I tell you what. Okay, so the SS Minnow is probably not the good one. Even though it had a hole in the boat, the remains were on Gilligan's Island for a long time, and the professor could fix everything except a hole in the boat. But the boat was still there, and it looked pretty good. It was still, the white SS Minnow. Just had a big giant hole in the side of it. I don't know what they hit out there. They hit something that put a hole in the boat during a storm. Maybe they ran into a rock, but rocks in the ocean. I don't know. It must have been something big. Maybe another boat. All right, Africanized bees. How can we prevent Africanized bees? Let me stack this and I will tell you. I'm gonna share you some bug farmer wisdom. And this is now somebody's gonna do this. Let's note the date and time, because I'm providing the solution right here. Right, it came from me. Bug farmer on his YouTube channel. I don't know what the day is, but it's Sunday. I don't know the date, but it's 1:15, and that is Gilligan's Head. That's possible. If the southern states of the United States and South America and Africa by itself want to get rid of Africanized bees, here's what I would suggest doing. I would suggest setting up beehives of the most docile Italian bees that one can set up. And I mean, this is something that like Texas could do. That Texas could pass a bill and say, we're going to do this. We're going to get rid of the Africanized bees. Then in those beehives, you set it up where you have the brood nest, maybe make it 2 deeps, right? Just a double deep brood nest. But only put maybe 1 or 2 normal comb in there. Put the rest of it drone comb, right? And then feed it. So that your top box would have some drone comb and a couple of frames of honey, and the bottom box would have some drone comb and a couple of frames for the standard foundation for the worker bees. And what you do is you swamp the entire area with docile drones. Just swamp it with docile drones, so that when the virgin killer bees go out to mate, well, they're getting mated with docile Italian drones, right? And if you could do this successfully and do it for a while, I think you could like backflow, like change the genetics of the Africanized bees that are coming this way by continuously mating their queens with docile drones. I solved the problem. All right, let's see here. Yeah, that's right. See, there you go. I'm just saying, you I guess you could commercialize it. You could become a drone beekeeper and sell your drone services to people that are affected by Africanized bees and say, listen, let me put this hive on your property of drones and charge them weekly, monthly, daily, hourly, I don't know. But you could do that. And now you've taken care of you put some coin in your pocket, you've taken care of the Africanized bees. You'll be a renowned beekeeper. People will write books about you. And then they're going to say, oh, but they got that information from Bug Farmer's channel. He did a live stream one time from his basement. And that's where they got the idea. Big business, big business. It's all big business. Here you go. We're going to do it. All right, any more questions? Hey, there's something that just popped up. I should really move this TV over in front of me. Okay, Japanese hornets. I don't see them being a problem. I really don't. And I don't want my bees to be as aggressive as the Japanese bees that ball the killer hornets and cook them. Right? I don't want my bees to be that aggressive. I would much rather see anybody who's affected by this. So I'm going to solve your problem, killer hornet people out on the West Coast. See, you've come to the right place. And this is because I don't poison the well of ideas. That's why you always see me. I came up with the Beetle Sucker 5000. I don't poison the well of ideas. I come up with solutions that may already have solutions. There may be solutions to these problems out there, but I kind of do my own thing without thinking about what other people have done. I don't want to know about it because then I won't come up with something different. The killer hornet thing is very easy to solve. It can be as easy as creating entrances that are similar to a mouse guard, but just the holes are a little bit smaller, where basically you have bee space, 3/8 inch hole, or even a little bit smaller that only bees can get in and out of. If a drone can get in and out, great. The Africanized hornets, you might get a couple of them sitting on your landing board, but they're not going to get into the hive to wipe out the bees because they can't fit into the hive. Now you could have your guards come out one at a time, battling the hornets, and they might lose. It might be like the movie The 300, but that's my take on it. Bert is joining late and starting at the beginning, and if Bert has already done that, he doesn't even know that I'm responding to the comment that he just left. But when you get here, it's a couple, maybe an hour or so down the road. I don't know how long I've been doing this. I'm thankful that you went back to the beginning. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Excellent. Excellent. Egg salad. More grocery store humor. I used to run a grocery store. That's why you hear me from time to time say egg salad or dill pickle. Like, what's your dill pickle? Get it? Instead of your deal. What's your deal? What's your deal? Anyways, yeah, just grocery store humor. Used to run a grocery store. I was a grocer back in the day, in my 20s. I was a grocer. That's where I got my manager and director level chops, dealing with about 125 employees and 55,000 square feet of grocery store. Angry customers. No, my customers were great. They weren't angry. They were happy. I kept their store stocked with food, and they gave me their money and visited me every week. Everything worked the way that it was supposed to. Back in the day, learned a lot about marketing and advertising and stuff from that, which is why I have my specific ideas about advertising and eco this and all that. It's because I've been there, but I understand how people sell things to other people, and some of it is disingenuous, to say the least. And I try to not only not be that guy, I try to call it out when I see it. So there you go. Keep looking to see if I can see anything pop up on the screen. I think I'm getting better at this live stream thing here. I'm acknowledging the, hey, there's something that popped up. The comments that pop up. I wish they would stay up until another one comes up. That way I wasn't rushed to finish my little paint dealie here. Get over there and see it before it vanishes. Let's see here. Oh, the 60, I like them too. The 6-ounce aluminums. I like the Bob Ross icon it looks like there. Okay, I'll tell you how the Hornets are getting through customs. Privet is flowing strong in Knoxville. You know, I heard that, and I've seen a little bit of Privet here. I'll tell you who's loving the Privet is Joseph Rawls, Mike Berry, Dirt Rooster, and Mr. Ed down there in Louisiana. Privet is a huge flow for them. And we have, like I said, we have a little bit of it here. Right now, clover is popping everywhere for me. So I'm hoping to fill my boxes with some more clover honey. But Privet's a pretty big deal for a lot of folks. And yeah, I wish I had some. I wish I had more of it here. What else do we have here? Let's see here. A yammer. I'm a yammerer too. I yammer a lot. That's it. Let's see here. Our Privet just started in Mississippi. Tallow is starting. See, and that's something else. Now, Mike Berry gave me some honey when I was down there for their harvest, and I'm sure he gave me some tallow honey, or some honey with some tallow in it. I really couldn't pick out the unique flavor. I would like to try some tallow honey that's nothing but tallow. Maybe I'll go to the Savannah Bee Company and get some, or maybe Mike Berry, if he watches this and gets this far into it, maybe he'll send me a jar of his tallow harvest. I would love to try it. All right. My hummingbird feeder has just been filled. Oh, you have wildfires? You know, I don't know. I don't know about excess smoke. I don't know. I know I used to smoke my bees too much, and now I just give them a little puff. I just let them know I'm coming. I try not to really smoke the hives. I know that excess smoke will make your honey taste like smoke. Honey is kind of like cheese. It will absorb the flavors around it. So yeah, if you put too much smoke, if you smoke your bees too much, you can end up with smoky honey. And it's my understanding, not that I know because I've not entered any honey contests yet, that if you enter a honey contest, your honey is judged, and if the judge can taste smoke in your honey, then that counts points off, I guess. I don't know. Again, I've not done any. So there you go. But I plan on it. I plan on doing a honey competition eventually. Oh man, these comments are just crazy. You go over here. Flow Supers produce the most natural. Yes, they do. I've got 2 flow hives sitting in the freezer, well, in the fridge of my. I've got a freezer fridge combo in the other room. I've got my frame sitting. I didn't even put the flow hive out this year. Okay, the type of plywood. I'm using the expensive type that I didn't want to use, Brian. I wanted to use the cheap stuff. I wanted to use. So Bob Binney gets his. We went through this earlier, but I'll go through it again. Bob Binney uses plywood from Mid Georgia Lumber, and I guess he has it sent right out to him. I know this because when he lifts his lids off, you can see their ad written across the bottom on the plywood. That's what I wanted to use. I couldn't get any of that. Really, I had purchased wood from Mid Georgia Lumber or Mid South Lumber in the past, but that was for building furniture and whatnot: cherry, mahogany, bobinga, walnut, oak. You know, woods that you can't readily get at the Home Depot, which you can get oak and red oak there, but they don't have the fancy woods, burley maple, and I like to build things from time to time. But I wanted some 3/4 inch plywood. Well, you know, I went to the Lowe's and I had two choices for 3/4 inch plywood. I had this, which is I'll tell you, I think I may have a sticker laying around here. Hold on a second. This is the plywood that I got. Is that that's backwards? I hate it that it's backwards. I'll read it to you. It's called Revolution Ply, premium wood veneer face, primed back, ready to use for paint applications. This is basically finish carpenter grade plywood for when you're building houses and you're building kitchen cabinets or your building staircases. It's a nice veneered primed plywood, and let me tell you, it's 100% what is it, sustainable wood surfaces, a plantation and sustainable wood sources. So it's eco, right? Whatever. Again, marketing gobbledygook. This is Patriot Timber Products, and it's plywood that cost me $60 a sheet. But I had the choice, because I needed 3/4 inch plywood. I had the choice of buying $60 a sheet plywood, or I could buy 3/4 inch plywood that wasn't treated, and this is not treated either, and it wasn't veneered and sanded and primed, but it was twisted and warped and bent. It was complete garbage, and they wanted like $40 a sheet for that. So I bought 4 sheets of plywood to make all of this. So that's that. I feel like I was bent over, and you know, but what are you going to do? It's I can order bottom boards and I can order inner covers and tops and lids, and that's expensive because shipping wood products is just expensive. So I decided to build my own this year. So it's the cost of 4 sheets of plywood. Okay, I'm going to paint for a minute here while there's nothing else on the screen. I was going to use some, I think it's called chipboard. Oh, there's something on the screen right when I put the brush down. Let's see here. What's that say? Thanks, made my first lids and bottom boards out of Advantech. Cheap experiment and painted and sealed them. Yeah, that's why I'm sealing these. You know what I would like to do? I would like, just for shits and giggles, just for the fun of it, I would like to make a hive out of hardy plank. And I'll bet that hive would last forever. And that reminds me, you know, who's that fellow? I don't know what his name is. Not Castle Hives, but Castle Grounds Apiary. The guy that does the monthly, or used to do the monthly stats on YouTube beekeeping channels. He had a concrete hive that he made. That was kind of neat, but boy, I tell you what, I think a medium super filled with honey is hard during the harvest. Can you imagine a concrete super? No way. Too much for me. Now, of course, you know, after the nuclear war happens and you'll have one colony of honeybees that survive, it'll be his, and the cockroaches. That'll be it. You know. So there you go. There you have it. All right. Oh, there's something else. Castle. Me either. Dude, my back couldn't handle it. Not a shot. Not a chance. I'm wearing a back brace now. Well, not right now, but when I'm working the bee yard, I'll wear a back brace now. My back is just torn up. Again, that's 50 years of abuse. But woo! There's no way I could do a concrete hive, or even a hardy plank supers, right? But if maybe a hardy plank brood nest, I bet that would just last forever. It would be heavy. But I'll bet it would work. Oh, there's something. Oh, what if I put my glasses on if I could see over there? Yep, you would. Hey, Brian, you need to let me know. I know you travel a lot for your job. Whenever you're coming through Atlanta, you need to let me know. For those of you who don't know, I work at the Atlanta airport, and we could do lunch. We could do lunch. I'll take you out to lunch, man. I'll buy you a steak. Lots of places to get a steak at the airport, or we do burgers. Or the Varsity out at Concourse F is always nice if you like chili cheese dogs and fries. They call them strings. Yummy. Okay, I don't know whether you're talking to me or Brian. I'm assuming Brian, because he uses the Apame lids or Apame hives. I don't use those. I suspect if they sent me one, I would put it out. My only concern about the Apame products is right now I'm trying to streamline everything, and this is why I don't really put the flow hives out anymore. I'm trying to get everything the same, and right now I'm saddled with 8-frame boxes and 10-frame boxes. So I've got I'm keeping the 8-frame stuff here, and every other bee yard that I set out in the ether out there on other people's property is going to be 10-frame. The Apame hives, don't get me wrong, they look neat. They look fantastic. They look like they would work. And work really well as far as keeping your bees warm. I have nothing bad to say about them. I've never tried them, and I suspect that if they sent me one, I would set it up in my apiary and do some videos on it and follow it along for a season or two. And again, I have nothing bad to say about them. I think it's a great idea. I'm all about ideas and new things. Again, you have to respect them. They got outside of the box and tried something different. That's the same reason I liked, hey moth, you're not allowed to live. Where'd you go? I just saw a moth fly by, and they might have been a wax moth. I don't know where you went. You're lucky. You're lucky. You avoided the old smasheroni. You could have got the old phalange. The old phalange would have got you. All right. Let's see here. Do we have anything on the screen? We do. Oh, my videos. You've been a subscriber for a while. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I really do. So you've seen the arc, and hopefully I'm still on an upward trajectory there. If you've been there for a while, you've seen some of my old cringy videos before I learned how to edit. Those were the days. We were talking about those earlier in the stream as well. I've got some videos out there that I'm not proud of. Well, I guess I'm proud of all of them. Because the whole man in the arena thing, right? I've got some videos out there that are definitely cringeworthy. I wasn't comfortable on camera. My editing skills weren't that good. So basically every video was 2.5 hours long. But if I'm going to share something with you that I've shared in a video before, and I'm giving all due credit to my wife for this because she told me this and it stuck. If you're not willing to be bad at something, you'll never get good at it. So I took that advice and decided I was going to do a YouTube channel, and there you go, and there you have it. So I hope my videos are getting better. I'm trying. I try every time I make a video and edit one, I try to edit it better than the one that I did before. No, I'm not changing my lids. What I'm doing is I'm setting up 20 more colonies. I'm going to, after I do the harvest over at the farm, I'm going to split those colonies. I didn't do splits in the spring. Remember, I did the Demaray split. Ooh, I think I just found that moth. I think it was on my back. Yikes. Or maybe it was a basement spider. They get you from time to time. I did not do splits in the spring. I did the Demaray split. Demaray swarm control method, for those of you who don't like me calling it the Demaray split, but I've gone into my reason why I call it the Demaray split, because you are splitting the colony internally. It's just an internal split. But I didn't do my splits this year. I decided to keep as many bees in the colony to be as productive as possible. And now that the flow is ending, I'm going to do my splits. I'm just going to do them now. And hopefully I will have 20 more colonies built up in time for winter, that will make it through the winter. And then next year I'll be able to hit the ground running with 40 colonies over at the farm and a lot of drawn comb. Right now, I said this earlier in the stream as well. Last weekend, I went out there and I put 16 more supers out on the hives over there. They're not going to be filled up, but I'm hoping that the girls will draw them out, because my flow is coming to an end. It's petering out. Right now, the girls are sustaining on a lot of clover. So there's a lot of clover going on over at the farm and in this area right now. Awesome. Awesome. Yeah, hey, if anybody wants to sponsor a colony, send me cash, man. Send me cash and I'll put your name on the box. Or send me bees like Krynock. Krynock gave me some bees, so we've got the Krynock hive. There you go. Yep, I'll sponsor all day long. Anybody want to send bread, man? Send cabbage. Send bread. You can always use bread. All right. All right. Another lid. Another lid is done. Let me break another couple of these dowels off. There we go. Bing! Love it. Woo! This stack of boxes is just never going to end, I tell you. Lucky number 13. We have 13 left. All right. Yippee. What do we have here? Oh man, a whole slew of things here. Be careful what I wish for. I think I just put a dot in my head of paint. I did. Oh no. All right, let's reach back into the rag pile. Forgive me, I've got to use this camera as a mirror. All right, better. All right, quick intermission. I'll be back down here in a minute and a half, 2 minutes. Got to run upstairs, get another beverage. I'll be right back. I'm back. Yay. The wife is up there, and she brought croissants home. Yummy. Oh, there's things on the screen. Let's see here. Oh, they're gone. I missed it. They disappeared. I wish it wouldn't disappear. A lot of internal conversation going on. Fantastic. All right, I gotta get painting. Paint like the wind. Must paint. So, for those of you, you're the elites. For those of you who are on the stream, you're the diehards. I really appreciate it. And I want to tell you, each one of you, and this is, I mean this sincerely, I want to thank you for stopping by to see my channel. I always appreciate it. I really do. I don't take any of it for granted. It's nice to have folks to stop in and engage in the comments, and are engaging in my very first live stream ever. Oh, you know what? I can share something with you. I'm not, okay, let me see how many people are on here before I pull the trigger on this, just because it's funny. All right, we have 17 people. All right. I'm going to, let me see if it's still available. Hold on a second. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. This is, you guys may or may not like this. Let's see here. Got to check my my screen over here. I don't know whether I still have it on this TV or not. Ah, yes, I do. Okay. So if you guys want to see something funny, you may not think it's funny. You may or may not. Let me get back to the stream so I can get the, there we go. Okay, so I'm going to give you a YouTube channel. Now I do have a second channel, right? I have a second. It's got nothing to do with bees, and I don't really have it anymore. So back in the day, I was one of my first subscribers was a fellow named CJ. He has the YouTube channel Shik Happens. It's still out there. He hasn't posted in a while. He posts on Instagram quite a bit, and he had Life in a Barn with Earl. That was his second channel, Life in a Barn with Earl, where it was a channel where there was a joke, but there was never a punchline, right? The punchline was always interrupted by short-sightedness. And Earl had a brother named Ernie. And Ernie had a YouTube channel called Life in a Cellar with Ernie. If you want to see some neat stuff, it was just kind of cheesy. We did it for just a few months. It was kind of neat. Life in a Cellar with Ernie. And you can go check it out and then pop back into the channel if you want, or just write it down and check it out later. So I have done a second YouTube channel, Life in a Cellar with Ernie. So there you go. It's defunct. I haven't put a video out there in a long time because Earl quit putting videos out, and it was kind of a thing where Earl and Ernie played off of one another. And once Earl quit doing that, Ernie quit. But if Earl wants to start, if Earl's watching this and he wants to start, I'm sure I can talk Ernie into it, because Ernie's got all kinds of ideas. So there you go. Life in a Cellar with Ernie. Or Life in a Barn with Earl. There you go. And you'll see that Bud Farmer does have a sense of humor. Small, but it's there. So there you go. There you go. Yippity-doo-dah. Hey, somebody just popped up on the screen. I saw that comment just rise. Maybe I should move my TV. Now that I have room, I can probably move my TV right here where I can see your comments pop up. I could probably do that. You know what? Maybe I won't do it this time. Maybe I'll do it the next time I do this. You know, I have the fume boards this year, and I'm going to use the blower. I'm going to use them both. That AO tree blower, I showed it earlier in the video. It still works great, by the way. If you're looking for a good blower for your yard that's battery powered, I can't recommend it enough. It's a decent blower, and the price is right, certainly. I don't know whether, if you can go back and watch that video I did on it, I don't know whether there's a code where you can save some money. I'll tell you, you know what? I'm going to give some credit where credit is due here really quick. So in the past, I have, because you know, we YouTube beekeepers, YouTubers in general, we show you products that's you know, we get a product and we get to share it with you. They get new customers, and it all works out. And I always give fair and accurate reviews of the products, even if they're a piece of crap. I'll tell you, like last year we did a review, myself, Mr. Ed, and several others did reviews on Vevor put out a hive. It was an observation hive with no window, no glass, nothing to keep the bees from flying out and getting you when you open the window. Well, we let them know it. Well, they went ahead and they have redone that hive, and they sent me another one, and I just assembled it yesterday. You will see that video either this Friday or the next Friday, where we show the review of the new Vevor hive. And I got to tell you this, and this is not, what I'm about to tell you is not about Vevor. I'm on a tangent, but I'll steer back into the swerve here. But Vevor they've been a good sponsor of this channel, and they actually listened to all of the comments and criticisms of that last hive and released a new one, which I've got some comments and criticisms of as well, but they've addressed everything that we had talked about and then added some new features. So I think that's neat. You'll see that this upcoming Friday. But that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is Hycea boots. I'm still wearing them. These boots, between these and my muck boots, I wear the muck boots every morning, especially when I'm just sliding them on over bare feet to go down and chase the geese out of the yard. And these work boots, leather work boots, fantastic boots. I tell you what, great, all leather. If you look, and I know for a fact that code, and I think the code is Bug or Bug Farmer. I think it's Bug. Just try BUG. If not, try Bug Farmer. All run together. If not, you can go back and watch the video on Hycea's website, or on my website about the Hycea boots. And you have to buy them, I think, from the Hycea website for the code to work, not from Amazon, but go out to hycea.com. You can save like 15% on them. I've done the review of those boots. I've come back and done another follow-up video, of course, unsponsored, unpaid, letting you know that I still wear them. I still like them. My son has got a pair of them, and he's got some muck boots as well. And I'm going to tell you again right now, this is 2 years I've been into these boots, and they're fantastic. Now, my cats, I've got a cat that chews the end of shoelaces off and has eaten my shoelaces a couple of times, but the boots, they're fantastic. They're rugged, no holes, no rips, no tears. The soles are still in great shape. They are fantastic boots. And if you want to save some money and you need some new boots, and again, I'm not being paid to tell you this. I'm not being sponsored. They didn't give me another free pair of boots. I'm just telling you the experience that I've had with the Hycea boots that I've got on. They are good boots. And the price is so right. I've bought expensive boots before, like Red Wings, and they're nice boots, don't get me wrong, but they're heavy. They're like dragging around cinder blocks in your feet. These work boots are very, very light. I mean, it's like wearing tennis shoes, and it's comfortable like wearing tennis shoes as well. It's crazy. You just don't get fatigue. And if these ever wear out, I will hope that Hycea will reach out to me so that I can do another sponsorship and get another free pair of boots. But if I have to buy them, I'll buy them. They're very good boots. So Hycea, excellent. All right, Vincent has a Vevor extractor. You know, I have one of those as well. They have steel-toed boots as well. I'm just telling you, they're cheap boots and they're rugged. They last. I'm hard on boots too. I mean, I just showed you one foot. Here's the, if I get the foot up, there's the other foot. I mean, I'm hard on boots too, but they last. They're good. The Vevor extractor, I like it. I've got one in the other room. I've actually, my main extractor was a Maxent, but that was a $1,000 extractor, and I bought that back in the day, and I loved it, but it only does 6 frames. And then I was gifted, because Bee Castle sponsored me last year. We're probably going to work out another sponsorship going forward. I have to really think about it. But they provided me with a extractor last year. I also, last year for my harvest, I used the Vevor extractor. And the only thing that I don't like about the Bee Castle extractor and the Vevor extractor is that there is a lip on the bottom that really it'll hold probably an inch of honey in the bottom before it will come out. The Maxent holds honey as well, but it holds it in the gutter all the way around. You still have to tip it a little bit. My Hilco that I just bought, that I will be using this year, does not. They've solved that problem. But as far as the motor and everything else on the Vevor extractor, it's fantastic. The same thing with the Bee Castle one. It is a good quality extractor. It will get the job done. It's better than a hand crank, and it's way better than crush and strain. Hey, howdy there, JNDs, bees. Hello, bug farmers. There you go. Okay, not just bikes. Okay, channels I enjoy. All right, there we go. Hey, I like bikes. I got a Harley. I got a Heritage Softail. It's a beautiful bike. Except my back gave out a while ago, and I haven't. Like last year, I didn't ride it at all. I actually drained the oil out of it and kind of mothballed it. Now it's beautiful outside, and I wish I was on my bike. Okay, the Tim Traveler looks good. Okay, as you remember them, put them in there. Put them in the comments if you would, as well, so I can get them. Okay. No, I have not. The Sharpie, but I'm looking for something else because my Paco markers, the bees keep cleaning those off. I've not used the Sharpie ones yet. How quickly do they dry? I guess that's the main thing. That's what I've got to, they've got to dry quick. Because I don't want to stand there with the hive open, holding on to the bees forever. I want to be able to put them out there, mark the queen, and then get her back in there as quickly as possible. Bing! All right, here we go. We're killing it. 12 left. All right. Oh, it's only my second beer. That one was getting warm. I had to finish it up. Had that one at noon. At 11:50, I opened that one. So that's 2 hours ago. Right? This is not this video is not meant for kids. You can have an adult beverage. It's okay. I'm not going to tell if you won't. It's all right. But I'm running out of paint. Pretty sure I have enough for 13 more lids. All right. How long will I do this? This is a long stream. It's Sunday. We don't count today for what? Kind of walked in on that conversation happening between a couple of people in the chat there. So, and I will go back and read this later, but while I'm doing this, we've got apparently 17 or 18 other beekeepers on the line here. How's everybody's season going? I mean, how's your compared to last year? Last year for us in the South, and I don't know where everybody's from, but for us in the South last year, we had a weird freeze that kind of wiped everything out. And last year was a tough year for us. This year, this is an exceptional year for me. Again, if I had drawn comb going into this season, woo! I tell you what, I would be harvesting several thousand pounds this year. It's that good. The only problem is I had nothing but I had a lot of I had 600 frames of nothing but foundation, and I did not put extra wax on them. So the bees had to work. They had to consume a lot of honey and work just to be able to store honey. Hopefully next year will be just as good. But we have had the right amount of sun, the right amount of rain to keep the nectar flowing. So not only did we have a good nectar flow like we normally would, because of the fact that we've had enough rain. We haven't had drought conditions. We haven't been flooded like last year. We also got a lot of rain, just a ton of rain. And it really also, that affected the honey production as well, because the flowers were swamped. The ones that finally did break through all the torture that they had to endure the first part of the season. But other than that, our flow here this year is fantastic. So I mean, what's the flow like where you're at? Are your bees producing? Have you noticed anything? Are you having a crisis like we had in the South last year? Are you having one this year? And I have noticed that, and maybe it's just because I was paying attention more, but I'm watching a lot of like Castle Hives, like Brian up there, and a lot of the beekeepers up north, their seasons seem to start a little bit later than it usually would. Like our season was gangbusters. By the first week of March, I had bees flying. They were getting the goods. And that's why I did my demarest split so early. And a lot of people told me, "Oh, you're doing your demarest too early. Your bees are they're not gonna work. The bees are all gonna leave. They're gonna die." And I'm like, no. I mean, beekeeping is local, and our flow, it just turned on like a spigot. All of a sudden, the peach trees at the farm were blooming. The strawberries were blooming. The blueberries were blooming. We had dandelion, clover, and nettle. We had flowers everywhere. And the bees were starting to gather steam, so I had to get my split done early. Oh no, I had a laying worker. Okay, good. Nectar, a lot of nectar and pollen is good. As long as you can keep the old swarm fairy away, everything will be good. And let me tell you, this year I have also not had a lot of swarms. I've had that I haven't caught. I've had maybe 4 here and 1 at the farm. Other than that, it's been a swarmless season for me, which is good. Now, that said, it's highly possible that some bees swarmed over at the farm that I'm unaware of, but I didn't pick it up on my trail cam, and I do have swarm traps set up over there, and none of the swarm traps are full. So, that said, I'm just call me Caveat. That'll be my name. I can keep tossing caveats and everything. That said, the swarm traps that I set up aren't the best. They were just those plastic nuke boxes. And I don't think the bees like those, to be honest. I mean, as a nuke box, as a place to store their colony when they're getting ready to do their thing, yes, I'm sure they love it. But as a swarm trap, and I think it's because they're translucent and they don't get dark inside, right? So the sun is just beating on those things. You put bees in there, it's still kind of light inside. I think bees just like it dark. So I think I've got a couple of pieces, or a couple of small pieces of this plywood left that just scraps, and I may be able to build a swarm trap or 2 that will hold 2 or 3 frames each. I might put a couple of those together, smear some old gunk or beeswax on them, bait them with a Q-tip with some lemongrass oil, and throw those up and see what I can see. Yeah, right. Oh, and I did use Tight Bond 3 glue on all these lids, because they are outdoor pieces of woodware, and Tight Bond 3 is some good glue. Good stuff. Yeah, right. Any more comments? Oh, there's one. Who's that? Hi, B. Dennis. 5 hives split to 20. Wow. They're all drawing comb. That's good. Okay, so let me just tell you something. Yes, you would try to spoil your bees. I'm guilty of the same thing, especially in my earlier seasons. Now I've got so much work to do that I kind of get in and get out. But shade, you don't want shade for your bees. No shade. Bees like sun. Hive beetles like shade. Hive beetles like shade. So bees like sun, hive beetles like shade. Something to remember. If not, the beetles are going to remind you the minute you put a hive in the shade. I know. I'm the beetle farmer. Been there, done that. Until I came up with a Beetle Sucker 5000. And solved the problem. For all of eternity. So I'm going to tell you something. Since I've been using the Beetle Sucker 5000, and this is a factoid, put this in the old fact book there, I have captured, now let me knock on some wood. I've captured only 7 or 8 hive beetles this season. Last year I must have caught everybody, right? There have not been a lot of hive beetles. Now, if there are, I won't have them in my hives. My hives, I can pretty much say that all of my hives right now are, I would say, about 95% beetle free. Whereas any other year by this time of the season, I would have as many beetles in the hive as bees. It's been that bad. But this year I took the two-pronged approach. I did put Grub-X down on the ground, not here at the house, but over at the farm. And I have removed every single beetle that I have found with the Beetle Sucker 5000 and put them into the deep freeze, into the freezer, and given them a ride on the Polar Express, so to speak. So they are done. But the good news about that is that that I'm not dealing with a lot of hive beetles this year, and this is probably the first year since my second year of beekeeping that I have not had a hive beetle situation. My first year wasn't bad at all because I hadn't had bees before. They didn't know that there were hives here. My second year I got hammered, and then all the way up through the creation of the Beetle Sucker 5000, I've been getting hammered by bees, or by beetles. So rock salt, I have heard about that. And that may work. I guess it would have. It makes the ground inhospitable for the larva. What I'm trying to do is not just prevent the larva, which of course I want to do, but I'm trying to keep the beetles from even laying eggs in the hive to begin with. I'm also, I don't know whether you've noticed this or not, when I put pollen sub on the hives, now I did use some pollen patties from Hive Alive this year, and I've got another box of those that they sent me because the first box they were fouled somehow. They were dried out. That they made it right. Let me tell you, Hive Alive, good company. They stand behind their product. I'll tell you that now. I told you in the video after it happened, and I'll tell you that in the future when I use them on the channel. They stood behind their product, so kudos to Hive Alive. But I've been throwing pollen sub on the hive in a powdered, just powder, just throwing it on the frames. The bees are using it, and the hive beetles don't lay in it. So that's a bonus. Hate hive beetles. Not a fan. Not a fan. And they probably don't like me too much either. I mean, I suck them into the vortex. The vortex and then the deep freeze. I'm sure they do not like that. Oh, why'd you do that? All right, we're down to the last stack, fellas and fellettes. The last stack of lids. Oh, man, those are heavy. Let's do some moving around here. Can I move that? I can. Okay. All right. This here. That there. We're back in business. Okie dokie. Okie dokie, okie pokey. Where did we leave off here? Oh, what are we saying here? Oh, I went up to look at it and it's gone. You probably weren't talking to me anyways. But like, this guy's busy. We'll just talk to each other. That's fine too. I appreciate you hanging out with me today. It's better than spending the Sunday afternoon in the basement alone. I've spent a lot of Sundays alone in my shop. Just like Ernie in the cellar. Life in the cellar with Ernie. It's kind of funny. But I do make other YouTube videos. I was thinking about the making a second channel. It's like I don't have enough videos going on. Might make another one here pretty soon. I'll let you know when I do. I'd like to make a channel about something other than beekeeping though. I have other interests and other hobbies. Maybe I'll do a painting one. Or we can all paint together. Like Bob Ross. Thank you. I'm happy that you're keeping me company. We can paint some happy trees, happy mountains. That's always fun. Although I try not to paint in the style of Bob Ross. I've got one or two that I've tried that way. And I think when I first started painting, that was my thing. I try to paint like Michael J. Smith. You might find him out there on YouTube. He's a I don't want to say hyper realistic painter, and I'm not that good. I'm just telling you, I'm not that good. But I'm trying, and I'm using their techniques. And who is the other one? Chuck Black. I like him. Good painter on YouTube. If you're ever interested in painting or you need something to do in the wintertime, you folks up there in Ohio. Yeah, Chuck Black Art, I think is his, and then Michael James Smith, both great artists that will show you how to paint. They're on YouTube, and it's doable. Uh-oh, I might have to go out and get some geese here in a second. I'm hearing them. I think they're in my backyard. I got to go make a show of force. I'll be right back. All right. Success. My geese are grass eaters. Well, they're not my geese. They're the geese. And they eat a bunch of grass. And they tear it out from the roots. They're like sheep. Don't get me wrong. I like them. But I don't like them eating up my yard. Pelt them with BBs. They fly away. They're not happy with it, but I'm not happy with them eating my grass. It's one of the downfalls of living on a lake. Most people don't know that there are downfalls living on a lake. Well, there are. It's called geese. All right. There's another one done. We are making some progress, folks. We are making progress. Set that right here. Next. Right, hey, there's stuff on the screen. You know what? So I'm going to give YouTube a new feature. And all they have to do is listen to me and do it, right? So they should put like a walkie-talkie feature on their page, where if you get in a queue, you can verbally say something to me that I can hear. And then I can just respond, and that way I wouldn't miss comments. The YouTube walkie-talkie. I'll bet that other site with the big green thing that looks like a rounded off delta on its side, I'm not going to say the name of it because YouTube hates it when you say it, and then they'll not put my videos out to people, but Bug Farmer exists over there too. I'll bet they come up with that feature because they're about features and about freedom of speech. I don't like to have to watch what I say. Just think about how much fun my YouTube videos would be if I didn't have to leave certain comments that I make on the cutting room floor. Because if I don't, YouTube will get angry and they won't show my videos to as many people. Then I won't get as many subscribers. But eventually, freedom of speech is going to win out. And we will be allowed to speak freely in America again without censors. That would be nice. That would be nice. Somehow or another, the whiny children got to be in charge of everything. But that's okay. It won't last forever. Everything's cyclical. It's like a pendulum. Things swing back and forth. The only problem is that it tends to swing back and forth harder and harder each time. And the question is, who's going to stop the pendulum? Is it going to be the people who like freedom or people who these days apparently like communism? Hope for my kids' sake it's the freedom people. Stop it. But anyways, we'll see. Not trying to go there. And I won't. I don't want to annoy anybody. Because we are here about bees. We like bees. That's what matters. All right, let's see here. Dang. Oh no! Tried to stack it before I broke my my little guys off there. There we go. You hear the crows outside. So let me ask you this question. We're talking about crows now. We're not talking about bees anymore. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, but everybody gets their butt hurts about so many different things. That's why nobody should get their butt hurt about anything. Sticks and stones will break my bones, but names will never hurt me. It's the way it should be. It's the way I was brought up. And if you didn't like it, you know, back in school, the guys, we'd go in the backyard and have some fisticuffs. One guy beats the other guy up, he wins, but then later on they're friends again. It's the way that it works. You know, it's how freedom works. You have the freedom to like and say and think what you want and believe, and I have the freedom to like, say, and think what I believe, and if we don't agree, we don't agree. But unfortunately, people have been brought up these days to think, well, actually, we live in a very narcissistic society. Everybody kind of thinks that, well, it's my way's the best way. Well, no, it's not. Your way is the best way for you, and that's okay. Everybody has the right to do what they want, as long as it does not encroach on the life, liberty, or pursuit of happiness of somebody else. And that's the way that it should be. But we've got a population. We talked about this a little bit earlier with the eco stuff. We have a population of people who believe that it's the government's role to tell us what's right and wrong, and that's not how this country was set up. Trust me, the rest of the world is watching America right now, and they're freaking out, because if we fall, which it looks like we're falling, if we fall, they're toast. Because let me tell you, the way that it works in European countries, and it has worked in the past in European countries and Asian countries, when the government has complete control, lots of people die. And if that happens here, lots of people will die. Governments will give you the illusion. So I've got this painting, and my grandfather painted this painting. And I wish I could do like the YouTube videos and put it on the screen and share it with you. But I have the painting, and next time I'm filming something in the house, I'll show you the painting, and you'll say, oh, that's the painting he was talking about. My grandfather, who's passed, he painted this painting a long time ago. He was a Navy Seabee, World War II, all that. But he was a painter throughout his life. And he painted a painting, and I've got it. It's a macaw. You know, the giant parrots, the macaw, the colorful, beautiful parrots. And he painted this painting of a macaw, and it's sitting on a limb, and it's on a limb of a flowery tree, lush with greenery, and the macaw is sitting there on this limb, but the limb is going through a giant bird cage, and there are no bars on the front of the bird cage. It's if you were in a bird cage, you would see all the bars in front. Well, the bird doesn't see that. The macaw thinks he's free and he's out there, but he's really been given the illusion of freedom. And I would argue to my American audience that what we are living in right now is the illusion of freedom. We have 4th of July. We have the national anthem that some people stand for and others don't, and we rah-rah, hip-hip hooray on 4th of July, but most people don't even know what it's about. They just think, oh, it's fireworks, we're going to get drunk and have a barbecue. And we're given the trappings of liberty. We're told we have it. We're always USA, USA, we're the land of the free, the home of the brave, but we're the land of the not free anymore. I mean, think about it. We have corporations censoring us at the behest of our government as a way for the government to get around our constitutional rights. If you think about that, you can't really say we're free anymore. But they've also raised generations of weak people that don't notice these things, and if they notice them, they don't do much about them. And they're also ostracized and criticized by society at large, which makes people not want to stand up, and also makes other people not want to listen, because they're like, oh, that guy's got a conspiracy theory foil hat on. And now maybe that person just might be awake and seeing what's going on. But the bottom line is this, is that we live in a country where we have the illusion, my opinion, and you're welcome to your own, of freedom, and it's become marketed to Americans. We talked about marketing earlier, where the right thing to do is to say, well, I'm right and they're wrong. Well, their opinion doesn't matter. They're an ist, whatever ism or ist you want to call them. They're that. So don't listen to them. And unfortunately, that works on young, soft minds. It doesn't really work on people of my generation, because we've we've watched the arc of it happen, and our parents' generation, was pretty much responsible for it because they allowed this craziness to ensue. But there you go, and there you have it. We have the illusion of freedom. So everybody should be able to say what they want, think what they want, be who they want, as long as it does not infringe on the rights and liberty of their neighbor, or the person next to them. Be understanding. There's a lot of people that I do not agree with politically that I find are some of my best friends, and that's okay. Uh-oh, have I set off a firestorm? Single-use plastics. The onus on customers. Okay, listen. See, now you're going to get me talking about corporations. Single-use. So first of all, plastic is fantastic. I love plastic. Without plastic, I wouldn't have a handle on this hammer. I wouldn't have a handle on this. I wouldn't have this jug of glue that I love so much. I wouldn't have the stuff to put my sandwich into my lunch bag. Plastic is half my car would disappear if plastic were gone, but just all fall nothing to hold the piece together. Plastic is good, in my opinion. And I'm sharing my opinion. I hope that you're still a subscriber after this, and all the other people out there, because a lot of people have been indoctrinated into this. I don't want to say craziness. Again, my opinion. Go back and listen to some George Carlin on environmentalism. You'll love it. You'll love it. The earth would shake us off like a flea, and probably will one day, if we do anything to harm it. I think the bigger harm to the earth is nuclear weapons and things of that nature, more than plastic. Everything that we use, from the foam that's in this brush to the wood that it's got sticking up in there to the paint that is right here, all of these things come from the earth, just in a different form. They go back to the earth in a different form. They will eventually be broken down, and plastic never breaks down. I've walked through dumps. Plastic does break down. Heck, you set it in the sunlight, set a Coke bottle in the sunlight for a half a year, and it's so brittle it'll just fall apart in your fingers. It's always important to see what you see with your own eyes, not see what you're told to see and believe what you're expected to believe. Again, same with my beekeeping. I don't like to poison the well of ideas, so sometimes I don't do things the way that everybody else does them. I kind of go my own way, and sometimes it works out and sometimes it doesn't. But I see what I see. Like that giant wasp or fly that just flew by. Where did it go? I hope it went outside. Anyways, that's that. Single-use plastic straws, plastic silverware. They took away paper straws because I work in the airport, right? I'm an airport guy. Out in Seattle, they took away plastic straws, but then they also took away metal spoons, and now you have to use plastic spoons and forks and knives. So, why are they making you use paper straws that disintegrate? How many trees are they killing to make the paper straw, right? True, trees are a renewable resource, but so is plastic, as long as you can grab oil out of the ground, because plastic is, after all, a petroleum product. So, where am I here? I think I need a new one of these. Anyways, we don't need to talk about, you're going to get me in trouble. You're going to make people unsubscribe to me. They're going to say, he's a right-wing nut job. Well, I'm not a right or a left-wing nut job. I'm just a nut job. I'm just a guy who sees. I see what I see. I call it out. I call it as I see them. Balls and strikes. I don't care. I'm friends with everybody. Like I said, I respect your views, opinions, and beliefs as much as I expect you to expect mine, or respect mine. That's fine. Everybody can be friends. We can all get along. It is all okay. I tend to not live. I tend to not live in the now. I guess maybe I do to an extent. I don't know. I don't worry about what people think of me. I don't care. I do what is right and what I see as moral, and that's all I can do. It's all anybody can. Yeah, Who was it that said it? We're gonna go back to some hippie music here. Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young. Have a code that you can live by. Have a code that I can live by. So teach your children well. A parent's hell will slowly go by. Feed them on your dreams. And I forgot the rest of the words. It would have been cool as heck if I would have been able to remember all the words, but you get the gist of it. You get the gist of it. We're living in a time right now, and let me tell you, everybody who's watching this, including myself, you are living in history right now. See everything you do through that prism. You are living through history. Okay. So think about World War I, World War II. I tell you what, right now, the world, especially the Western world, and when I say the Western world, I mean the United States, England, free-ish countries. It's 1929, 1934. It's man, we're getting right up there on World War III is probably gonna happen within our lifetime. Kinetic, right? We're on the verge of it. Everything that we know is changing. A lot of people, it's the frog in the boiling water, right? A lot of people don't see it because it's happening slow, but the faster it happens, more and more people are waking up to see what's going on. But you're living in history. I promise you that. I promise you. You're going to see some things in the next several years that you never thought you would see. If things don't change, and things aren't changing, unfortunately, that scares me every day. But yeah, same stuff is happening right now that happened right before World War II, and unfortunately, this time it appears that we're on the wrong side of history, and that isn't good. You have to understand that one of the reasons we are who we are, one of the reasons America is, as people like to say, we're the richest country on earth. We're not. We're the most indebted nation on earth, which makes us the poorest nation on earth. Should I continue? Should I continue? That's the question. Should I continue, or should I just start talking about bees again? Let's see here. Amen. Amen. Yes. Yes. You and I are cut from the same cloth. So here's what a lot of people don't understand is that I learned this. I learned this in my macroeconomics class, which I never thought would give me anything of value, right? I mean, I've studied economics. I've got an MBA. If anybody's interested, I mean, I'm not being braggadocious. I do. I have gone on to postgraduate education, and most of the time I found myself battling with my professors because I got my MBA when I was 40, and they count on a lot of people to have soft little minds in their schools these days, and my mind's not a soft little mind, I tell you that. Anyways, but one interesting piece of information that I got from that was an understanding of how we became the richest country on earth, which again, we're not. We're the poorest country on earth. We haven't been told yet, but we're all about to find out. It's coming. Trust me. We'll lose global reserve currency status when that happens. Hello, Venezuela. That's coming in the next 5 years. But that's neither here nor there. That's not what I'm talking about. The reason the United States is as strong and as powerful as it is, and as quote unquote wealthy as it is because after World War II, which is everything changes after a world war, right? So after let's go back to World War I. After World War I, Great Britain became the reserve currency of the world. They were the reserve currency of the world. The pound was the standard for all transactions to be done globally. Everything was converted into the pound, and Britain became a huge empire. Well, it was before World War I. They were the reserve currency, but that's what allowed them to build their empire. If you remember, Great Britain, they had ships and colonies. They had Australia, New Zealand, they had Canada over here. They wanted to have the United States, but we kicked their butt. Sorry for anybody in England. It's the truth. Still love you. I love your accent. I wish I could talk like a Brit. Anyways, they were the reserve currency of the world, which meant that they could theoretically print their own money. And when they could do that, they could build giant militaries, just keep cranking out ships and yada yada yada. Same thing happened in Rome back in the day. Anyways, after World War II, the United States became the reserve currency of the world. We also made a deal with the Bretton Woods Agreement that allowed the United States to be the only currency on the planet for which oil could be traded in. So if you were, I don't know, Bolivia, and you needed some oil, and you went to Saudi Arabia to get some oil, you had to take your Bolivian dollar, bolivars, I think is what it is, I don't know for sure, and you had to convert that into US dollars before you could buy your oil. That made the United States dollar very, very powerful, extremely powerful, the most powerful currency in the world, which gave the United States the ability to field the largest and most powerful and most technologically advanced military that you'd ever seen. Now, you couple that with something else that happened after World War II that caused America to, so first we became the global reserve currency of the world because basically all the gold was here. All of the gold in the country, or in the world, was in the United States. Because when Great Britain was fighting Germany, they were out of money. So they gave us their gold, we gave them the money and funded their war effort. When France needed money, they gave us their gold, we gave them the money they needed to fund their war effort against Hitler, right? So all the gold ended up here. So we were on the gold standard until, who was it? Some idiot took us off of it. Maybe it wasn't Nixon, was it? Was it Nixon? Ford? Took us off the gold standard. Big moron. Anyways, doesn't matter. It's not where I'm going with this. But we were the gold standard of the world. We have Bretton Woods that happened after that, which made us the prime reserve currency for oil. But the thing that really made it take off and made the United States the industrial powerhouse that it was, because we used to manufacture everything made in the USA. I would say about 1/5 of everything I have in my shop was made in the USA. Everything else, Japan, Taiwan, China, Germany. It's the way that the world goes. I mean, you can't buy this in America because labor's too expensive to make this here. But we became the manufacturing powerhouse. Why? Was it because we built things better? It wasn't. It was because after World War II, the United States destroyed, well, not the United States and our allies, who we were defending, were battling Germany. Europe was destroyed. Their manufacturing capability was gone. If you needed something over there, over here, anywhere, it had to be made in the United States. That's where the United States became very, very powerful. Everything had to be made here because during the World War II, and you can even argue World War I, you know, all the steel and everything was happening here with the steel tycoons and the Rockefellers and all of those folks. The war effort for World War I also destroyed Europe. So because the rest of the world was destroyed, they had no choice but to bring manufacturing here. So we ended up with manufacturing. We ended up with reserve currency of the world, i.e. that was no longer the sterling or the pound, there's now the US dollar. We were on the gold standard. We had everybody's gold. And then I think the Bretton Woods Agreement, I think that happened in the, I don't know what the date is when that happened, but then we became the petrodollar. Well, why I'm saying you're living through history is because right now we are losing the petrodollar. It's going away. That is happening. Whether we want it to or not, it's happening. Petrodollar, we're going to lose that. Our country has created a ton of debt. I don't know if you know what $40 trillion looks like. Look it up. I think I've seen some infographics that show what it is. People don't understand. We're never getting out of America's bankrupt. We will be Zimbabwe. We will be Weimar Republic. We will be Venezuela. It's coming, and it's coming quick, because we're about to lose to the BRICS nations. We're about to lose the petrodollar status. Now they're going to use a basket of currencies from other countries to do oil trading. So we lose that power. And because we no longer manufacture anything here, we are a service-oriented country. Everything is services. We buy goods and we buy services. We sell goods and services. Nobody manufactures anything here anymore because it's too expensive to do so. Which could explain one of the reasons why our country is so insistent upon trying to bring slave labor into this country right now. I don't know. I don't even want to get into that. Because they have other reasons as well. That's not the point. So we are losing our petrodollar. We're going to lose reserve currency status of the world because we're so heavily in debt. Even the what is it? The Global Monetary Fund people have said that our debt to, I guess, debt to income ratio, our debt ratio to the GDP is out of control, upside down. It's bad. Whereas a lot of countries right now are stockpiling gold as fast as they can get it, and jettisoning the U.S. dollar. They're selling off their U.S. treasuries and bonds that they had bought, and they're selling them off without even realizing the interest on it. Not that that matters to us, because we can't afford, as a nation, the interest on it anymore anyways. The interest right now is killing us, to the point where our Federal Reserve, which is not the U.S. government, by the way, it is a consortium of privately held banks. Our U.S. Reserve is kind of in a pickle right now. So there's the way to get rid of inflation, and we have bad inflation. We have stagflation because jobs, wages aren't going up. But the way to get rid of inflation, most people don't understand how this works. That's okay. I'm kind of I kind of live in that world a little bit. I pay attention to it. I'm kind of a nerd that way. One of the ways to get rid of inflation, there's two ways to really get rid of inflation. One is to grow your way out of it. Well, you can't really grow your way out of it when you don't manufacture anything anymore. We don't. Reagan did that in the 80s. We were able to grow our way out of it. The last president did that with a lot of success, so much so that world leaders were happy about it. But since then, we've added another $12-13 trillion. Again, look up what $1 trillion is. It'll blow your mind. Onto the national debt. That we can't really grow our way out of it. So the only way to get rid of all of that debt and to get rid of and cut inflation is you have to burn off the money supply. You have to get rid of the money. Unfortunately, we are doing like they did in Venezuela and the Weimar Republic and Zimbabwe. We're trying to print our way out of it. Doesn't work, never worked, will never work. You can't print money because it's not backed on by anything, and that's why these other countries are not buying our debt and selling off their debt before it's matured anyways and getting into gold, because they know that our money's like monopoly money these days. But the Fed's freaking out because they don't have anything that they can do. If they raise the interest rates, they can't afford the interest on our debt. And if they can't afford the interest on our debt, we default and we become Venezuela. If they raise the interest rates to burn off the debt, now you've just made inflation go even higher, and the people will surely revolt. I mean, right now, if you take into consideration what the real inflation number is right now, and if you look at it, it's not in 2020, the U.S. inflation was at 1.4% inflation. That's what our inflation was as a country, and that included energy and housing. Now, the U.S. is our debt or our inflation rate is at 14.5 or 15%, and they've in that calculation they've taken out energy and housing. All right, what are your biggest expenses every month? Well, it's energy and housing, and gas prices have gone up. Housing prices have gone through the roof. Look at rent, mortgage rates, et cetera, et cetera. So I guess what I'm trying to get to is that the bottom line for all of this is see what you see. Don't ever be stuck where they want you stuck, which is in a camp of D's or a camp of R's, screaming at the other person, because as long as everybody's screaming, nobody's paying attention to them. So they're going to keep tossing red meat out to the masses to keep the masses screaming at each other and never listening and only listening to what they put in front of you. And the only way to get around that is to see what you see. Make sure you understand what it is that you're looking at. And you know, I've come to wrong conclusions in my life. And when I do, I quickly, you know, change my direction, right? Wrong is wrong, right is right, and it is what it is. I'm not going to argue something that is wrong just because it's my side. My side's gotta win. I don't do that. You know, see what you see, because all that is really important to me as a 50-something-year-old guy, beekeeper on YouTube, is that I have 2 children who are going to be living after I am gone, and I need to do everything I can, and I don't do it on this channel specifically for the reason that I'm probably going to lose a lot of subscribers over this part of the stream anyways, because some people can't. I wish this could be a two-way conversation. I can't have a conversation about things without jumping into their corner and hating the other person, because that's what people have been trained to do through conditioning for the last 20 some years, right? And through conditioning and the education system since the early 1970s. So people generally don't listen, and they generally don't see what they see anymore. People have been taught, listen to this person, they know what they're talking about, these people don't, and life's a clique, and I'm not in it. You know, that's just the way that it goes. But anyways, that's that. I ramble on about some things that I probably shouldn't have on the channel. YouTube will probably strike me. A lot of people will probably say, I hate Bug Farmer now. He's just raving lunatic. Well, no, I'm not. I'm an American. I'm a human. I don't want to say an American just like you, because there may be people on the stream from, or that may see this stream, and only 18 people are on it. But I'm happy with all 18 of you that are not sharing my beliefs. But you know what? That's okay. You do you, I'll do me, but we can both agree, especially on this channel, that we like bees. And bees don't care about politics. They don't care whether the U.S. collapses, or they don't care about any of that stuff. They only know that they like bees. But I can tell you this, as a hedge against societal downfall, which I argue is closer than most people realize, we have bees. Bees make honey. Honey can be sold or bartered with. So there you go. We have a skill. And that is all right. All right. All right. Let's see here. I'm afraid to check the comments. I want to go over and look right now. We'll see. What do we have here? Oh man, I agree. Husband got pulled to that cycle, which is nuts. Oh, I wish I knew what cycle you were talking about. I'm an observationalist. I look around. I see what I see. I'm an observationalist. And I think the world would be a lot better if everybody were. And I also think that you know, the old motto, sticks and stones, should be brought back. People need to embrace free speech. Free speech wasn't given to us by our forefathers to protect popular speech. It was specifically given to us to protect the citizenry from speech that the government and that society did not agree with, because they just got done dealing with a king who didn't let him say anything unless it was approved by the king. It kind of feels like we're going down that path right now, doesn't it? You know, the levers of government are being used against the citizenry right now, and it's a little sketchy. And what's even more sketchy is that, you know, personally, I can't believe, and this is just me. I mean, this is from one bug farmer to another. I'm just saying, I can't believe that more people haven't woken up, and I think it's all due to the clique. I think that everybody's been so entrenched in their D and R, their I'm a D, I'm an R camp for so long that they don't realize that the people who are getting the D's and the R's to fight one another, they're not D's and R's. They're not. They're neither one. They're all on the same team. And it's really the people who are living free or pseudo freedom, as we discussed, against the uniparty, the people who have their best interest at heart and not the people of the country. I mean, if you think about it, the government's not allowed to censor us. Yet, if I say something on this YouTube, which is not government, it's private, that the government doesn't like, YouTube will, they'll censor me. They'll shut me down. They'll give me a strike. They'll cut me off. Now you can say, well, they're a private company. They can do what they want. Yes, they are. But I guess we could argue that, right? Why did they change the name to Alphabet? And who are the people that don't want us speaking freely? Well, that would be our alphabet agencies. I'm just saying. Why are people being shut down for sharing an opinion or a belief? In America, that's what makes America strong, is everybody gets to say, everybody gets to think, they get to be exposed to new ideas, right? How can you grow without new ideas? How can you ever have anything without new ideas? But the minute you say, well, new ideas aren't allowed, those are taboo ideas, those are misinformation ideas or bad ideas, well, who's to say, right? I mean, come on. All I know is when you're being told by your government that what you're thinking is incorrect and that you'll be punished for thinking those things or saying those things or acting in those ways, and it's constitutionally protected, yet they're doing these things anyways, yeah, you're in a bad situation. And I don't know, again, I don't know anybody's political persuasion out there, and you don't know mine. You may think you do. I can tell you this, I'm not a communist. Outside of that, you don't know whether I'm a D, an R, an I, you have no idea. And that's because I'm a little bit of everything, because I believe in liberty and freedom. That's it. That's all I want for me, that's all I want for my kids and their kids and their kids and their kids. And right now, all of that is under threat, in my opinion. In my opinion. Again, I'm just a YouTube beekeeper. What do I know? What does he know? What does Bug Farmer know? So there you go. Let me look at the screen. Who have I upset? Anybody? Growing my own. That's right. Yep. Let me tell you, it's difficult in everybody's neck of the woods to buy or rent long-term parcels. That is a fact. But again, if you're looking for some place to raise your bees, offer the homeowner or the landowner, let them know that you'll manage a hive for them. So listen, you let me set up, 21 hives, 10 hives. I'll set up 11, and everything that I harvest from the hive number 11 is yours. And then at the end of the season, you just take 1/10 or 1/11 of whatever your harvest was and pass it off to the homeowner or the landowner, and they'll be happy. As long as you manage your bees and you don't swarm all over the place. You don't want to swarm on them. So there you go. There you have it. Oh man, you know what? I did not check to see how many people are looking. Let me see. Last time I looked, it was 18. Let's see if we chased anybody away. It's not my goal to chase anybody away. I don't want to do that. I appreciate you hanging out with me down in the basement today. You've made my time go by quickly. It's already 3 o'clock. I've been on this for like 4 hours now. Let's see here. We have 17. I only chased one person away. The chicks are doing good. They actually, believe it or not, they jumped up on their roost and they're sitting on the roost. They've got little wings now, so they can kind of fly or they can hop. They are trying to stop backyard chickens. They are. And it's, well, I don't know if we need to go into that. You can tell I watch Y-Files. A lot of conspiracy going on around here. But I generally don't like to talk about things I can't prove. So I'll listen. I'll listen all day long, and then if I find that it's got any modicum of credibility, then I'll look it up. I'll do a little bit of research. But I'm always willing to listen. I mean, there could be a great chicken conspiracy going on right now. We know that there's a lot of stuff going on with the food supply right now that isn't good. Speaking of which, has anybody seen that new coating they're putting on food? It's called Appeal. It's made by our friend Bill Gates. That is it's like a spray that they put on fruit that keeps it longer on the produce store shelves without rotting, so that the merchants have longer to sell it and it lasts longer in your fridge. The only problem with it is we don't know what it's made of, and you can't wash it off. You can wash it all day long at your house, but you can't get it off. Even with soap and water, it doesn't. The stuff stays on there. It gets like embedded in the fruit or the vegetables or whatever it is you're buying. I don't know if I want that in my food, which is why I have a little garden out there. And if I was a younger man and had a stronger back, I would have a full-on farm right now. I would have made other choices. But, yeah, you know, c'est la vie. It is what it is. Maybe my children will make other choices based on what they see, hear, etc., etc. Maybe one day they'll watch one of my videos and say, now we know what Dad's all about. Right now, my children, they're all in the I know everything phase, which they know basically nothing other than, what the schools have taught them. And that's got to be curated, But eventually they'll grow older and they'll say, maybe Dad knew what was going on. Or they'll say, maybe Dad didn't know what was going on. Who knows? If I can just make sure that after I'm gone, when they think about me or say my name, they smile, then I've done my job. Just think of Dad in happy terms. Even though sometimes it's not happy, sometimes they get in trouble. Kids have to be straightened out from time to time. And when you're a kid, you never understand that, but when you're an adult, you're like, yeah, I kind of needed it. I was kind of a pain. And hopefully my children will see that. And hopefully they'll live in a world where they can. So there you go, and there you have it. Man, I tell you what, I've got one left, and I've got like just enough paint to do my last one. Wow, it's a lot of paint. But when I did the supers, because again, I did 60 mediums for the new bee yard this year, I did it with a spray gun, and I had to put like 3 or 4 coats. It was the worst. Oh, well, that's why I'm brushing this. I could have sprayed this and been a lot easier, but let me tell you, it was the spray gun was the absolute worst. It's good for putting lacquer on furniture that I build, or it'd be good for painting a car, which I might have to put some paint. I actually may put some paint on the old Bugmobile, the new green truck that I've got. Well, it's not new. Got it for $2,000 and put about I don't know, $1,500 into it, and it works. I may have to put a little bit more than that in there. I had to get the air conditioner fixed. Uh, what else? Full tune-up. A lot of cleaning, a lot of scrubbing. Had to replace the dashboard, the gauge cluster. I mean, I did some work to it. Maybe $1,500, $2,000 into it. $2,000 for the truck. It's a 00. It's a 2000 model. But it'll be good for hauling beehives. I just couldn't haul them in the old Subaru anymore. I had a 4Runner, and I sold it. And boy, I tell you what, I wish I didn't. Me and my wife both had some Gen 5s, 4Runners. Drove those things in the ground. When I sold them, I sold them because I had two of them, one for my wife and one for myself. Mine was an 03 and hers was an 04. And we kept them for over 20 years, had 450,000 miles on each one of them. They still ran. And I sold them for $6,000 with 450,000 miles on them. Now I wish I would have never sold the doggone thing. Oh no! There you go. Good for the kids. I'm trying to find, and I may give the green truck to my son when he's ready to drive. Or we may find, my son and I told him we'll go out and walk a junkyard and see if we can find a decent car that we can work on. And not necessarily because I want to get off cheap, although I would love to get off cheap. I want him to start doing something with his hands beside twitching buttons on a video game, right? I want him to start thinking about how things work and how things are put together. And I think working on a car would do that. I think that would help him out tremendously. So I think we're going to do that. There's if anybody's interested, so this is to all the guys out there, even the gals that love like muscle cars and you're like, I mean, if you're around my age, again, I'm mid-50s. But Maple Motors, that's a place in I think it's Hendersonville, Tennessee, and they sell nothing but muscle cars, and they're good prices. And they'll finance them and they'll ship them to you. But these are nice. They had a 1970, and we're talking Corvette summer looking customized Corvette. It was beautiful. Had like crushed velvet interior. It had a gold to green paint job, all kinds of stripes and stuff all over it. And my son, he wanted that. He said, oh, that'd be good. I'm like, no, listen, if I wasn't worried about my son getting in a crash thinking he was cool and could go fast in the thing, I would have got it for him. But trying to explain to him that, listen, this old Corvette it might be a Corvette, but it's not as fast as the new Dodge whatevers. It's old school cool. And I'd have to explain to him that it's what's cool about it is going slow and being cool, right? It's about having it. It's about it being a thing. And that's what would be cool about it. And if I thought for a second that he could understand that and wouldn't get out there on the road with his 16-year-old self and gun it and wrap himself around a tree, I'd probably get it for him. But I digress. If you're interested, or if you just like seeing old muscle cars, I mean, they've got everything. A lot of Camaros, Firebirds, Chargers, just any kind of old muscle car. Maple Motors out of Hendersonville, Tennessee. They're on YouTube. They sell them. They'll do a full walk around of the car. They'll show you every dent, every flick of paint that's scratched off. They'll test all the components, show you whether the horn works or not. I mean, they'll show you everything, tell you everything that's wrong with it, so you know what you're getting. And I tell you what, this guy, he's got a really good method of selling vehicles, used cars online, but it's all used muscle cars, which makes it great. And if they would just come up with my favorite used muscle car, I would buy it. I'm waiting on it. I'm a Gran Torino fan, but it's hard to find Gran Torinos out there anywhere. But I used to own a '74 Torino. I would love to buy a beat up '74 Torino or 70. Oh, I used to have a '72 Torino. I take that back. '74 Starsky and Hutch car. If you ever seen the Starsky and Hutch car or watch the Starsky and Hutch movie with those two guys in it, I forget their names. Great movie. It's funny as heck. That is a Gran Torino. That is the car that I would love to have if I could find one, fix it up with my son. But I just can't seem to find one around here. And if you find one that's already fixed up, they want way too much money for them now. But But those are neat. If they get one of those, I'll probably buy it. But I've not seen one on that channel. If they had a Ford Ranchero from 1972, and it had the 72 Gran Torino front end on it, and then the back of it was a pickup truck, which was kind of neat. And I thought about getting that for the Bugmobile to haul hives around, and that would have been cool on the channel. But you know, we're talking about going back onto a farm that's muddy sometimes, so the $2,000 truck, four-wheel drive, kind of showed up in my lap, and that's what I decided to go with. So there you go. There you go, and there you have it. All right, now we are on the absolute last part of the last frame here. No, not in the last part. We have one more part, maybe two. I'm just about out of paint. Holy moly. Holy moly. Yeah, right. What do we have here? Yay, look at that. We're done. We finished. We finished. Now, after this paint dry, all I will have left to do is drill the hole. Thank you from Cobra Strike out there. He told me the size of the hole, so I will do that. Look at that. We finished it all. Gone. That's it here. I will wipe off my hands. I will enjoy the rest of my beverage with you, and I will move the phone over here so that you can see me while I'm reading your comments. We'll talk a little bit, and then we'll cut this thing off and go our days. I appreciate everybody staying with me this whole time. You really have made the time go by. I appreciate that. I really do. Not too bad. Okay, let me try to move this phone over there without affecting my battery situation, my plug situation here. All right, gently, 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 gently. All right, there's that. I can set you, I guess, right back here. Oh, gosh. My shop was clean. I swear it was clean. It was, now it's not. Put this back here, bend the legs on that. Uh-oh. Put this over here. I don't know whether this is gonna work or not. There we go. Now you can see the rest of my dirty shop. Now, hey, you know what? Let me turn these stage lights off. Oh, look at that. Magic lighting. Woo! Too bright, too bright. Turn these off. Ah, much better. Much better. When you only have one of them going, you lose the effect. All right. Let's move this out of the way. Let's set this back here. Maybe I ought to set this on my bucket. Hold on a minute. That's the problem with keeping a messy shop. There's my lead bars. Can't even hardly get lead anymore. But it makes great weights. All right, all right. All right, there we go. Perfect. Now I can see you. Now the question is this thing still charging? I don't know. We're not going to be on that much longer anyways. Now I can focus on you. Shoot the questions in the comments or whatever you got to shoot. Shoot it my way. Don't shoot me. Don't tase me, bro. All right. Let's see what we got. Now I finally get to give you some attention. Maybe. All right. What do we have here? All right. The Tiny Creek Bee Company. Special 4-wheel drive. I want one of those for my bee truck. What is it? Oh, Daihatsu. Is that one of those those little tiny, I guess it's the Daihatsu, those tiny like meter maid trucks. I've been looking for one of those, but you can't get them that are street legal in the United States for some reason. You can get them to drive around on a farm or your own property, but I can't find one that's street legal. I was actually looking for one of those. That would have been neat because I could have painted it and put my logo on the side of it and been the bug guy driving around town. It would have been neat. The itty bitty trucks, yes. All right, Jeremy, I've seen them driving down the highway in South Alabama. Really, did they have a tag on them? Okay. Okay, what are your plans for bulk feeding your remote yards? 2-gallon bucket feeders. That's it. Right now, that's my plan. After, if I expand again next year, I'll have to come up with a different idea. Probably those gas pumps with, I don't know. That's one of the purposes of these lids that I just built. I'm going to be able to set the bucket right on top of the hive without, I'm going to drill a hole, put a stopper in there and set the bucket right on top without having to cover it with another bucket. I.e. the way that I've been doing it, setting it on inner covers and all that. It uses too much equipment. I need to do it quick and easy. So that's my plan. Maybe in the future I do something different. I don't know. Let's see here. Yeah, you can pick up those trucks and put them in your pockets for sure. There you go. Get one, drive it around. That'd be fun. So where did I see that Jeremy's from New Jersey? Or no, or Pennsylvania? Everything's Pennsylvania. I follow a guy called No Nonsense Know How, and he works on cars and stuff. I think he's in Pennsylvania, but he might be in Jersey. I'm not sure. Oh, the same town as Bruce. Okay, so you're next door in Alabama. You're right next door. I mean, I could unleash some Georgia, Alabama jokes on you right now. I'm not going to. I mean, I'm just letting you know, we people in Georgia, there are Alabama jokes. I'm sure there's Georgia jokes over there in Alabama, but I'm not going to do that. I don't want to offend, you know. I mean, I was taught when I first moved here from Ohio that all the trees here lean to the west because Alabama sucks. But I'm not saying that. That's what they told me. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Over there with Bruce. I like watching Bruce's videos. I've got him on I watch him on the TV set. So there you go. Yep. Old Bruce, I like it. I like watching his channel. It's fun. He had a video that I just watched. I think I watched it this morning, or was it last night? It may have been this morning. Then again, it may have been last night. I don't know. He had some lady who he mentors, and she had a hive that was massive. I mean, it looked like hive number 13 that I've got over at the bee yard. It was a massive hive, and it was just slap full of bees. It was crazy, just crazy. Maybe I should put a drop ceiling in here so we didn't have to look at all that fiberglass. I think, so I'm going to give you some inside scoop. You YouTube stream watchers are going to get some information that a lot of other folks don't get. I'm thinking about next year turning this room into the honey house and moving my shop over to the other side of the basement. Hey, thoughts, opinions? Let me know what you think. Bee sales. Okay, so I've thought about it, but I don't know. It's a lot of work, but it's lucrative, right? You can make some money doing it. But in order to do that, you got to invite the old government in to inspect your stuff. And I don't know if I want to go through all that nonsense. I hate bureaucracy. If you've listened to the last hour of this conversation, you know, I like doing my thing. I don't know whether that would work with me doing my thing. It might, and maybe I will. Maybe I'll resell. Maybe I'll go up and get some of Bob Binney's bees and bring them down here and resell them. Maybe there's a way that I can help him. And still get to meet a lot of you folks and provide bees to my area. That might be something that I'd be willing to do. Okay, what is your day job, if you can say? I have worked in the Atlanta airport for about 25 years, but I took a hiatus and left the Atlanta airport and went to work for TDK for a while.
and then went back to the Atlanta airport. I can say that my undergraduate degree is in information systems, and I can say that I worked information systems for the airport for about 20 years almost, and then left and then came back, and I'm working with another company doing some information systems projects. So there you go. That's what I can say. that's the most of what I can say. That's the most of what I'm willing to say. I can say it all, but I don't. I mean, this is the internet, and there's crazy people out there, and I try to limit the amount of information that I put out. It stinks that I have to, but I can tell you a story, and this is what really woke me up. And this is a long time ago. There were some people that were commenters on the channel, and I would comment back and forth, and I sent some stuff out, as thank yous, because they were really great people and helped out the channel a lot. And when you mail something out, I think it went UPS or maybe USPS, I don't know, they require a phone number on there, your phone number. So I put my phone number on there, and somehow or another it was printed on the label. And one of these people started texting me and sending me messages. That freaked me out a lot. I mean, to the point where I haven't really said anything to that person. I don't think that person follows this channel anymore. But it freaked me out. And I was talking to Dirt Rooster, and he said that he had some guy come up and knock on his door, and his wife answered the door, or he answered the door, and the guy said, "Come on, let's go do the bees." And so let me just tell you this. You guys know a lot about me. You guys know a lot about me because I've been on your phones, your computers, your TV screens for 5 years. But I don't know any of you. This is kind of a one-sided thing. I've made a lot of great acquaintances, and I have met several people that started out as commenters, but it's like a dance, right? It's a dance, and I learned that from a guy named CJ Schick Happens in Ohio. He told me it's a dance. You get to know somebody, and there's a few people out there that have my phone number and we can text back and forth, and other people we DM each other on Instagram, and I've gotten to know a lot of people, but it takes a long time because, and I'm not saying it's any of you out there, I'm just saying, but people on the internet are crazy. There's a lot of them out there that are just nuts, and they can't understand what it is that they're watching. I mean, I truly appreciate everybody that's out there, and I know that we all have the same interests because you're watching a beekeeping channel. I'm a guy in my basement in Georgia as a beekeeper, and it's sometimes it's hard to understand where boundaries are, right? But when I had that person start texting me and my phone rang and I saw the number, I'm like, okay, wait a second. I don't know you. And that gave me pause. So I don't share all of my information out there. A lot of you don't know what my name is, and that's by design. I mean, some people do. A lot of people take guesses. I've been called all kinds of names on there, and then I just, I okay it. But my name is out there. I'll tell you that because there was a video that was done one time where somebody let it fly, and then it flew, and I didn't unfly it. It's out there, so there you go. But for the most part, people, I'm just a bug farmer, But I try to limit the information because, again, I don't know. I hope you understand. Okay, let's see here. Goldshaw Farm said some loony went to his farm and started taking pics. Dude, there's a lovely thing called, yeah, there is. Yeah, but people don't, but it's not, but see, that's, and that goes to my point. If we're friends, right, then it's not, is it trespassing? Right? If my neighbor who I know comes over and wants to walk down and look at the lake, because he doesn't have lakefront property, if he wants to go down and look at the lake, he can. It's not trespassing, right? But see, that's where the relationship is blurred with YouTube. It's different. So, okay, let's see here. What is your opinion on the best way to sell and market your honey? I tell you this, go to local stores. We're talking Great Clips, I use Ace Hardware, Tractor Supply, your local Goodyear, anything that's independently owned and operated. Okay, so your UPS stores, those are all independently owned and or operated. The You Mail It places, the Hallmark stores. Oh, all of these places are looking for margin, right? I know of a lady who runs a You Mail It place. It's not a name brand one, and I'm not going to say the name of the You Mail It place here, but she operates on margins of pennies. I mean, she'll sell a book of stamps and she'll mark it up 2 cents, and the customers will go, man, well, I can go to the post office. But yeah, but you're here, so she's going to make 2 cents. I mean, that's a terrible margin. And these people, especially people in strip malls, where grocery stores, you have the anchor store of a grocery store, then you have all these little shops. None of those people are making any money. I mean, none of them. Unless there's a restaurant in there. The restaurants might be making a little bit of money. No one else is. They're making pennies. So if you can go there and say, listen, I would give them a bottle of honey. I keep a couple of bottles of labeled honey in my car in case I run across somebody. Give them a bottle of honey and say, I'm a local beekeeper. I have local honey. This stuff sells itself. If you would like, you could sell it here in your store and give them 20%. If they can sell it for $10 a pound, say, listen, I'll sell it to you for $8 a pound. You sell it for $10 a pound, and I'll put this first case here for free, for nothing. I'll give you 24 bottles right here. I'll walk out the door, and I'll come back in a couple of weeks, and if it's sold, then you pay me then. Then after that, they'll pay you when you drop the cases off. It's a really good way to market your honey because, one, people want local honey. So if you got local on there and raw, they want local honey because everybody knows that it helps you with your pollen and it's like an antihistamine. It's really, really good. So it helps with hay fever. They want that. They want to know that it is pure, that it is raw, that it's not cooked, that it didn't come from China, that it's not corn syrup that you buy in the grocery stores. They want the real deal, and people are willing to pay for it, and it sells itself. All they have to do is set it on the shelf by the cash register, and every time somebody buys something, they're going to, a bottle of honey. There you go. And that's it. That's go to independently owned businesses around town and ask them if you can set it on their counter. That's all you got to do. It will sell. Now, you're not going to make the full $10 a jar. You got to leave some room for them. You got to leave some margin. But in their world, their margins are pennies, often 20%. You might get away with 10%. Hey, I'll give you 10%. I'll sell it for, it's $9 a bottle, but you sell them for 10 and they'll sell all day long, and they will. I went through a lot. I mean, I'm right now, to be honest with you, I've got 6 bottles of honey left. That's it. And I've got a half-gallon jar for myself. That's all I've got until this harvest takes place. I've sold out. So that's a good way to market your honey. That's what I would recommend. If you don't want to sit underneath the tent somewhere and do it that way. Okay, I have some super pretty golden light honey, and people are literally buying it for gifts because it's so nice. Yeah, in a jar with tons of, yeah, absolutely. And I used to take those little skep jars. I think they're maybe 1 ounce. I could probably go get one. I've got a case of them in the other room in the shop down here, or the basement down here. And you can fill those with honey. Get those little honey spoon things. I don't know what it's called. You know what I'm talking about, the wand. You get those that are this big. You can buy those in gross for $0.01 a piece, and you rubber band those onto the top of those, and people will buy them and use them as wedding gifts, or when they have a reception, they'll set a jar of honey at the table, and you can sell this thing for $1.50 a piece all day long. People are going to buy them, and you've got 40 cents in them in each jar. It's money. So there you go. What else? Nice. All right. Anybody else have anything? Oh, I'm looking at the TV set, not you. Anybody else have anything? No? There's a quiet lull in the conversation. Got a crow crowing in the background. No geese, thank goodness. Check above question. It's all I see is nice. I don't have a computer. It's got to show up on my TV screen, and it doesn't last long. So shoot it again, if you would. There we go. Let's see here. So, do you have Bee Castle bottom boards and lids? Usually I buy from an Amish guy. I have Bee Castle bottom boards and lids that came with the hives that I have. Let me see if I have one in here. Give me a second. I don't. All of my Bee Castle stuff is out in the field right now, so I don't have it. It is quality stuff. So let me just tell you this. I do like Bee Castle. That wasn't just a marketing gig. I wasn't paid to tell you that I like them. They did sponsor the channel after I'd done a couple of videos on their wares that they provided me, because I review products, and if it's good, I'm going to tell you. If it's bad, I'm going to tell you. Bee Castle's products are good products. I genuinely like them. They've held up very, very well. Now, the boxes have faded. The wax has melted in the hot sun and been absorbed into the wood. They look worn, but they're still watertight. They still fit together tight. They're still fantastic hives. And yeah, Bee Castle all day long. I'm a huge fan of their products. I think they're good. But Amish stuff is good too. So there you go. So let's see here, Jeremy. How's the blooms going there? It's almost perfection. So here's the thing. The blooming here is just about done. We've got some of the bushes are blooming. A lot of clover going on right now. There's a lot of is it butterweed? I would look on my phone. I've got pictures of it, but my phone is the camera right there, so I can't go scrolling through that. Some little yellow flowers in the field. A lot of nettle is blooming. Blackberries are already done. Blueberries are done. Peaches are done. Strawberries are done. Yeah, we're getting close. We've got about 3 weeks left in this flow until we're down to nothing but clover. That's it. And if I could, I would harvest right now, but I've got too many things to do. I can't harvest until June. So there you go. Does Georgia not have a law that says that you have to have your honey house inspected? You're in South Carolina. They say we have to inspect the honey house to sell it retail. I don't sell it retail. I sell it person to person, right? That's the loophole. I sell personal end-to-end sales, not required. You don't have to do anything. What they choose to do with it is theirs. So there you go. We don't have intrusive laws like that here. I'm surprised you do in South Carolina. That sounds like something that they would be doing up north. So there you go. My honey house has been my kitchen. It's this year it's going to be the garage, and hopefully I'm going to build this out down here and turn this into the honey house over this winter, provided society doesn't collapse and I can still get the stuff that I need at a reasonable price, like sheetrock, etc., to do all of this stuff. But I've got my extractor, I've got an uncapper, I've got my bottler. I just got a nice stainless steel table that was from a food service at the airport that they were going to get rid of. So I'm like, listen, I'll bring my truck. I got it. So I brought that home. But I will be putting a stainless steel sink down here, walls, ceilings, floors, and there you go. So that will be that. But that said, I understand the need for inspections and all of that. And if you watch my videos, I wear gloves when I do it. We wear hats and you have to be sanitary. People are going to be eating this stuff. I've worked for years in the food industry, so I understand that. Like I said earlier in the stream, I was a director of a grocery store. Okay, so to sell in a tiny store, like you were saying, you have an inspected honey house from what? We have to, okay, so to sell in a store like you were saying, we have to have an inspected honey house from what I understand. That's, I mean, if that's that, I don't know. I don't know that you're gonna have anybody chasing you down over a jar of honey. I'm not telling you to do anything. Follow all the regulations in your area. You know, that's all I can say. Yeah. Well, I can understand that law being that way oh, you're in Scotland, not South Carolina. So I thought you were saying SC South Carolina, which is Southern United States. I'm like, holy moly, that's overreaching. That's something like our northern states would do, because they're like up in the New England state. It's heavy-handed government. Yeah, everything coming down the coast and around Washington, it's all heavy-handed government. So I try to avoid that where I can. That is crazy. Let's see here. The same as Alabama has no label laws for honey as long as it's raw honey, and that's right. Anything else is labeled has to be labeled. That's right. Raw honey is raw honey, and you're allowed to sell that here on the side of the road if you want. It's called end-to-end sales use, as far as what I can understand from reading the stuff. That's if I sell it from me to you, it's yours, and there you go. But again, doesn't mean that you shortcut. Now, I make sure everything's clean and sanitized before I start, and then I clean and sanitize it before I'm done, or when I'm done. So there you go. PA has the same rule. Again, northern state. I'm sure Ohio has the same rule. Well, I'm not sure, but I would imagine because you're getting north up there where the government is kind of heavy-handed. Down here in the south, the government is more about liberty and freedom to the people. At least it used to be. It's starting to encroach and get bad that way down here too. So let's see here. But I like Pennsylvania. Oh, 2 of the comments disappeared, and I just missed a couple of them. Sorry. You have to have a lot of numbers as well, depending on the amounts though. PA, are you allowed to sell on the farm without inspection? Why wouldn't you be? Why? I mean, you should be allowed to sell on the farm without an inspection. Why wouldn't you be able to? I mean, are you guys? I mean, the Amish sell. Well, we know what's happening to the Amish selling their raw milk in Pennsylvania right now, right? The government's coming down on them. Well, they were, but I think the Supreme Court just busted their chops, and now the Amish are allowed to sell raw milk again, which they should be allowed to do. And see, this is my graduate degree coming in again because of my law class. They hang everything on the what is it? The Interstate Commerce Act. So they're like, well, the milk may be transferred over state lines into Ohio, and then they try to screw you that way. Anything they can do to get control, it's miserable. I hate it. Okay. They have a religious exemption. Okay, then just tell them you're Amish. Start selling it. Say, I'm Amish. That's it. That's it. Tell them you're a Mennonite. Now, see, I can say I'm from Ohio, and I lived in Amish country when I was growing up. The black buggies going around everywhere. I'm very, very familiar. So, I am in South Carolina, not Scotland. Oh, I was auto-corrected. Oh, you aren't far from me. That's crazy. Yeah. They don't pay taxes either. Tennessee, 150 gallons is the limit for inspections. Well, there you go. So just do it in batches. 149 gallons and then harvest again, 149 gallons. Yeah. Need a beard. I need a beard? I got a D'Artagnan, man. Three Musketeers, familiar? Yeah, I got a D'Artagnan. So that is a beard. Yeah. And then I've got the Monopoly Man mustache. Yeah. There you go. I look really good with a cowboy hat on. I look like Doc Holliday. Just saying. Speaking of Doc Holliday, are you familiar? He's from Griffin, Georgia, right next door. Yeah. I've been to his gravesite. They say that his gravesite's in Colorado, but it's not. He was exhumed. Him, his father, his cousin, they're all buried right up here in the next town over. A couple towns over. Griffin, Georgia. Yeah. No, I don't get my hives inspected. Yes, I'm still here. I'm sure that wasn't for me. Or maybe it was. Maybe they came earlier and then came back. Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah. But I'm done painting all of I wrapped it up. I figured I would talk to you until my camera died. And then I'm going to go upstairs and see the family. Mutual benefit relationship. I do not get paid to pollinate. Mutual benefit. I get paid by having the luxury of placing my hives inside of a fruit farm, which is fantastic. The honey is fantastic. It is spectacular. I mean, to be honest, the fruit farm is literally 2 miles as the bee flies from my house. So my bees have been pollinating it anyways, and my honey is very flavorful, in my opinion. I mean, we all say that about our honey. I like the way my honey tastes. A lot of people like it. It's a lot of peach and strawberry and blueberry influence in my honey, and blackberry. Yeah. Are we talked out? Are we done? Any more questions? I rarely get to interact with you this way. How many people do we have on here? 18? 17? Only you know. I can't find my clicker. Here it is. The old Roku. I love Roku. Free TV. If you're still paying for TV, I mean, I get you. I feel you. I understand. Uh, there you go. Bug Farmer juice is good. Oh, that's a good question, but I don't know what it is. Anyways, oh, with the farmer, yeah, it is a good question. There you go. Yeah, it's yeah. Just, I mean, I could charge to pollinate. I believe that the beekeeper who was pollinating and who still has beehives on that property, which I think is where all the hive beetles came from. I'm not saying that for sure in case he's listening, and I'm not going to say who it is. I think he charged to pollinate. I don't charge to pollinate. No, it's a I'm old school. I mean, the fellow's doing something nice for me. I can do something nice for him. We both make out. I get honey and he gets his crops pollinated. It all works out. Yeah, it's not going to be a one-sided relationship where I charge him to pollinate and then, sell the honey to him. I'm not going to do that. Anyways, Roku. So if you haven't cut the cable yet, cut the cord, I recommend it. I had Dish Network forever. And I loved the menu on Dish Network, but the bills were crazy. $100 and some odd a month for TV. So I cut the cord. And at first I didn't like not having a DVR, and then I didn't like this and didn't like that. And all of a sudden I didn't mind, and then now I don't even care. The YouTube, YouTube is my TV. I can save things for later and watch them later. I can like them. They'll show up in my liked or my history, and I can go back and watch it. There's new channels popping up all the time, and it's more real, more personal, because a lot of you are maybe creators out there, and I watch your stuff, you watch my stuff. It's real people. I'm not trying to push an agenda or a message. I'm just me. You're hanging out with me. I hang out with you. That's what we do. Okay, what do we have here? How long is your flow? It should be close to mine. I'm trying to figure out how long our flow is. Okay, so my flow started heavy in March. My flow is ending right now. I've got, like I said, a couple of weeks left, and my flow's done. So that's pretty. We have a quick flow. And our fall flow, very small. I mean, if this year, if it rains, maybe I'll get some goldenrod honey for the girls. If not, I feed like crazy. Okay, interesting to know how he manages mites. Me, oxalic acid. And no, that said, I have used Apivar strips, and I like those because they do really well. OA works good. I can find people have the best gardens now and stop using them chemicals because of the bees. Hey, my garden is doing fantastic. I can tell you this, and I said this. Let me read this next question before it disappears. We do on Amazon husband Disney package. Yeah, we have Amazon Prime. I got rid of Disney. I don't agree with anything Disney's doing these days. Disney back when I was a kid was a bit different. Disney's not the family friend, and I have a family. I've got children. I can't have Disney in my house. I'm sad to have to say that. So Disney's, they're gone. That's great, Michael. Okay, so what was I talking about? Mites. Was it mites? Apivar strips. I use oxalic acid. A gentleman in Ohio, I believe, no, Illinois, he sent me some new oxalic acid I'm going to try this year. It's supposed to be really, really good. It's pure, man. It's uncut. It's good stuff, as Scarface would say. If you know what I'm talking about, then you're my age, and you probably are. I mean, people who watch beekeeping are. But it's supposed to be really good, so I can't wait to try that this year. I meant the other beekeeper at the farm. Oh, so let me tell you. I'm glad you said that, because I'm going to tell you a story. Bug Farmer is based. Yes, he is. Very. The other so if you go back and you watch the Beetle Sucker 5000 video where I show you the Beetle Sucker 5000, if you watch that video and you see all of those hive beetles in that hive, it's unbelievable. And I was very happy to have the Hive Beetle 5000 there, but I was there, I think in the video before that, where I found these beetles, and I was trying to kill them with my knife and my hive tool, and I couldn't kill them all. It was crazy. That's why I came up with the Beetle Sucker 5000, because it works. But I believe, because, okay, so I've been battling hive beetles for a long time, and I know that hive beetles, their sense of smell is as good, if not better, than that of a bee on their antennae. They have a lot of scent receptors, so they can zoom in on a hive, and they know where the hives are. And those other beehives are literally less than a half a mile, maybe a quarter of a mile from where my bees are on that farm. It's a sizable farm. And I'll bet that those gazillion hive beetles flew out of that apiary and flew down to the other bee yard. They smelled my hives because you know the way that my bee yard is configured. I got a pen. Got to find something to write on. I got a pen. Hold on a second. I'm gonna draw a map on the back of this Vivor thing here. So let's see here. I'm gonna draw a map, then I'm gonna share it with you. So we have my bee yard right here. And these are my hives. Okay, and then here's another bee yard. Okay, so here's my bee yard. This is the hive with the circle on it where the Beetle Sucker 5000 was tested. That is where the other beekeepers' hives are in relation. I think all the beetles flew out of there, and this hive was the first one they got to because I had a serious beetle problem in these hives right here. So I'm guessing that they came from here. As far as mites go, don't know. I would love for that guy to say, hey, you can inspect my hives if you want. I would love to do a video on that, and I would just love to go through those hives and see what I can see. I have retrieved 2 of the swarms from those colonies this year because I was called to do so because that beekeeper wasn't around and those bees flew, and because it's a farm where people are, they don't want bees. It's one of those farms where people have fun, and you pick strawberries, you pick peaches. It's like a whole event. It's like a southern fair. So they have a lot of people and they don't want bees getting around. So I went and got them. Okay, Lowe's had a sale this weekend on the bug crystals for the yard, $7 a bag. So I don't know what bug crystals are. I know that I put Grub-X around the hives at the farm just to make sure that I don't get anything started there. Now, I've got the Beetle Sucker 5000, so I don't need to. I suck them up, freeze them, they're gone. And like I said earlier, I've only seen like 7 or 8 hive beetles this year. I've not seen a lot over at the farm, and here I've only had a couple in the backyard. That said, I have to, when I go through harvest here, I may have to actually pull some honey out of the bee barns because the bees were storing the honey in the bee barn this year instead of in the boxes I've got on top. So I might find some hive beetles in there. But so far, this year has been a great season. I think it's because I cleaned up so many of them last year. Okay, I've heard stories of territorial beekeepers sabotaging hives. Yeah, I wouldn't expect that. I do know that I've never met him, right? I'm assuming he's a great guy. His honey sells in the same stores that my honey sells in, and he was there first. So, I mean, he may not be happy because now I'm on the farm that he was being paid to pollinate. But I would never suspect that he would. I would imagine he's a pretty good guy. I would never expect that would be the case. I would hope not. I'm gonna say that I don't think that would be the case. I don't think that would be happening. I hope. And if you're out there and you're watching this, because maybe he's bought a bottle and scanned my code and trying to see what the competition's doing. I don't think he did. I don't think you did. I don't. I would love to. If he's out there, I would love to meet you. I'm sure we have a lot to talk about, and I'll happily go through your hives and shoot a video of it, not to make you look bad, because your hives may be better maintained than mine. I don't know. I've never seen you out there, but we're on different sides of the farm. Your hives would probably make mine look bad, but I would love to do it for a video because it's always fun to see other people's bees and how they do it. Let's see here. How many hives are you trying to get to? And how did you get into beekeeping? So how many hives? I don't know. As many as I can do. I'm really going down this road. I'm going into Sideliner because I like it, and I also, back to our earlier conversation, I think things are about. I think life as we know it's about to change in the United States, and I think I have something that is still going to be there after there's nothing there is going to be a pretty good idea. Not just for bartering, but for a product that you could sell, or food that you could eat. There you go. And as far as how I got into beekeeping, 2 things. One, so YouTube, Jim, Pheno Farm, he gets credit. He bought a flow hive. right? And I had just started watching YouTube on the TV. I just cut the cord. YouTube became my thing, and I saw Jim at Vino Farm. He got a flow hive, and he had one beehive, and he set it up outside in his. I'm going to say this so that maybe the closed captioning, because they auto closed caption all this. I'm going to say at Vino Farm. That way he'll get notified that he was mentioned in a video. Because I give him credit for it. He had one flow hive. He set it up. He's never ever put the flow super on that flow hive, but he set up one hive. And you can go back and watch. His channel's still up there. This video's still up there. And then he came back and he would check it. And then he had a storm the next day, and those lids, those flow hive lids, which I've taken off, all those, they're beautiful hives and beautiful lids, but I've taken them off because the wind catches them and flings them across the yard. Well, then his lid got broken. And he had to fix that. And then he got 2 hives, and then 3 hives, and then 5 hives. Then he built a bee yard. And then after he built his bee yard, he went through seasons. And I'm watching this, I'm thinking, man, this is just, it's great. And you know, just to watch his progression, and his bee yard kept doubling in size and doubling in size. And if you watch the video where I did my bee barn video, where I showed my version of the bee barn, I got to, it was great because I got to go into his bee yard, but only virtually. I recreated, of course, with permission. I asked him for his permission, but I recreated the metaverse Vino Farm bee yard, and I got to walk around his bee yard. Unfortunately, the sound, because I filmed it in my basement. I've got a whole wall. If you remember my video where I was getting ready to put the supers on, and my son was working, and we had the green screen going with the bees in the background. I painted a whole wall green so that I could key things out and do. There's stuff hidden in all of my videos. If you guys haven't found it, if you look around my videos, I've got crazy stuff going on everywhere. I just put Easter eggs everywhere. I used the green screen to do it. But he let me recreate his bee yard, and I did that in Photoshop and with filming, and I got to walk through his bee yard and show it, which was really, really good. And then I got sucked into the drama of Balboa, his Balboa queen, because he got the queen. His neighbor and him got bees at the same time. See, I know the whole story. I probably know more about Vino's channel than Vino does. I've watched it so much. I'm like a super fan. I'm the crazy internet stalker guy. He doesn't want me calling. I'm just kidding. I've talked to him on the phone, and I'm not, Jim. I'm not. So now he's not going to respond to my DMs anymore. He's like, oh, you said you're a stalker. I'm like, no, I'm not a stalker. But I got sucked in. So Jim at Vino Farms, and then Flow Hive, and I started watching Flow Hive, which took me to Frederick Dunn, and now I'm watching Jim and Frederick Dunn, and then all of a sudden Dirt Rooster pops up, and then Mr. Ed, they're cutting bees out, and I got into the rabbit hole. And that's how it happened. Yeah, so there you go. Oh, so you remember the video? There you go. Yeah. Let's see here. Catching swarms every year. This year I've caught my own swarms, but I haven't caught any feral swarms this year. None at all, to be honest. Have you been to Lake Hartwell? I've driven over it on a bridge. That's it. Yeah. Okay. Uh-oh, geese. Hold on a second. They're yard eaters. The geese are always eating my yard. I have to go out and pelt them with a BB from time to time. Okay, what do we at here? Love catching swarms. Okay. You ever been to Lake Hartwell? No. Yep, I've watched Vino since the beginning. I wish he would post some more stuff, but he's really, really busy. So there you go. The beekeeping because you and Jim. Dirt Rooster and Mr. Ed. Yeah, they're great. Yeah, same YouTube rabbit hole. Yeah. Sucks us all in. Yeah. Yeah, the green screen. Have you ever seen the one where I had my wife hanging upside down on my tools while I was doing a video here in the shop, and the camera was right here and it was facing my bench, and I had my wife. She was swinging on she was like hanging around talking, and she was on one of my hooks. There's stuff everywhere. I had a big hawk come down and land on one of the beehives one time. Yeah, it was neat. Several this year, so I'll show up yeah. They're probably showing up in your yard from your own hives, Mike. Oh, goodness. I hope those geese don't eat my grass again. I'll be back in 1 second. I've got to go make sure there's no goose in my yard. All right, I'm back. All right. I'm back. I had to go just pelt a goose with a BB right in the butt. They just flew away. I don't hurt them. There you go. Hey, the bee barns are great. I tell you what, they are great. Now the only problem is getting honey out of them. I don't know what I'm going to do this year. I think that those bee barns that I've got out here, I think they're all honey bound. I might have to put new frames in them. But there was a fella, Banks, who made some frames and he sent them to me. I could put those out there for sure. I've got 4 of them. What does this say here? I tried to read. Hi, over in Holland. Wow, there you go. I always wanted to go to Holland. I don't know why. I did. Just want to go there. Beautiful place. I hear your farmers are having quite an ordeal. That worries me a little bit. I feel bad for them. I wish I was there to support them. Now I've got the Hillcoast Supermax extractor. I think it's a 24 frame. Might be the next size up. I'm not sure. It's the Supermax. I was gonna get the one that was bigger than that, but at that point you're like, well, where are you gonna keep it? I didn't have the idea to make this into my honey house yet, and this may be my shop next year. I mean, it's gonna take a lot of motivation for me to turn this into the honey house. But I really do. I can't do it in my kitchen anymore. It's gotten too big. Last year it was probably the last year that I'm doing it in the kitchen. This year it will be in my garage, and then next year it'll probably be down here if I can get my shop moved next door. There you go. I don't think they're complaining. I think they're calling tyranny into account. Farmers are where our food comes from, so support them all the way. Because tyrannical governments know if you control the food supply, you control the people. That's a fact. Oh, swarm last year marked queen. Oh, wow. It was a red dot, so it was an old queen, but I mean, that's good enough to get all the bees, then you can requeen it and have a fresh colony. Fantastic. Yeah, you got, hey, go through my library. Every year I put an extraction video out from my first year all the way to my last one. I had a whole green screen Star Wars thing going on, or Star Trek thing going on. You missed it. Some ASMR. You don't know what I'm doing now, but you'll know when you watch the video. Yeah. There you go. Yeah, watch last year. It happened. It was about, just go look for my videos that are a year ago. It's about this time frame that I did it. It's because this is when I think it's probably 2 to 3 weeks. So it might say 11 months ago. 11 months ago or 13 months ago. I don't know. Check in that time frame, 11 to 13 months, you'll see it. Yeah, I do one every year. Every year. And last year, last year I had 2 harvests. I did the first one on camera. The second one I didn't. Because sometimes you got to get it done, right? You've got to get it done. But I was able to get some fall flow last year. So I got my spring honey, which was very clear, and then my summer honey, which was darker. Yeah. And my folks love the darker honey. Oh, there you go. Man, that's a big garden. That's a huge garden. And bee barn nukes for splits. That's something else. You know what the big problem with making bee barns is the frames. That's it. I hate making the frames. I can't believe you missed it either. Where you been? And then the season before that, I went down to Mr. Ed's extraction. And it was Mr. Ed, it was Dirt Rooster, it was Mike Berry, it was Joseph Rawls. And of course, you know, Mr. Ed, yeah, there was 5 beekeepers and 5 YouTube beekeepers in one room. It was fantastic. And that video is up too. You'll enjoy that. I enjoyed, that was a fun one to edit. Because I did it kind of like it was a 1980s TV show. It was, you'll see when you see it. Yeah. So there you go. I don't know if my extraction video is going to be that good this year because I've got all this new equipment. I've got a new uncapper that I've got to figure out. So now it's going to be the year of blunders this year. I'm going to be trying to. I've got a prosumer uncapper. It plugs in, it heats up. It's got knives and chains and a basket that throws things. Yeah, that's right. At the Abbey, I went to the Abbey. And my Abbey video was fun. That was fantastic. That might be last year as well. Or it might be the year before. No, it was the year before because last year there wasn't. I talked to Jeff and he said that they just didn't have enough honey. They didn't. Last year their crop wasn't big enough, so they just did it themselves. Now, I don't know whether or not I'm going down this year because I've got so much going on, but I may. I don't know. If they need me, I'm happily going to go. The drive is terrible, but it's fun doing it. I love seeing everybody. It won't be a challenge to extract. The extractor holds both. So I will have 20 deep boxes that they're gonna have to be extracted, and then I've got mediums everywhere. So I've got to get some more buckets. I've got to remind myself I've got to get some more buckets. I don't know how many buckets I'm going to fill, but I don't want to not have enough. You know, that's a bad situation to be in. The wild chamois is back. The queen was in there. Oh, good. We'll call that ShamWow. Does anybody get that? The wild chamois, the ShamWow. Do you know what the ShamWow is? I mean, come on. I'm not the only guy who knows what the ShamWow is. That poor guy ended up in jail. I guess he beat up a prostitute or something. I don't know. But the ShamWow, I used to love the ShamWow commercials. That guy was a great guy that could hawk some stuff. That and the OxyClean guy, except he died. He got cancer, he died of an OD or something like that. There were 2 OxyClean guys. Yeah, wow. The telemarketers are falling off left and right. It's crazy. All right. Kelly Hurd Crafting Grotto. The Crafting Grotto. Right on. That makes me think of Starsky and Hutch, the movie. Right on. Right on, man. She's tiny, but they're tiny but mighty. Okay. What a great way to spend a Sunday. I'm happy I did this. It's fun to talk to you people. It's really fun. All right, well, if you haven't put a like on this video, do me a favor, hit the old like button. I don't know how many people have seen this, or I don't even know how many people are watching at this point. Let's see. Is there anybody left? We have 20 people. I think that's an all-time record. Yay! If you're just joining and you've missed it, we painted a lot of stuff today. I made those bottom boards and top covers yesterday. I was going to live stream yesterday, but again, saws, it's too much noise. And air compressors and nail guns, it was just way too much noise. So I brought you along when I was painting today, and it turned into a thing. Now that I'm done, there's ShamWow again. They are drawing comb really fast. Now, I learned from Bob Binney that if you want your bees to draw comb, it's not 1-to-1 sugar syrup. It's like 1/3 to 1 sugar syrup. You want it to be really, really thin, and that will stimulate the bees to start drawing comb. 1-to-1 will work a little bit, but super thin, similar to what nectar they find out in the wild is, that is what will get them to start drawing comb. So I'm going to try that to get these girls to draw comb after I do the harvest and after I've done my splits. I'm going to try giving them half-gallon jars of, or maybe even full-gallon buckets of 1-to-1 sugar syrup. Now the problem is they've got to do a lot of evaporating, right? I mean, that's what they're doing now, right? So there you go. Might make a little moisture issue in the hive, but hey, it's humid in Georgia. There's moisture issue in the hive already anyway, so it doesn't matter. So what do we have there? There's ShamWow again. Do you have the stingometer this year? No, I haven't. I haven't been stung this year. It's crazy. It's crazy. Knock on wood. Okay, do you really think your flow max has ended and small summer flow will result? I think it's done here. You would think, but Georgia, where I am in Metro Atlanta, it hits and it goes. Our flow starts in March, and this is the end. This is it. And if I would have had, let me read these other two before they disappear here. There you go. I wish I would have had drawn foundation. If I would have had more drawn foundation, this would have been a record-breaking season for me. But I started the season with the Demeray splits, which means I took an empty box, put it on the bottom, took the drawn comb, put it on the top. The bees filled that very quickly after all the brood hatched out. A lot of work with Demeray splits too, by the way, just a ton of work because I had to keep going back to try to find queens. I found queens that I shouldn't have had, 2 queens in a box. It was a lot of work. But then I also had 60 supers that I had purchased with 10 frames each, so 600 frames of undrawn foundation. And I think I've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. I've got 14 of those boxes left. So I've put all but 14 of my 60 supers and 60 undrawn frames out there in the bee yard. So I mean, how much? What is it? A pound of honey is consumed while drawing a frame, or is it a box? If it's a frame, then that's 10 pounds of honey per box just to draw the comb out before they start storing it. Again, if I would have had drawn comb going into this season, it would have been a killer because this has been a fantastic flow here. Unfortunately, I just wasn't ready. I'm still having growing pains, expanding, doubling my apiary size last year. Then again, add another third this year. So next year I'll have 60 hives. And then after that, I may double it again. I don't, it really depends on if I can find places to put my bees. It was a foundation building year and a honey build. I mean, I got a lot of honey. I'm definitely doing better than I did last year. I've got quite a bit of honey out there. I've got a lot of full boxes at the other bee yard. And I'm letting them sit this last 2 to 3 weeks just to do their own thing. It's all them. I'm not going to be placing any more supers. I just put like I said, the last 16 supers I dropped over there last weekend. And I don't know that they're going to get to filling any of that. But if they get the comb drawn out, I'll be happy, because that means next year I'll be in great shape, provided I can keep the doggone wax moths away. But I'm following the advice that I got from Mike Berry and from Mr. Ed, and that is, if there has ever been brood in the comb, then you segregate that comb from your comb that only had honey in it. For some reason, the wax moths attack the comb that has had brood in it, and not so much the comb that hasn't. So that's what I've heard. That's what I'm going to do. I feed them 1-to-1 with some brood booster mixed in. Will that cause them to draw comb? I mean, I'm not saying I disagree. I've been using 1-to-1 for years, but I've been watching a lot of Bob Binney lately too. And I mean, he seems to have some stuff going on. So this year, when I'm trying to get him to draw comb, I'm going to make it a lot thinner. I mean, thinner than what I would give my hummingbirds. Spraying the BT to keep the wax moths out. What's BT? Last year I used moth crystals. I put my hives down, or my boxes down. I would stack, like, I set a lid upside down on the ground, set the box on that, set 3 medium supers, put a piece of burlap on that, and then I would put some moth crystals on top of the burlap, and then stack 3 more supers, burlap, moth crystals, and I made several stacks down here, and that worked. That kept the moths away. And then what I did before the flow started, I took them all apart and let all the boxes air out for like 2 weeks before I put them, out on the hives, so they didn't smell like moth crystals, and everything was fine. So that worked. But I don't know what BT is. So if you know, please put it down there so I can see. Ah, there you go. Okay, Bert, thank you. So they're going after the protein left behind. Okay. Sold in all bee supply companies. Okay, George, but what is BT? That's an acronym. I need the words. It stands for something. What is BT? It's bacon and tomato without the lettuce. I mean, it's BT, right? I'm sorry, I just don't know. Okay, Bacillus or Bacillus. Oh, okay. I've heard of that. Okay, so is that like a microbe or an enzyme or something, or like a almost like a mold? Burlap in the smoker sounds like a good idea, because I'm tired of finding pine needles. You know what? I should probably put some burlap up in my truck. That's a great idea. I've got a whole roll of it, because I made those hive pillows. I don't know whether you've ever seen my hive pillows. That was another instance of bug farmer getting outside of the box. They worked. They still work. So some bacillus. All right. It's bacteria. You mix into a spray bottle and spray the, okay. And that keeps wax moths away. They just won't go near it. But what about the bees? It doesn't hurt the bees? I'm assuming it doesn't. It sounds to me like you've used it. ShamWow. Burlap. Oh, the burlap wouldn't stay lit? Oh, you switched to burlap after the pine needles wouldn't stay lit. Excuse me, pine needles, I mean, that's a little bit of work to get them going. It is. Okay, well that sounds, I'm gonna do some research, thank you. I really am, I'm gonna look that up. TJ and George get credit. If I start using BT, it's yours. Credit is yours, not for me. No credit. I don't want any. I'll try it out. If it works, I'll tell the world about it. Well, at least as much of the world that watches my videos. We'll see what we can do. You know what's weird? and you guys don't see this. Let me see if I can fast forward. I can't. So I'm watching this on my little TV here in the shop, and there's a delay between what I'm saying and what pops up on my screen on the phone versus what pops up on the screen on the TV set. And it's weird because I see myself looking back and forth and I'm delayed, but I'm right next to myself. It's like, you know, when you call into a radio show, not that I've ever called into a radio show, but I may have called into a couple of radio shows. But when you call into a radio show, there's a delay. And if you're listening to the radio while you're talking to the guy, it's a mess. Well, I mean, the same thing's happening, just not it's my eyes. I'm seeing myself like I just did this. Now I'm doing it again. I mean, there's quite a delay here. I don't know whether you can see. I'll let you want to see yourself? There you go, right there. See, I'm still on the screen. You can hear me, but I'm still on screen. There. Now I'm back, but you're looking at the screen. You're welcome. I'm glad you're in the conversation. Yeah. That's a good idea too. Wood pellets. All right. All right. No residue in the wax and the honey. That's a big deal. Yeah. So I just got I wish I would have brought it down to show you. I got a nice little spoon, a wire spoon thing, ladle thing that's like a screen on it that I can use to actually skim because I melt my wax in a crock pot. I'm not that big yet. My wax production is small, but I try to keep it clean. Well, I just bought these things for like $14 on Amazon, and I think it's gonna work. So, okay, so I'm gonna get it from Man Lake then. Man Lake sells it as a concentrate. George Zanotti. I like that last name, Zanotti. It's pretty cool. Zanotti. Yeah. Sounds like you're Italian or something, like you're the mob. Here you go, Zanotti. Good old Zanotti. Could have been worse. Your parents' last name could have been McFly, and then you would have been George McFly. That's, you know, I mean, hey, could have been Calvin Klein, right? So there you go. Oh, you're welcome, George. Now that I've just said you could be George McFly, there you go. Nice. All right. Do you have any pollen? You know what? It's funny you ask that. And I'm going to tell you why. Hold on a minute. I'll be right back. So I've got unofficial pollen collecting. Do you know what this is? You have any idea what that is? This is the bane of my existence. This is a Guardian entrance. I'm sure the people at Guardian hate me because I'm always dissing it. I gave them a fair shot. For years, I gave them a fair shot. I've still got them on the bee barns out there just because it's the entrance. It's too hard to take off. But you see the bottom of this thing? These holes are small, and I guess it's designed so that it looks, you know, a little artsy, almost like a honeycomb, and it's made to be small so that a hive beetle would fall through it and fall onto the ground and never get into your hive because supposedly they can't see red or anything else. The problem is that bees that land, they'll also land on the face of the hive and they'll crawl up through these holes, and when they crawl up through those holes, all their pollen falls off and onto the ground. So I unofficially collect pollen on the ground in front of my beehive. That said, I have thought about designing something on my 3D printer in CAD and then printed on a 3D printer that actually hooks to the bottom of my hive underneath of this that would capture the pollen that falls off the bees' pollen baskets when it crawls inevitably through the hole that it should not be able to fit through, but does. And I have to say that having used these entrances for several years, I still have hive beetles in the hives until I got the Beetle Sucker 5000, which works. Beetle Sucker 5000 works wonders. And I have the Beetle Smasher 100 right here. An ordinary Allen wrench, fits right down into the comb perfectly. You can smash the beetle in the comb. The bees will clean it out, and that works as well. This is the Beetle Smasher 100. So there you go. I've got a video about it too. I don't know whether you've seen it or not. If you haven't, it's in the library. But the Beetle Sucker 5000 is the end-all be-all. That might be the Beetle Smasher 3000. I don't know. I don't know what I called it at the time. Maybe the Beetle Smasher 300. I don't know. That works. I've been fighting beetles forever, and the Guardian entrances have turned into more of a pollen trap than a beetle repellent, beetle keeper outer. I've got this lure in my tackle box that I can show you that I bought. Actually, I could show you, but I lost it because I snagged it on the bottom, and I've never ever caught a fish with it. It was a beautiful lure. It was about that long. It was articulated in 2 spots. When you pulled it through the water, it looked like it swam. And it was painted beautifully. It looked just like a bluegill, like a baby bluegill. In this, I thought for sure. I mean, because I've got some bass out in that lake. I've caught a 10-pounder. I've got it skin mounted upstairs in my office. Beautiful. There's some big fish out there. And I got this lure, and I thought, this is the one. This is it. It's articulated. It does its thing. I fished with that thing for 3 years, solid. And I was dedicated to it. And it would swim, and I would cast it. It would swim. I never got the first bite on it. Finally, it got hung up on a stick or something underwater, and I had to cut the line, and it's gone. But to me, that reminds me of this. This is designed to make someone who wants hive beetles gone to get it. They got to buy it. It's back in marketing, like we talked about earlier. That fishing lure, it caught the fisherman. It never caught any fish, but it caught me. I thought, man, I had the best lure ever. Well, this caught the beekeeper. It caught me, and it's not stopped any beetles from getting. Now, I don't know, scientifically proven that this color red, that beetles can't see and they won't go in. I don't know about any of that. All I know is that I've had tons and tons of hive beetles in my hive, and I've had these on there, and all it's ever done is knock pollen off their legs. I keep them on the bee barns because that's the entrance I designed for it. Eventually, I might get motivated and go out and remove it. Other than that, I guess squirrels get to eat the pollen. Maybe I can brush it into a pan and keep it myself. I don't know. I might do pollen traps in the future. So that's the end of. That's your answer. There you go. See if there's any more questions up there. But that's it. Now I've just made the Guardian people. I've made a lot of people mad in today's. This is why I shouldn't go live, right? I go live and I can't cut it out. It can't hit the cutting room floor. It's out there. It's in the ether. It's, so there you go. And now I'm not even looking at you. I'm watching myself on TV, and I'm still talking, and it's crazy. Oh, there we go. Got a comment there. What is the frequency of the pollen loss? It is happening all, I would say, so the pollen started coming in heavy in March and April. I had a ton of pollen on the ground, and I'm talking, I mean, you can watch a couple of videos. I think I have a video out warning people about this, the Guardian. Look at the thumbnails, you'll see it. I think I showed some of it on the ground. You'll see what I was seeing. It happens for the entire, I guess there's a pollen flow. Is that what you would call it? The first couple of months of spring when the pollen's just out there and it's abundant and it's not pine pollen. It's what the bees really want. They come back and it's just, I lose. I would say I'm losing probably about a quarter of everything that's coming into the hives is on the ground. It's bad. Yeah, I mean, they're gonna, I would do it for R&D. I mean, I already know how I would fix it. You make the hole smaller. That's a piece of cake. It's not a bad entrance. I use it because I still use it because I can choke it off. I've actually made, and I don't know if I've got any laying around here. I've got them outside. I've actually made entrance reducers for this that fit in this slot and fit in this slot. And I can choke them off completely, or I can choke them off halfway. Or I can choke both of them off halfway and just leave the middle. It's a good way to stop a robbing situation, especially after harvest when everybody's trying to rob. But I have the way to choke it off. In the wintertime, I choke everything off except for, I'll choke off one full side and then half the other side and only leave an entrance big enough for 2 bees to come and go. And that keeps the cold wind out of there in the wintertime. It's functional. It's not a bad entrance, but to claim that it prevents hive beetles, I would love to see documented studies. I would love to see that, because I could probably put together documented studies that say that it doesn't keep hive beetles out. Because I'm in the South, and I've been hive beetle magnet. Hive beetle 101 is taking place out here. I've learned a lot about hive beetles because I battled them for 5 years until I came up with the Beetle Sucker 5000, which, now I can't prevent them from getting in. But I can prevent them from staying in. Once they're in there, I can get them. And if I inspect my hives every 3 weeks, they can't get a foothold. They don't lay eggs in there. My hives aren't getting slimed out. It works. I've never done the Swiffer traps. People have talked about that. And I'll address something else that people have talked about. They've asked me, and that they've wondered why I haven't done it. But the Swiffer, I could never find the unscented ones here, and I don't want to put something that smells in my thing. For some reason in my stores, I can't find the unscented ones. Maybe I could get them on Amazon, but because I don't own a Swiffer, I don't know which one to buy, and I don't know whether the unscented one is even unscented. So I hesitate to do that. I've done oil traps, and I've spilled oil in the hive before and killed bees, and I don't want to do that anymore. I mean, the oil traps work. The bees would chase them into the oil trap. Once they go into the oil trap, they don't come out. I've tried borax mixed with water, I think, down in a little beetle trap that you set on the bottom board. That didn't work. And I've had this is the thing that everybody reaches out to me. So put peppermints in your hives, put the starlight mints in your hives. Okay, so the Dollar Tree has them. But I got the Beetle Sucker 5000 now. I don't need that. Just, I'm sure it works, but they're still in the hive, and I want to keep them out of the hive. Starlight mints, I've heard from a million people, and I believe that it works. Everybody couldn't be saying that it works if it didn't work. So people say starlight mints, that's the way to go. I think the Hillbilly Beekeeper put that out there, and the guy knows what he's talking about. He's been beekeeping for a long time, and like I said, he brought the news to the masses. The masses tried it. They say it works. You've got some big beekeepers out there doing starlight mints, and that's fine for everybody else. Again, I don't like to poison the well, and I like to kind of think outside of the box. The box is right there. I live way outside the box. I never go home to the box. I live outside the box. My concern with starlight mints, which I have addressed in the past, and I can show you something else really quick. Before I go down that tangent, let me get something to show you. I've also, we're going to do a quick science experiment here. Well, we're not going to do a science experiment. We're going to do some crafts. Do a little crafting, right? So this is, I think it's number 8. It's the same screen you would have on a bottom board. Sharp, but there it is. Let me go put this away. It's the only thing I'll ever put away in my shop is things that are sharp that will cut me, well, which is pretty much everything, but wires do that. Now, okay, so first, before I go into detail about this piece of screen, I'm going to talk about the Starlight Mint. Everybody said it. I believe that it works. I don't doubt it for a second that it works, that it will keep the hive beetles at bay. They don't like the smell of it. I understand that. People say that you can plant is it jasmine outside of your hive, or purple flower, I'm not sure. You can plant different spices outside of your hives, and the beetles won't go in. They don't like it. And I can understand it because they've got that very serious, scent detectors on their feelers there. My only problem with the Starlight Mints is that they're made of sugar. Well, bees eat sugar. They love sugar. Now they're consuming, in my mind. Now this may not be. I've never done it, so this is just my thought process. This is my logic. If you're putting sugar in your hive, even if it smells like peppermint, the bees are going to know that it's sweet. They're going to lick it. They're going to eat it. Your peppermint's going to disappear. And if it goes into the bees, it's probably going to go into the honey, and I do not want my honey to taste like peppermint, not even the slightest bit. I don't want it to be fouled. And that is what is, and I'm not saying that it does, not saying that it fouls the honey. So any of you that are out there using it, and you don't have to yell at me. I'm just saying I don't know that it's not going to get into the honey, and I don't want to take that chance. So let's go back to our little project here. So I have made a bunch of these, and what I'll do is I'll take this piece of screen here, I'll fold it in half with a cotton ball inside, and then use peppermint extract on the cotton ball. And then this could be set in the four corners of the hive. The bees cannot consume it, but it still has the peppermint smell to keep the hive beetles away. I've made these. I think I've put them in 1 or 2 hives, and it appears to work. I never showed it on camera, but a cotton ball inside of a little piece of screen with some peppermint extract, you can buy it at the grocery store, seems to work, and it does not even make the possibility that the bees are going to consume the sugary candy, and that the scent is going to get into the flavor is going to get into your honey. So that is my Starlight Mint hive beetle. That's my reasoning. Again, I don't fault anybody who does it. That's great. And I think that Hillbilly Beekeeper's onto something. And I think if he wasn't, so many people wouldn't have done it, and they wouldn't still be doing it. I just don't, and I don't know that the mint flavored candy is going to get into the honey, because I've never done it. That's just speculation on my part. I just know that they tell you are what you eat, and I don't want my bees to turn into Starlight Mints, and I certainly don't want my honey doing that. So if I end up going that route, if I get attacked by the hive beetles again, and can't keep up with it with the Beetle Sucker 5000, I will put these in the hives with a cotton ball. You can probably nail it to the corners of your corner frames, and that way it won't go anywhere, won't fall down in the hive. And then every now and then just put 1 eyedropper full of peppermint extract on there, and I think you'll be in good shape. So there you go. I'm outside the box again. I'm not in the box. I'm always having contraptions and things, but there you go. Do I have any other contraptions? Oh, I've got a contraption here that you haven't seen. So I was going to make this, and it's a pain in the butt to print. But I was going to make a product out of this, and I wonder whether or not I should show you. I have it in my hand. The question is, should I show you? And I've used it in the hives, and it works. I've used it for a couple of seasons in the hives, and it works. Because again, and this went to my problem with hive beetles again, right? Pollen patties were they're a nightmare with say, well, okay, what can I do? Well, what can I do with a box? Oh, I don't know. Gosh, figure something out. You can do something with it. Consider putting pods with mint plants. That's probably a good idea next to the front. Yeah. Anyways, so I've invented something. You can hear it right there, and it's a way to feed dry pollen sub to bees inside the hive without just throwing it on the hive, and without getting the hive beetles to lay eggs in it like they would a pollen patty, and it works. The bees use it. They don't try to build comb on it. They don't try to lay eggs in it, and it works. And I don't know whether I should, I'm not going to show you. Let's just know that I have something that I invented that works, that does that, and I've had it in the hive, and you can hear it right there. But I can't show you yet, because I haven't decided that I'm not going to turn it into a product. It's something that I think could sell. So yeah, there he is. He's sold out to the man. He's sold out to the man. I haven't sold out to the man, but if hey, if you can make a dime, make a dime. Who was it that? The American Pickers once said that if you can buy it for a dime and sell it for $1, you don't even have to keep books, right? So there you go. Make a dime. Make a dime if you can make a dime. So there you go. The problem is getting it manufactured. There's a lot of cost involved in that. And if I show you, then you would make it, and then you wouldn't have it. I wouldn't be able to patent it, and I wouldn't be able to manufacture it. And next thing you know, they're cranking them out in China by the boatload, and you're buying them for a dime. And I've put all this money forward to yes, yeah, you know how it goes. So there you go. Any more questions? Then I think I'm going to wrap this up, because I think it's getting long in the tooth. We've been here all afternoon. I've been here since 11 this morning. And it's, according to my saw blade clock on the wall, it's like, it's 4:30. So we've been doing this for 5 hours. So there you go, and there you have it. Any questions? Before I go, any more questions? I'm looking at the screen for the questions. You have a few more minutes. That's it. Anything? Bueller? Hey, there we go. Look at that. Okay. Heck, your stuff is likely dry. The pollen sub inside my invention? Yes. It does stay dry. Even with the moisture of a hive, it stays dry. And the beetles will not lay in it. And let me tell you, when I tried it on the hive for 2 seasons, it was when I had serious beetle issues. It didn't do anything with the beetles, and the bees used it and they consumed it, and my hives were strong. So that was good. No, the stuff behind you, it is dry. Dry-ish. I wouldn't stack them together, because if I stacked them together right now, they would certainly stick together. Like this one, this is the first one I did, and it's got a board stuck to it. Oh, so there you go. It's dry to the touch, but it's a little bit sticky. All right. Thanks for the chat. You're welcome. Thanks for stopping in. I will tell her Happy Mother's Day. Thank you. Maybe I can get her to put another video out. If you've never seen her channel, she's got one. It's Krista Lake Bees. She's got a couple of hives out there that she maintained on the channel for a while. She just got really, really busy. So Krista Lake Bees, you can go check it out. CHRISTA Lake Bees. Oh, and if you haven't seen, what was it? Ernie in the Cellar. You got to go check that out. So you'll enjoy it. And there's ShamWow. Okay. You're welcome, Shammy, Wild Shammy. Oh, I'm glad you like her channel. She'll be happy to hear that. I'll go back and play this for her and show her in the comments. That'll make her very happy. She worked hard on it, and she used YouTube as a way to improve public speaking. Because I mean, again, the camera doesn't blink. It's looking right at you. It doesn't blink, and if you can talk to a camera, then you can do public speaking. So there, I can get in front of an audience, an auditorium. Why not? She hasn't uploaded in a while. You're correct. I wish she would, but she's been really, really busy. Our daughter's getting ready to graduate. The school year's coming to an end. She's got work. She was working from home a lot, but her business called her back in, so her time is really under just a time crunch. So there you go. Terms of service. There you go. We watched every video patiently. Oh, that is going to make her so happy. Really, that's very kind. Maybe you can talk her into it. You can just go watch some of her old videos, because she still checks the stats. Start leaving her a bunch of comments on there. Make another video. Make another video. She'll probably do it. She'll probably throw one out there. I was rooting for her the whole time. So there you go. All right. Okay, Herd Crafting Grotto. I'm gonna go check. Bert, I'm gonna check that out. I really am. I'm gonna check out your crafting grotto, because I like crafting. And you know who else likes crafting? A guy called Chuck Fresh. Him and his wife, they craft. They've got a good channel, so you can go down the Chuck Fresh wormhole. He's the sound of the stingometer. You'll like Chuck Fresh. And he does a lot of audio stuff on his channel. But from there, I think if you can go to the bottom and see the related channels, he's got a lot of channels. And him and his wife do crafting, a lot of cricket stuff. It's really, really interesting stuff. So I would give them a look. All right. She's going to appreciate that. Oh, foster dogs. There you go. got to be hard to take care of. I want a dog, but I mean, I want a dog, but I don't want a dog. That's the problem. If I had a dog, I wouldn't have to chase the geese in the backyard. I'd just get them, Fido, let them go get it. But, you know, I got 2 cats. Neither one of them have a tail either. They're Manx cats, so they're kind of odd. They need my protection. They have no tail. Speaking of that, so I'm gonna tell you about before we go, I gotta tell you about a cat video. And also Life in the Cellar with Ernie, go check it out. If you want to see Bug Farmer doing something other than Bug Farmer, it was just a quick hit in the pan channel that lasted for just a few months. Me and my buddy Earl, which is Chick Happens, out of Ohio. He was Earl, and he had Life in a Barn with Earl, and I have Life in the Cellar with Ernie. They were brothers, and it was a fun thing. It was neat. So go check that out. But where was I going with that? I was going to tell you something, but then I got sidetracked, and I don't know what I was talking about. So hell with it. Doesn't matter. It's lost. It's lost to the ether. Anyways, dogs. That's right. Yeah. So if I didn't have cats, I would get a dog. But the cat video. Yeah, it's cat video. Thank you. What's it? It's called. Just look up cat video. Hello. That's all I'm gonna say. Cat video. Hello. Or cat video. Sometimes I'm alone. It's a cat that sings. It's great. Sometimes I'm alone. Sometimes I'm not. Hello. It's a cat. I swear to God, it's a cat. And some guy, he made a music video out of it, and it's uber viral right now. But it gets in your head, and it's like an earworm. You can't get it out. It's terrible. I mean, it's terrible in the best kind of way. It's the best kind of terrible you could get. It's kind of it's a good terrible. Okay. Dude, you've missed it all. This is it. This is the finale. You've missed the whole thing. Dude, it's Liz Meow. About 5 hours. I know. It's been a long live stream, man. Long live stream. My first one. See, I don't no half measures here. I have no half measures. When I'm in, man, I'm so far over the edge. I watch something, because I watch a lot of YouTube. It's a bad habit. I watch a lot of YouTube. Watch some guys jettisoning cars. I think they were doing it in Alaska, shooting cars over a 300-foot cliff. They would launch them. It was great. It's me on a live stream. I'm over the cliff. I just keep going. All right, about 5 hours. Holy moly. Well, one of the 5 dogs is a foster. Okay, well, there you go. All right, Bert, I got to say goodbye. Folks, I've got to go eat. It's 4:30 something. Dinner's going to be on the table soon, and my wife takes the time to make it. I'm going to take the time to eat it. I'm done in the shop. I'm spent for the day. It's over. But for all of you who stopped in, and all of you who may see this later on and decide to stop it and look at it and come right to the end to see how I signed off, chances are nobody's going to watch 5 hours unless you put it on before you go to bed. And I'm not one for talking anybody to sleep. I get kind of, loud and boisterous sometimes. But anyways, I want to thank everybody, not just for the people that are on this stream, but the people who tune into my channel every Friday. It makes it all worthwhile. I really, really appreciate every one of you. I really do. The channel's been growing a lot lately, and it's not just because of my thumbnails, but I have upped my thumbnail game. I don't know whether you've noticed or not. I've upped my thumbnail game. I'm really working hard on that. But I want to thank every single one of you. It couldn't grow. It couldn't exist without you. And your watching my videos and leaving comments and telling me what you would do and how you would do it and what I should have done. All of that stuff all helps, and it's helped me to become a better beekeeper. And you guys have watched that process. And if you haven't gone back to the library and looked through to where I am now, you won't be able to comprehend just how much I've grown. And that's not from me just figuring it out. It's from you watching my videos and letting me know, hey, you know what, you could have done this. Then next time you know what, they said I could have done that. And I tried. Or sometimes I said, oh, they could have done that, and I do it, and I'm like, man, I wish I would have done that. so it cuts both ways, but there's a lot of good information that comes out of you, and hopefully when I find something good that you've shared with me, I share it with more people, and that helps to grow the hobby and each of us as beekeepers. But I want to thank all of you for tuning in. Thanks for hanging out with me. Those who may have been here for 5 hours, I doubt that anybody's been here the whole time. If you have, awesome. You will see all of these go out into the bee yard in a month, maybe. So maybe a little more. I've got videos backed up. I got a lot of stuff I got to edit. But there you go. There you have it. I appreciate everybody. Thanks for tuning in. And I think we're going to call it a day. So have a great day. I'm gonna end the way I always do. Be happy, and I'll see you on Friday. Take care.